was celebrating the marriage of her friend. He really ought not to have come, he thought again. But dash it all, it was too late now to go away. He strode purposefully across the room, intending to speak with her. But Lauren, flushed and animated, caught his arm as he approached, linking her own through it, led him up to the newlyweds, and proceeded to introduce him to Mrs. Butler, who was, he discovered, very lovely indeed. He bowed over her hand and raised it to his lips. He shook Sydenham's left hand with his left and wished him well. Then he shook the boy's hand. He was David Jewell, and winked and grinned at him. "If you want to make your escape any time soon," he said, "you will doubtless find hordes of other young people in the ballroom, once they have found their way back there." The boy smiled back. "Do come and sit at our table, Peter," Lauren said, as order began to replace the cheerful chaos of the past several minutes, and the children made their way back to the ballroom rather than be caught up in the tedium of an adult tea party. "I will, thank you, Lauren," he said, "but there is someone to whom I must pay my respects first." Before he could delay too long and set up a greater awkwardness than he already felt, he strode over to the table where Susanna sat with Edgecombe and the Countess, Lord and Lady Aidan Bedwin, the unknown severe-looking lady, and the Duchess's sister, Miss Thompson. "Whitleaf," Edgecombe said, standing to shake hands with him. "Good to see you again." "But of course," the Countess said, smiling at him. "You are related to Lady Ravensburg, are you not? It is a pleasure to see you again, Lord Whitleaf." And yet there was a hint of something in her tone that suggested she was not entirely pleased. Or perhaps his conscience was just playing tricks on him. He bowed to her and to Miss Thompson, who must have arrived with her mother after he went into the ballroom, and turned his eyes on Susanna. "Miss Osborne," he said, "I trust you are well." "Yes, thank you," she said with perfect composure and a polite smile on her face, as if they had never lain together on a secluded hill above the river at Berkeley Court. "And you, my lord?" "Quite well," he said, "thank you." Good Lord, where was his arsenal of small talk when he most needed it? But perhaps it was as well it had deserted him utterly, or he might have found himself saying something totally asinine, like great beauty having to be a prerequisite for a teaching position at Miss Martin's school for girls. He had the feeling that present company would not be at all amused by such a compliment. "My lord," Susanna said before he could make his escape to his own table, "may I present Miss Martin, owner of the school where I teach? This is Viscount Whitleaf, Claudia. He was staying not far from Berkeley Court while I was a guest there." The severe-looking stranger, whose identity he had guessed earlier, inclined her head while he bowed and favoured her with his most charming smile. "Ma'am," he said, "this is a pleasure I have long desired." They were only mildly extravagant words, but looking into her unsmiling grey eyes, he felt suddenly stripped naked. Not in any physical way, it was true, but he felt as if every layer of artifice were being stripped away, and she was recognising him for the shallow fribble that he was. He wondered if Susanna had told her anything about him. "How do you do, Lord Whitleaf?" she said. He retreated in reasonably good order after that, and sat with his back to their table while he took tea and conversed with all around him, and listened to the few speeches and toasts that followed it. He would have enjoyed the afternoon, he knew, if there had not been those few minutes of uncharacteristic gaucherie to bother him, and if he could have convinced himself that he had any business being here. He knew she was not pleased to see him. "You may all expect," Sydenham Butler was saying to the whole gathering, after commenting on the surprise of finding so many guests awaiting them here, "that Anne and I will put our heads together over the winter when there is nothing else to do, and devise a suitable revenge." Peter joined in the general laughter. And then, soon after the speeches and toasts were at an end, his ears sharpened to something Holmia was saying at the next table. "It was just here that we waltzed for the first time, Freya," he said. "Do you remember?" Peter had been wondering how Susanna felt to be in the same room with Lady Hormier, who had once refused to give her employment as her maid, and who had perhaps been responsible for sending her to Bath as a charity pupil in Miss Martin's school. And he had been wondering if Lady Hormier remembered her. But the lady was speaking. "How could I forget?" she said. "It was while we waltzed that you begged me to enter into a fake betrothal with you, and before we knew it we were in a marriage together. But not a fake one at all." They both laughed, as did everyone else at their table, and a few at Peter's. Kit had certainly heard the exchange. "It would be a shame," he said, raising his voice and getting to his feet at the same time, "to have an orchestra and the use of one of the most famous ballrooms in the country and not dance. I shall instruct the orchestra to play a waltz, but we must remember that this is a wedding celebration. The bride must dance first. Will you waltz with me, Anne?" Sydenham stood up too. "Thank you, Kit," he said firmly, "but if it is not the custom for the bridegroom to be first to dance with his bride, then it ought to be. Anne, will you waltz with me?" It was a courageous offer, Peter thought, amid the general buzz of excitement, as chairs scraped back and guests got to their feet to remove to the ballroom, from which music had been wafting all during tea. How did one waltz when one was missing a right arm as well as an eye? "Yes, I will," Mrs. Butler said, and it struck Peter at that very moment that theirs was a love match. He watched them waltz alone together a few minutes later, a little awkwardly at first, then more smoothly and confidently. And then Hormier led the Marchioness onto the floor to join them, and Kit and Lauren, Edgecombe and the Countess, Bewcastle and the Duchess followed after them. Other gentlemen were taking their partners. It was a waltz. Peter never missed an opportunity to dance it at any of the balls he attended, but he was actually remembering the last time he had waltzed. He had enjoyed it enormously, even though it had been at a small, unsophisticated country assembly. It had also been a prelude to all his woes, though. Well, to the worst of them anyway. Without that waltz, there would probably have not been that kiss. And without that kiss, there probably would not have been... well... Greeting her at the tea-table had simply not been enough, had it? That atoned for absolutely nothing. Having made the decision to come, he must now make the further effort to find out what he had come to learn. And what better time than now? He strode over to where she stood watching the dancers, between Miss Martin and Miss Thompson, who in his fancy resembled two stern avenging angels, except that Miss Martin had tears in her eyes as she watched the bridal couple dance, and Miss Thompson looked amused. He bowed in front of them and donned his most disarming smile. "Miss Osborne," he said, "would you do me the honour of waltzing with me?" He was aware of the eyes of the headmistress suddenly turned on him, sharp despite her tears, though he looked only at Susanna, whose green eyes were fathomless as she gazed back at him. He thought she was going to refuse him. Dash it, what an unexpected humiliation that would be, but one he doubtless thoroughly deserved. "Yes," she said then, and licked her lips. "Yes, thank you, my lord." He held out his hand, palm up, and she placed her own on it. And he was immediately assaulted by familiar words, speaking loudly and distinctly in his head, though one word was different from usual. "Here she is," the voice said, and it was quite indisputable, was it not? Here she was indeed, her hand on his, about to waltz with him. Susanna had been trying to convince herself for the past 2.5 months that she was not nursing a broken heart. Now, finally, she had succeeded. Viscount Whitleaf was in no way worthy of the tears she had shed over him, the painful dreams she had woven about him, the guilty memories of him in which she had sometimes indulged. He ought not to have come without any warning like this. He must have known that she would be here. What interest could he possibly have in Anne, or in Anne's husband either, even if Mr. Butler was Viscountess Ravensburg's brother-in-law? When she had looked around the tea-room after hugging Anne, feeling completely happy for once, because it had been instantly apparent to her that Mr. Butler did indeed care for Anne, and that Anne was happy, and that even David was happy, when she had looked around and seen Viscount Whitleaf standing in the shadow of the doorway at the far side of the room, she had... but it was impossible to put into words what had been a purely physical reaction. Her knees had turned weak. Her heart had hammered at her throat and in her ears. Her hands had become clammy. Her breath had seemed suspended. It had taken her brain a second or so longer to catch up. And then he had stridden confidently into the room, and he had been smiling, as if he did not have a care in the world, as doubtless he did not. He had approached with his cousin on his arm, and turned his smiles on Anne and Mr. Butler. He had even paid attention to David, lest one person in the tea-room not become his adoring admirer. When he had come to speak to her, and spent a few brief, polite moments standing by her table, he had turned on the full force of his charm, especially upon Claudia, and had then gone away to sit with his back to them all through tea. A man without a care in the world, indeed. He probably scarcely remembered her. Claudia had not been taken in by his charm. "There is a gentleman who thinks a lot of himself," she had said as he walked away from the table. But I believe he is genuinely amiable," the Earl of Edgecombe had said. "I have always found him unfailingly cheerful and courteous," Miss Eleanor Thompson, the Duchess's sister, had added. Susanna had said nothing, though she had been feeling inexplicably grateful to the Earl and Miss Thompson. Neither had Francis. The whole tea, to which Susanna had looked forward so eagerly for a whole week, had been ruined for her. She had been quite unable to swallow more than a few mouthfuls of food, or to relax into the pleasure of being in a room with her three closest friends again, Francis and Claudia at the same table with her, Anne not far away with her new husband, looking flushed and very happy. She had not been able to marvel in peace that she was in the same room and at the same entertainment as the Marchioness of Hormere, whom she had recognized instantly as that long-ago prospective employer. It was simply not fair. And now... now he had asked her to waltz with him, and she had said yes. She had come into the ballroom with Claudia and Miss Thompson, smiling brightly, and knowing that she was going to have to stand and watch Anne waltz with Mr. Butler, and Francis with the Earl. She had been feeling more wretchedly bleak than she had felt since the end of August, especially knowing that he was in the ballroom too, and would probably dance with one of the other ladies. And now? Now, as she turned to face Lord Whitleaf on the dance floor, and fixed her eyes on a level with his chin, a smile on her lips, she felt nothing at all, except happy to know that her heart was not broken after all. His hand came behind her waist, and she lifted her hand to his shoulder. His other hand clasped hers. He still wore the same cologne, she noticed. The waltz was already in progress. They moved into it without further delay. The memory of that other waltz was still precious to her, despite everything. She did not want it to be overlaid with this memory. But now it forever would be, she supposed. It was not fair. He ought not to have come, and now she would remember him harshly because he had come, without any regard to her feelings, probably not even remembering that there was anything about which she might have feelings. And yet, she thought, if that last afternoon at Berkeley Court had proceeded differently, if Francis and the Earl had come with them, if they had kept walking across the bridge and down to the waterfall instead of sitting on a hill, if she had said, "Stop," instead of "Don't stop," if any of those things had happened, she would have been very happy to see him this afternoon. She would not have blamed him at all for coming. He would have been no more than her dear friend. She lifted her eyes to his as he twirled her about one corner of the ballroom, and found that he was looking back, a smile on his own face too. But how could they not smile? They were surrounded by wedding guests. "Susanna," he said softly, "you look as lovely as ever." "Is the day warmer and brighter for my presence in it?" she asked him, unable to keep the bitterness out of her voice. He tipped his head slightly to one side as he gazed back into her eyes. "You are not happy to see me," he said. "Ought I to be?" she asked him. "I thought perhaps you would not be," he admitted. "But it was a wedding celebration, you see, and involved a number of people whom I know and like. How could I have resisted coming?" And that was the trouble with him, she thought. He could not resist being blown along by any wind that happened in his direction. She had once told him that he was a kind man. But was it kind of him to come here today only because there was to be a party and congenial company? "You knew I would be here, then?" she asked him as they twirled about another corner. "Yes," he said. "It is why I came." And now he was contradicting himself. Was there any firmness of character in him at all? "Susanna," he asked, even more softly than before, "are you with child?" If she had been, the child would surely have turned over in her womb. Every other part of her inside seemed to somersault as she drew breath sharply and stumbled slightly. He drew her closer until she had regained her balance and fitted her steps to his again. "No," she said. His eyes found hers and searched them. His smile had slipped, she noticed. So had hers. She donned it once more. "I am glad," he said. "No doubt." She lowered her eyes and tried to recapture some of the magic she had felt the last time they waltzed. She deliberately let her attention move to their fellow dancers, and could see Anne and Mr. Butler dancing with surprising grace, despite the fact that his right arm was missing. Anne was looking a little less slender than usual, especially below the high waistline of her dress. The Duchess was laughing up into the austere face of the Duke, whom Claudia detested so fiercely. His pale silver eyes looked back at her with a total absorption that spoke of emotions burning just behind the autocratic facade. Francis twirled in the Earl's arms, and it was obvious that they had eyes for no one but each other. The world was filled with happy couples, it seemed, and her very lone self. Ridiculous, self-pitying thought. "You are bitter," Viscount Whitleaf said. Was she? She had no reason to be, had she? He had not seduced her. He had given her the opportunity to stop him. He had asked her afterward to go away with him, and had promised that he would look after her even when all was over between them. She had said no. They had parted as friends. Ah, that parting. That memory of him riding away across the terrace and down the lane until he was out of sight. It was a memory that had always gone deeper than pain, because she had thought she would never see him again. Now she was waltzing with him once more in the upper assembly rooms in Bath. The reality of it, she felt, had still not quite hit her. "Silence is my answer," he said, "and I cannot blame you. It would be trite of me to say I am sorry, but I do not know what else to say." "You need not say anything." She looked back into his eyes. "And you need not feel sorry, any more than I do. It happened. Our friendship had to end anyway. Why not that way?" "Did it end?" he asked her. She gazed back at him and then nodded. Of course it had ended. How could they even pretend to be friends now? "Then I really am sorry," he said. "I liked you, Susanna. I like you. And I thought you had come to like me." She swallowed. "I did." Past tense, he said, and after a short silence between them, "Ah, yes, past tense." They stopped dancing for a few moments while the orchestra ended one waltz tune and prepared to play the next one in the set. Did she not even like him now, then? Because he had come here today to disturb her peace again? He had come because she was to be here. He had come to ask her if she was with child. What would he have done if the answer had been yes? Would he have gone away again faster than he had come? She knew he would not have. She looked up at him again as they resumed their dance. "I do not dislike you," she said. "Do you not?" He was smiling, no doubt for the benefit of those around them. She smiled too, and then, because they were still looking at each other, both their smiles became more rueful, and then more genuine. "I have told myself," he said, "that it would have been far better for me, and considerably better for you, if I had left Hereford House 2 days after your arrival at Berkeley Court, as I had originally planned. I would have remembered you, if at all, as a rather straight-laced, disapproving, humourless schoolteacher." "Is that how I appeared to you?" she asked him. "And as someone who made an already glorious summer day seem warmer and brighter." He whirled her twice about a corner, startling a laugh out of her. "But then another part of myself answers with the assertion that I would hate never to have got to know you better." She looked about with leftover laughter on her face. Mr. Huckerby, she could see, was watching her feet, to see if she remembered the steps correctly, no doubt. She caught Claudia's eye as she danced past and smiled at her. "Do you wish," Lord Whitleaf asked her, "that I had left when I intended to do so?" Did she? She would have been saved from a great deal of heartache, and from a great deal of vividly happy living. "No," she said. "Why not?" He bent his head a little closer. "You once told me," she said, "that in your childhood you were surrounded by women. It is what has happened to me since I was 12. I have had almost no social contact with men. I have been shy with men, unsure how to talk or behave with them. I was terrified when I first met you because you were handsome and self-assured and titled. And then I learned that you were amiable and kind and really rather easy to talk with. And then I came to genuinely like you and look forward to seeing you each day and spending a short while in conversation with you. Knowing you brightened my life for a time and provided me with memories that will give me pleasure in future years. Riding in a curricle with you, racing a boat against you, climbing to the waterfall with you, waltzing with you, kissing you, making love with you. I am not sorry you stayed," she said. "Are we friends again, then?" he asked her. She smiled back at him and then laughed softly. "Oh, yes, I suppose so," she said, "for what remains of this afternoon, anyway." Though it struck her that the celebration would probably not go on much longer, and that then she would go back to school, and he would go away somewhere with the Ravensburgs, and that would be the end of it. The real end this time. And there would be pain all over again. But pain was something that life inevitably brought with it. If there was no pain, there was no real living, and therefore no possibility of happiness. She had been happy, truly exhilaratingly happy, on a few occasions in her life, almost all of them with Viscount Whitleaf. She must remember that. She must. There were 2 particularly perfect incidents that had drawn her so completely into happiness that no unhappiness had been able to intrude. One had occurred at the assembly rooms when she had waltzed with him. The other had occurred on the hill above the river and the little bridge when they had made love. It was so easy to remember that love-making as the worst thing that had ever happened to her, because it had brought her a far deeper unhappiness than she would have felt otherwise in saying goodbye to him. But actually, it was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened too. It was. That had been easily the happiest half-hour or so of her life. Now she was waltzing again, with the man who had waltzed with her then, and with the man who had been her lover on that hill. And if she was not perfectly happy now, the reason was that she was allowing past pain and future unhappiness to encroach upon the magic of the moment. It was magical. "Let's just waltz," she said to him. The smile deepened in his eyes. "Yes," he said. "Let's." And for what remained of the set, they did not speak at all, but just danced and smiled into each other's eyes. She was glad he had come, Susanna thought. Oh, she was glad. There was surely something healing in his being here. He had not just carelessly dismissed both her and their love-making from his mind. She thought she would be less unhappy after today, or perhaps she was just fooling herself. Tomorrow her life would be without him again, but she would not think of tomorrow. She danced, aware of their splendid surroundings and of the company and the music, all her senses sharpened. And she was aware, too, that the man in whose arms she danced was the man who had kissed her and caressed her and been deep inside her body. She could never, ever regret that she had had that experience once in her life. Once was enough. It would have to be. He laughed aloud as he took her into a swooping turn before the orchestra dais, and she laughed back at him. Chapter 15. "And so that is that," Claudia said with a sigh as she stepped inside the school with Susanna, and the door closed behind them. "Too many goodbyes. It does nothing to buoy the spirits, does it?" They had just said goodbye to Francis and the Earl of Edgecombe, who had insisted upon giving them a ride back from the upper rooms in their own carriage, despite Claudia's protestation that she and Susanna were perfectly capable of walking. The Edgecombes were leaving Bath for London early in the morning, and before they all left the upper rooms, they had said goodbye to Anne and David, who were also setting out in the morning with Mr. Butler for their new home in Wales. "But it was very good," Susanna said, "to see Anne so happy, and David too. Mr. Butler must have been kind to him." "Well, now it is back to business," Claudia said briskly, taking off her cloak and looping it over her arm. "We have a school to run, Susanna. I happened to mention to Miss Thompson after tea that I was looking for another teacher, and was quite taken aback when she expressed an interest in the position for herself." "Did she really?" Susanna asked. "The Duchess has persuaded Mrs. Thompson to take up residence in a cottage close to Lindsay Hall," Claudia said. "Miss Thompson is expected to move there with her, of course, but she says she feels she will be losing some independence when she leaves their own cottage and village behind. She will feel like a poor relation of the Duke of Bewcastle, she says. I can well understand that would be a ghastly fate indeed. But it is interesting, Susanna, that she may prefer to teach here. I have asked her to drop by tomorrow or the next day. I really took to her. She has interesting conversation and has read widely. She also has good sense and a dry wit." "Has she taught before?" Susanna asked, looking back as she proceeded up the stairs on the way to her room. But Claudia was prevented from replying by Mr. Keble, who was clearing his throat in such a pronounced manner that it was obvious he had something of import to say to them. Agnes Ryde, one of the new charity girls, had had an almighty tantrum, it seemed, and reduced Leila Walton to tears, and consequently aroused the wrath of Matron, who had sent the girl to bed in the middle of the afternoon and promised dire consequences as soon as Miss Martin returned. Claudia sighed. "Thank you, Mr. Keble," she said. "This is returning to reality with a crash, is it not? Where is Anne when I most need her? She did have a special gift with difficult girls." She did, Susanna agreed as she removed her bonnet. But I have an understanding of what it feels like to be a charity girl here, Claudia. I have seen something of my old self in poor Agnes, I must confess. Let me go up and talk to her. Poor Agnes, indeed, Claudia said, tossing her glance at the ceiling. But go if you wish, Susanna. Matron does seem to have tied my hands. If I go up, I shall be obliged to do something horribly dire, like confining the girl to her bed and to dry bread and water for at least the next week. Susanna chuckled at the unlikely image, squared her shoulders, and continued on her way upstairs, prepared to do battle. Leela, as junior teacher, had the unenviable task, once Susanna's own, of teaching elocution to those girls who needed it. And Agnes Ryde needed it more than anyone else. She had arrived at the school at the end of August with such a thick Cockney accent that no one understood a good half of what she said. And since she was resistant to changing her accent in order to talk as if she had 2 plums in her cheeks, like a real knob, her words, Leela was not exactly her favourite teacher. Susanna did not find the minor crisis at the school unwelcome. It pushed everything else from her mind for the next hour, while she sat in one of the dormitories beside Agnes's bed, at first talking to an uncommunicative ball of hostile girlhood turned toward the wall, and then gradually moving into something resembling a conversation, after Agnes had rolled over to face her and eye her with open suspicion. "You was a charity girl, miss?" she asked. "I was indeed," Susanna said, wisely ignoring the girl's grammar. "So was Miss Walton, as she would be very ready to admit. We have both been where you are now. It is not the most comfortable place to be, is it? I can remember believing at one point that I must have been brought here only so that everyone else could laugh at me." "Everybody does laugh at me," Agnes said fiercely. "Next time I'll pop 'em a good one, I will." "Miss?" "Everybody?" Susanna raised her eyebrows. "Are you quite sure it is everybody? It is not just 2 or 3 girls who do not know any better than to want to bring misery upon a fellow pupil? I remember Miss Martin once giving me a piece of advice. The next time one of the paying pupils taunted me by telling me it must be nice to have my fees paid for me by strangers, I should smile back as if I had not noticed the sarcasm and agree warmly that yes, it was very nice indeed. Where would they take the taunting from there, she asked me. And she was perfectly right. It worked like a charm, much better than hitting out would have done. That was what they expected me to do. That was what they hoped I would do so that they could run crying to one of the teachers and get me into trouble. By the time she went back downstairs, Susanna was feeling exhausted but satisfied that yet another problem had been sorted out. But then she had to assure a tearful Leela Walton in Claudia's private sitting room that of course she was not a failure, that teaching was always 3 parts instruction and 1 part dealing with the various crises that inevitably arose when so many diverse humans lived in close proximity to one another. And of course, a teacher could not always be popular. "It is just what I have been telling her," Claudia said. "Now, we will have a cup of tea together and you can have an early night, Leela, and I will take your study hall for you tomorrow evening so that you may have some relaxation time. I dare say I ought to have brought Cécile Pierre in to give you a hand today, even though I had declared it a holiday from classes, since Susanna and I were both going to the reception, and Mr. Huckabee and Mr. Upton were to attend too. Call it learning to swim by being tossed into the deep part of a lake, if you will. You did remarkably well, aside from the unfortunate incident with Agnes. The school is still standing, is it not? It is not burned down to the ground or reduced to rubble by cannon shot. All the girls are still living and breathing. At least I have not heard anything to the contrary." Leela laughed and took a cup of tea from Claudia. 15 minutes later she was on the way up to her own room, clearly relieved that the day was finally over. "Academically, Leela does very well indeed," Claudia said after she had left. "In other areas she is still fragile. She may discover that teaching really does not suit her at all. though I still have hopes that she will settle. I have high hopes that Miss Thompson will come here. She is older and more mature. Did you like her, Susanna?" "Yes," Susanna said, getting to her feet to pour them each another cup of tea, "though I did not talk a great deal with her. She has a twinkling eye, though. I always trust people with twinkling eyes." Claudia laughed. "Her sense of humour will be put to the test if she comes here," she said, "though it would be a decided asset. Would it be possible to teach successfully if one did not have a healthy sense of the ridiculous? I very much doubt it." They sipped their tea and lapsed into silence, and Susanna's thoughts inevitably drifted to the afternoon and to Viscount Whitleaf and the waltz they had danced together, and to the cheerful way in which they had taken their leave of each other afterward. She had refused to feel tragic at the time, and she refused to feel it now. It had, after all, been good to see him again, and to know that it was concern for her, and his possible responsibility toward her, that had brought him. But now there was an inevitable ache of emptiness inside that was very difficult to ignore. "I am very sensitive to undercurrents," Claudia said. "It is another asset for a teacher, I firmly believe. I can sometimes sense things that are brewing long before they bubble to the surface and cause trouble, or even disaster." Susanna sipped her tea. She did not know quite where this observation was leading. "You met Viscount Whitleaf when you were staying at Berkeley Court this summer," Claudia said. "Yes," Susanna said warily. "He was staying at Hereford House. The younger Mr. Raycroft is his friend. You have met him and his family, I believe?" Claudia nodded. She had spent a few days at Berkeley Court earlier in the year, before Francis left for Europe. "My first impression of the Viscount," Claudia said, "was that he was conceited, as well as wondrously handsome, of course. Both the Earl of Edgecombe and Miss Thompson assured me that I was mistaken. Neither you nor Francis expressed any opinion, however, and then you proceeded to eat half a cucumber sandwich, and perhaps a third of a currant cake, and maintain an uncharacteristic near silence throughout tea. And Francis did not do much better. She was watching you almost the whole time, a look of troubled concern in her eyes. Indeed, I am not even sure it was undercurrents I felt. It was something altogether more overt than that." It would be pointless, Susanna decided, to pretend she did not know what Claudia was talking about. They had known each other a long time. They had been friends for a number of years since she grew up. They had been even closer since Anne left. "It is not quite what you think," she said. "And what is it that I think?" Claudia asked, her look keen. "Viscount Whitleaf and I became friends," Susanna explained. "I had no illusions that we were more than that, and absolutely no wish that we be more. He is amiable, Claudia, and very kind. He showed his kindness in all sorts of ways. It was sad to have to say goodbye to him at the end of the holiday. Frances feared I had fallen in love with him. Perhaps she still fears it. But she is wrong. It was lovely to see him again today and dance with him again, but nothing. I will never see him again, and I am content that it be so. I will not lose any sleep over him." She smiled and sloshed her tea into her saucer. She set the cup down in haste until such time as her hands had stopped shaking. Good heavens! Oh, gracious heavens! She would be weeping next, as she had the night after the assembly when Francis came to her room. How utterly mortifying! "Is it not a shame," Claudia said with a sigh after a short silence, "that we cannot just turn off our woman's need to love and nurture and be loved in return? Or at least draw enough satisfaction from lavishing those instincts upon our pupils and fellow teachers and women friends? One ought not to have to feel the need for a man and all he can offer by way of physical as well as emotional satisfaction, when the chances of finding a suitable mate and making a satisfactory marriage are slim to none." Susanna had never before heard Claudia talk about her need for a man, her physical need. It was all too easy to assume that she did not feel such needs. She was over 30 years old. She had been an adult when Susanna first came to the school, and all that time she had been without a man. "I was able to offer you the relative security of a teaching position when you grew up," Claudia said. "I was not less able to find you a husband, despite your beauty and vitality and intelligence." "Oh, Claudia," Susanna said, setting her cup and saucer down on the table beside her. "You have done so very much for me, and I am not in love with Viscount Whitleaf, or anyone else." Claudia sighed again. "Of course you are not," she said briskly. "Come, it is time we went to bed, even though it is still not very late, is it? It has been a long and busy and emotional day, though, and I feel like a limp rag, and I have promised to take study hall tomorrow evening on top of everything else." "I will be conducting a rehearsal for the Christmas play," Susanna said, "or I would do it for you." Life would go on, she told herself a few minutes later, as she shut her bedroom door behind her. She had survived the end of August. She would survive today. At least there would be much to occupy her mind tomorrow and in the coming days. And at least there were pleasant memories of today to add to the ones from the summer. She was glad he had come to ask her if she was with child. He would not have abandoned her to her fate if she had been. She knew that as clearly as if he had said so. He was still a man she could like, and even... Well, yes, of course she still loved him too. It would be foolish to deny it. She would survive the admission. She had survived it in August, and she would survive it now. But she did wonder wistfully when an unfed love died. It did not last forever, surely. She fervently hoped not. She looked forward to the day when she could bring out the memories and derive only a sort of nostalgic pleasure from them. That day had not yet come. Not by a long way. Peter did not go with Lauren and Kit when they left for Owlsley Park the following morning, even though both of them assured him that he would be very welcome, and their children begged him to come. He was going to set out for London a little later in the day, he told them. He had some business to attend to there. The business consisted of keeping his eye out for a new team of horses to buy, though, truth to tell, there was nothing wrong with his chestnuts. He also needed to visit his clubs, notably White's, to discover who was still in town and who was new in town, and what the latest news and gossip might be, though those particular pursuits could hardly be described as business. Really, of course, he had no pressing reason for going anywhere in the world, except home. But there was still a while before Christmas, and he had decided not to go before then. His mother was going to transform his dining room into a lavender monstrosity. She had mentioned the colour in her last letter, as a compliment to the drawing-room, but she was going to leave it until after Christmas, since they were expecting guests. She had used the plural pronoun. Christmas would be soon enough then to stop such a disaster from happening. A lavender dining room, for God's sake. Would she start on the library next? She had invited the Flynn Posies for Christmas, Lady Flynn Posy being one of her dearest friends from their come-out year. Peter might recall the name she had written. He did not. They were going to bring with them their son, a delightful young man who was up at Oxford, and, inevitably, their daughter, an accomplished young lady of considerable beauty who was to make her official come-out in the spring. Miss Flynn Posy and her arsenal would have to be faced, he had decided. He would hide from his mother's loving interference in his life no longer. He would not go home yet, though. But what was he to do with himself in the meanwhile? He waved Lauren and Kit and the children on their way from the Royal York Hotel, and then, 10 minutes later, the Earl and Countess of Redfield, and returned aimlessly to his room to stare gloomily at his bags, all neatly packed by his valet. An hour after that, he wandered downstairs and was in time to wave the Duke and Duchess of Bewcastle and Mrs. Thompson, the Duchess's mother, on their way home. Miss Thompson was to remain in Bath for a few days, but not at the hotel, it seemed. "My mother thought it really not quite the thing, even though I bade farewell to my 20s a few years ago," she explained to Peter, as they both looked toward the corner around which the carriage had just disappeared. "And Christine agreed with her. So did the Duke, though he did not say a word. He did not have to. I have never known anyone whose silence is so eloquent. He is a formidable brother-in-law, Lord Whitleaf." Her eyes twinkled with merriment. "And so you are to stay with Lady Potford?" Peter asked. "Yes," she said. "I must still be hedged about by chaperones, it seems. It is most provoking." "May I convey you and your baggage to her house?" Peter asked. "Oh, that is remarkably good of you," she said. "But my bags have already gone. The Duke arranged to have them sent over. He would have sent me with them, I dare say, if I had not told Christine quite firmly that I intend to walk." "She lives not far away?" he asked. "On Great Pulteney Street," she said. "It is a fair distance, but I shall enjoy stretching my legs, especially in this lovely sunshine. The house is quite close to Miss Martin's school on Daniel Street. I promised to call there today or tomorrow. Miss Martin needs a new teacher, and I'm thinking of applying for the position." "Indeed," Peter said. "May I escort you to Great Pulteney Street, Mum?" "And delay your own departure," she said. "You are too kind, Lord Whitleaf. I really do not need an escort or a chaperone on the streets of Bath." "But perhaps," he said, bowing to her and grinning, "I would be delighted to postpone my departure until tomorrow, Mum, rather than forego the pleasure of your company and Lady Potford's. And I would like to see the school where Miss Osborne teaches. We struck up an acquaintance during the summer when we were staying with friends in the same neighbourhood." "Ah, Miss Osborne, yes," she said, laughing. "I did not fail to notice how remarkably lovely she is. Very well, then, Lord Whitleaf. Since you feel such a burning desire for my company, I shall not deprive you of it. Shall we meet downstairs here in half an hour's time?" "We shall," he said, bowing to her. And so, instead of setting out for London within the hour, as he had intended, Peter found himself walking through Bath with Miss Thompson on his arm. They walked past the pump room and Bath Abbey and along by the river in the direction of the Pulteney Bridge. They crossed the bridge and made their way past Laura Place and along Great Pulteney Street until they came to Lady Potford's. They conversed every step of the way, and Peter found himself genuinely enjoying her company and laughing with her over several absurdities she pointed out. At the same time, he wondered about the wisdom of what he was doing, or rather, the wisdom of what he planned to do after calling at Lady Potford's. Was he really going to accompany Miss Thompson to the school? For what purpose, pray? He had learned what he needed to know from Susanna yesterday. He had enjoyed a pleasant half-hour dancing and talking with her, and they had said goodbye. There was really nothing whatsoever left to say, was there? But dash it all, he still liked her. He still wanted a friendship with her, and if the bald truth were told, he probably felt a little more than just liking for her, which uncomfortable and only barely admitted fact was all the more reason for bowing to Miss Thompson at the doorway of the house on Great Pulteney Street, returning to his hotel with alacrity, and putting as much distance between himself and Miss Martin's school for girls in Bath as daylight and the speed of his travelling carriage would allow. But when Lady Potford's butler opened the door to their knock, he found himself stepping over the threshold. And a little more than half an hour later, after taking coffee in the drawing-room and making himself agreeable to Lady Potford, who was feeling rather down after having waved her house guests on their way earlier, he found himself escorting Miss Thompson again on the short walk to the end of the street and around the corner onto Sydney Place, and almost immediately around onto Sutton Street. The turn onto Daniel Street was not far away. And so here he was, he thought, as he stepped up to the school and rapped the knocker against the door, unable even to change his mind at the last moment and hurry away. Miss Thompson was standing solidly just behind him, and would think it odd in the extreme if he suddenly bolted. What the devil was she going to think? She being Susanna Osborne, of course. An elderly, pinch-faced porter opened the door and glared at Peter with unconcealed suspicion. His black coat, shiny with age, looked almost as elderly as he. The dragon guarding the maidens, perhaps. "Miss Thompson and Viscount Whitleaf to call upon Miss Martin," he said. The man looked beyond Peter's shoulder, and his demeanour grew marginally less hostile. "Miss Martin is expecting you, ma'am," he said, ignoring Peter, "though she's in the middle of a class at the moment." "Do not disturb her, then," Miss Thompson said. "I shall wait until she is free." Ah, reprieve, Peter thought. He had the perfect excuse for bowing her over the threshold and going on his way. "I shall wait," she had said, not "we." Instead, he stood back to allow her to precede him inside, and then stepped in after her. If ever he came fully to understand himself, he thought ruefully, the world would surely stop spinning on its axis, and then they would all be in trouble. He was standing in a dark, narrow hallway. Instantly, he could hear the distant hum of girls' voices chanting something in unison. He had stepped into the world of Susanna Osborne, he realized, breathing in the mingled odours of furniture polish and ink and cabbage, and an indefinable something that would have told him he was in a school, even if he had not already known it. Chapter 16. Susanna was in the dining hall eating luncheon. The seat beside her at the head table, the teacher's table, was empty. Claudia was probably eating in her office with Miss Thompson, who had apparently arrived to look over the school with a view to teaching here. It would be good to have another resident teacher, Susanna thought, and one whom Claudia had instinctively liked at their first meeting. Where was he now, she wondered, as she had wondered at frequent intervals all morning while she was teaching. How many miles from Bath? How many miles from wherever he was going? She made an attempt to bring her attention back to the conversation of the other teachers. But Mr. Keble, whose boots were squeaking as they always seemed to have done ever since Susanna had known him, as if he must have had them specially made with just that quality, had entered the room and was making his way toward the head table. Susanna looked inquiringly at him. "Miss Martin wishes to see you in her office as soon as you've finished eating, Miss Osborne," he said. The dessert had not yet been served, but she did not need dessert. She did not seem to have much appetite today. She excused herself, got to her feet, and made her way to the office. Was Miss Thompson still here, she wondered? Miss Thompson was. So, inexplicably, was Viscount Whitleaf. He was getting to his feet as Susanna opened the door, and he bowed to her as she stepped inside. She felt suddenly robbed of breath, just as she had been yesterday, when the sight of him in the upper assembly rooms had been equally unexpected. But at least then she had had a few minutes in which to recover herself without having to feel that everyone's eyes were upon her. Today, all three occupants of the room were looking at her. "Miss Thompson," she smiled. "Viscount Whitleaf." What on earth was he doing here? He was supposed to be miles away. "Miss Osborne," Miss Thompson said, her eyes twinkling, "I might have guessed that a plain grey work dress would only make your hair appear even more vibrantly auburn. If I were 10 years younger, I would be mortally jealous of you." "Miss Thompson will be staying for the afternoon," Claudia said. "Viscount Whitleaf is about to take his leave, but he wishes to call in on Lady Potford with a message. She has sent an invitation for me to join her and Miss Thompson at a concert in Bath Abbey tomorrow evening. I will be unable to attend, having promised to give 3 of the senior girls extra coaching for their history examination next week. However, Miss Thompson has suggested that perhaps you would like to go instead of me, Susanna." "I should be delighted if you will agree, Miss Osborne," Miss Thompson assured her, "and I am sure Lady Potford will be too." It was hard for Susanna to think straight with Viscount Whitleaf standing silently not 6 feet away, but the chance to attend an evening concert was certainly enticing. She very rarely attended any entertainment that was not directly related to the school, and the Abbey was such a beautiful church. "Your drama practice is tonight," Claudia said, "and there is no study hall tomorrow, it being Friday. I see nothing to stop you from going, Susanna, except inclination." "Oh, inclination would certainly take me there," Susanna assured her. "Splendid!" Miss Thompson exclaimed. "Then it is settled."
"I shall inform Lady Potford of the slight change in plans," Viscount Whitleaf said, "and I shall take my leave, ma'am." He bowed to Claudia. "Perhaps Miss Osborne would see me on my way."
On his way? He should be well on his way beyond Bath by now, shouldn't he? "Why are you still in Bath?" she asked him, after they had stepped out into the hallway and he had closed the study door behind him. For once there was no sign of Mr. Keble. "I thought all the wedding guests were leaving early this morning."
"I waved everyone else on the way," he said, and then discovered 2 things. First, that Miss Thompson had no escort to Lady Potford's on Great Pulteney Street or here to the school, and second, that really I had nowhere of pressing importance to go myself.
"Have you been home to Sidley Park yet?" she asked. It felt somehow surreal to see him here inside the school, which was such a very feminine domain. He was wearing a long, multi-caped greatcoat, which somehow made him seem larger and more broad-shouldered, and more masculine than ever. Susanna felt half suffocated by his presence.
"Since August," he said. "Oh, yes, indeed. I went after my mother's house guests had left. But the drawing-room had turned pink and lacy in my absence. It is horribly hideous, and the dining-room is to turn lavender after Christmas, which I am expected to spend at Sidley in company with a certain Miss Flynn Posey and her mamma and papa, among other people. I shall have to go if only to save my dining-room from such a ghastly fate."
He looked so comically forlorn that she could not stop her lips from twitching with amusement. "I dare say you were too kind to speak your objections openly to your mother," she said.
"Not at all,"
he said. "You were actually playing with all the children in the ballroom yesterday when I arrived, were you not?" she said. "I overheard Miss Thompson telling Claudia so after our waltz."
"I was early, you see," he said, "and playing with them seemed as good a way as any of passing the time, especially when they had more or less kidnapped me."
"But no other adult thought to play with them," she said. "And apparently it did not occur to them to kidnap any other adult. Only you, because you wished to amuse them, and they recognized in you someone who would pay attention to them and make the afternoon fun for them. But you are not at all kind, of course." He grinned a little sheepishly, and she knew that now, within moments, he was going to open the door and step outside, and she was going to close it after him and be alone again.
"I will bring my carriage to fetch you tomorrow evening," he said. "Will 6:30 suit you?"
She stared at him, uncomprehending.
"I am staying for a couple of days longer," he explained. "I have offered to escort Lady Potford and Miss Thompson to the concert."
"And manoeuvred matters so that I would be invited too?" she asked, her eyes widening.
"Not at all," he said. "That was sheer good fortune. I was trying to devise a way of doing it, but it was done for me when Miss Martin said she could not go, and Miss Thompson suggested you in her stead."
She stared at him, speechless.
"Tell me you are glad."
His smile looked a little crooked to her, even perhaps a little wistful, which was surely nonsense. "I will be very glad to attend the concert," she said. "Bath Abbey is often used for organ recitals. I love nothing more than to listen to the great pipe organ being played, though I have not heard it often. Perhaps there will be some organ pieces tomorrow."
"You will be glad to attend the concert," he said softly. "Well, I must be content with that. I shall come at 6:30.
"Thank you," she said. And then he did indeed open the door and step outside, and she did indeed close the door after him and find herself alone again. She closed her eyes briefly and drew a few steadying breaths. Not only was she to attend a concert at the Abbey tomorrow evening as a guest of Lady Potford, but she was also to have Viscount Whitleaf as an escort. It was almost too much to bear. The excitement of anticipation might well kill her. And she had classes to teach this afternoon, in penmanship and writing. The first class was to begin within the next 5 or 10 minutes, in fact. Susanna turned away from the door and tried to pretend that this was no different from any other afternoon at school. This was the damnedest thing, Peter thought, as he rapped on the door of Miss Martin's school again the following evening. He liked music. He often attended concerts and even the opera in London, depending upon which artists were to sing. But a concert in Bath Abbey? He had actually postponed his departure from Bath just because of it, when he had still thought the ladies he was to escort there were to be Lady Potford, Miss Thompson, and Miss Martin. It really was just good fortune that had replaced the last-named lady with Susanna Osborne. His mind had been working furiously over various schemes for including her in the party, but he had known perfectly well that it was unlikely that both resident teachers would leave the school together for a whole evening, especially so soon after the wedding breakfast. It really was the damnedest thing, then. But here he was, anyway. And there she was. He saw her as soon as the school porter, looking more sour-faced than ever, opened the door to admit him. She was wearing a plain grey cloak, but Miss Thompson had been quite right yesterday about the effect of such a drab colour on her hair. Miss Martin, who was with her, was handing her a Paisley shawl, which she would doubtless need inside the Abbey. Churches were notoriously chilly places. There she was. The phrase repeated itself inside his mind, as if there were an echo in there. "Good evening, Miss Martin. Miss Osborne." He bowed to them. She looked wide-eyed and slightly flushed in the light of a table lamp, Susanna that was, and he realized with a pang of tenderness that this must be a grand occasion for her, just as the assembly in Somerset had been. "I am ready," she said, her voice slightly breathless. "I trust," Miss Martin said, "that Lady Potford and Miss Thompson are awaiting you in your carriage, Lord Whitleaf." "They are awaiting me at Lady Potford's house, ma'am," he assured her. "A mere 5-minute drive from here." She inclined her head and turned her attention to her fellow teacher. "Do have a lovely time, Susanna," she said, her voice softening, "and give my regards to the other ladies." "I will," Susanna said, and stepped forward so that he could cup her elbow in his palm and escort her out onto the pavement. He took her hand in his to help her up the steps into his carriage. She sat with her back to the horses, he noticed, in order to leave the better seat for the other ladies. He vaulted in after her and sat beside her. It was only after his coachman had shut the door, climbed up to the box, and set the carriage in motion, that the door of the school closed. "Miss Martin cares about you," he said. "So does the male dragon." "Mr. Keble," she laughed. "He cares about us all, girls and teachers alike. He would guard us all from the wicked world beyond the school doors if he could." "And I am the big, bad wolf?" he asked, as the carriage turned onto Sutton Street. "You are a man," she said, and laughed, "which in his eyes is probably far worse. I may be only a schoolteacher, Lord Whitleaf, but to Claudia and to Mr. Keble I am also a lady, and must be protected from any possibility of harm." "You are first and foremost a lady," he said, as the carriage made its big turn onto Great Pulteney Street, "who happens also to be a schoolteacher." She turned her head, and their eyes met in the dim light cast by the carriage lamps that burned outside. And we both know what sort of harm can come to a lady who is not properly protected. He did not say the words aloud. He did not need to. He was not in the habit of recalling sexual experiences from the past. They were something for present enjoyment and future anticipation. He rarely even thought of former mistresses. Yet he had a sudden, vivid memory of lying with Susanna Osborne on the hill above the river at Berkeley Court. He could remember the feel of her warm woman's body beneath his, well, why did one always remember the very things one would prefer to forget?
"Has Miss Thompson decided to take a teaching position at the school?" he asked.
"She spent all of yesterday afternoon with us," she said, "and seemed to enjoy herself. I believe she very well may decide to stay. I hope so. We all like her exceedingly well. Claudia believes it is simply her misfortune to be a sister-in-law of the Duke of Bewcastle, and does not hold it against her. Claudia is not kindly disposed to any of the Bedouins, particularly Lady Hallmere and the Duke." They both laughed, but there was no time for further conversation. The carriage stopped outside Lady Potford's house, and he descended in order to rap on the door, and then hand in the ladies for the drive to the Abbey at the other side of the river. Bath Abbey was an impressive building, as most great Gothic churches were. This one was more lovely than most, with its pointed, arched windows so large that one wondered how there could be enough solid wall left to support the great height and weight of the building. Tall pillars along the nave stretched upward until they spread into a fan-vaulted ceiling far overhead, drawing the eyes and the mind and the spirit heavenward. It was a magnificent setting for a concert, Peter thought, as he escorted the ladies inside. As soon as they stepped through the door, Lady Potford moved ahead with Miss Thompson, while Peter took Susanna on his arm and followed them. "Oh," she said, "I have brought classes here on sightseeing walks. I have even attended church here a few times. I have always been in awe of its splendour, but I have never before seen it lit up at night. It is absolutely magical."
"Magical?" He smiled down at her. "You had better not let any clergyman hear you describe it with that word."
She laughed softly. "Mystical, then," she said. "Oh, look! There must be 1,000 candles burning, and the light is shivering in the draughts of air. Have you ever seen anything more?"
"Magical?" he said. "No, never."
He loved her innocent enthusiasm, something the typical young lady of the ton soon learned to disguise beneath a fashionable veneer of ennui. And yet there was nothing childlike about Susanna Osborne. She was all vivid womanhood. Her attention soon moved, though, from their surroundings to the people who occupied it, and she looked immediately apprehensive. The audience was impressively large. Its nature was much as Peter had expected, though. Most people were elderly, or at least past the first blush of youth. Except for Susanna and Miss Thompson, there was no one here he had known longer than a couple of days. It was the wrong time of year for there to be many visitors. These people would be almost exclusively residents of Bath. He had met a number of them at the pump room this morning, during the daily promenade, which he had joined for lack of anything else to do, and because he genuinely liked people, no matter what their age or social status. He had aroused a great deal of interest, partly because he was a stranger, and partly, he suspected, because he was below the age of 40. Several of those people greeted him now as he moved along the central aisle closer to the front of the church with his party. Several others looked at him, and Miss Osborne, with interest. Others greeted Lady Potford, and she stopped a few times to exchange greetings with acquaintances. "Oh, there is Mr. Blake," Susanna said, and smiled more broadly as she raised a hand in greeting. "And Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds."
"Do you wish to speak with them?" he asked.
"Maybe later," she said. "Mr. Blake is the physician who attends the school when anyone is ill. Betsy Reynolds is a day pupil at the school."
She was holding firmly to his arm, but he suspected that she was enjoying herself. She was a lady, he thought. Her father had been William Osborne. A mere nobody did not generally rise to the exalted position of secretary to a government minister or take up residence in that minister's country home. But William Osborne, for some unknown reason, had put a bullet through his brain. Peter took a seat next to the aisle. Susanna sat beside him, with Miss Thompson beyond her, and then Lady Potford. It was a little chilly, but even so he helped Susanna off with her cloak, which he draped over the back of her chair while she arranged her Paisley shawl about her shoulders. She was wearing the same green gown she had worn to the assembly, he could see. It was trimmed with the ribbon she had bought at the village shop to which he had escorted her. For a few moments he was assaulted by nostalgic memories of that fortnight, during which she had so unexpectedly become his friend, before he had spoiled it all by becoming her lover. He could vividly remember her laughing in his curricle, and thus revealing the fact that as well as being terrified, she was also exhilarated. She had been so full of surprises during those 2 weeks. He had come very close to falling in love with her in earnest, something he had not admitted to himself until very recently. Perhaps, fortunately for his peace of mind, the concert began soon after they had seated themselves. There was a full orchestra. More important, there was the great pipe organ, which played several solos and inundated every light-filled space and every shadowed alcove of the abbey with the music of Handel and Bach. "You were quite right about the organ," he said, moving his head closer to Susanna's at the end of one of the pieces. Her eyes were glowing with happiness. "This is like a little piece of heaven," she said. This? What did she include in the word, he wondered. But she was quite right. This was easily the best evening he had spent since he did not know when. His mind scanned all the evenings he had spent in London before going to Alvesley Park, and then slipped back beyond them to a certain evening in Somerset, when he had waltzed at a mere country assembly and then taken a stroll along the village street. Perhaps he really had fallen a little in love with her. He hoped not, but he did not know quite how else to describe his relationship with Susanna Osborne or his feelings for her. It was not just friendship, was it? It was a little deeper than that, and it was not quite being in love either. It was less frivolous than that. He realized that the orchestra was in the middle of Handel's water music, but he had no recollection at all of the first half of the performance. He focused his mind on the rest of it. There were several small interludes during the course of the evening when the audience could relax for a minute or two and exchange comments on the programme. At the end, Peter knew everyone would be reluctant to go home. Everyone would stand about in groups, talking, for perhaps half an hour before drifting off home. He looked forward to that half hour or so, even though he would not wish away the rest of the evening. But as it happened, he was almost the first to leave. Susanna had turned her head several times during the evening and had sometimes tipped it back to look upward. She was unabashedly admiring her surroundings and looking at her fellow audience members, Peter knew. He supposed that she was storing memories to take back to school with her. She turned her head away from him just before the final organ piece and looked back again over her shoulder. It seemed to him that she turned to face the front again in great haste, and he noticed that she gripped the edges of her shawl very tightly with both hands. He looked back himself, but a large, broad man 2 rows back was just straightening up after talking with someone next but one to him, and he effectively blocked the view of most of the audience farther back. Peter turned his attention to a triumphant organ rendition of Bach's Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring. He turned smiling to Susanna after the last notes had echoed through the high vaults. She was shivering. "Are you cold?" he asked, setting a hand over one of her clenched ones.
and it was indeed like ice. "I must leave now," she said, her teeth chattering. "The concert has gone on longer than I expected. Claudia will be wondering—" She turned her head, and Peter could hear her speaking to Lady Potford above the hubbub of voices that followed the ending of the recital. "I must leave now, Mum. I am expected back at school. I do thank you for inviting me, and you for suggesting me, Miss Thompson."
"Oh, but you must not rush away, my dear," Lady Potford said. "Miss Martin will certainly understand, and I dare say there are no classes tomorrow. I was hoping you and Viscount Whitleaf would come back for some tea."
But Susanna did not even wait for her to finish speaking. She was drawing her cloak about her and getting to her feet, though her shoulders were hunched over as she did so. She stepped past Peter and hurried along the aisle, her head down. "Oh dear," Miss Thompson said. "Whatever has happened to upset her? She appeared to be in—"
"Pardon me, Mum," Peter said, getting to his feet. "I will follow and make sure she gets home safely. Lady Potford, please do take my carriage and instruct my coachman not to wait for me."
He did not hear her reply. Susanna was already almost out of the Abbey. He hurried after her. He caught up with her at the outer doors and took her by the elbow.
"Something has happened to upset you," he said.
"No." She lifted a smiling face to his. "But I am always anxious when I have been away from the school for any length of time. It does not seem fair. Do not let me take you away early, Lord Whitleaf. I shall walk back alone. I am used to doing so."
"At night? You most certainly will not walk alone on this night," he said. "Will you not wait for my carriage? It should be here soon."
She shook her head. "I must go back," she said.
"Then I will escort you."
He drew her arm firmly through his. "Thank you." It was all she said for a few minutes as they walked. Actually, he discovered, it was not a cold night, and what little wind there was behind them. He wondered what had happened to rob her of her joy in the evening's entertainment. Perhaps, he thought as he walked beside her and looked down at her bowed head, she had started remembering, as he had earlier. For him, the memories were uncomfortable and touched upon his honour. For her, they must be far worse even than that. He set one gloved hand over hers on his arm.
"Susanna," he said, "I must ask you, much as it might be better to let sleeping dogs lie, did I hurt you in any way at Berkeley Court? Not just physically, I mean, though that too, I suppose. Did I?"
Foolish question. Could the answer be anything but yes? And could he expect her to say anything but no? "No," she said. "No, you did not."
"I have felt dashed guilty," he told her. "I have never done anything to compare with it in infamy either before or since, I swear. I am not a seducer, or was not."
"You did not seduce me," she said firmly, as they turned to walk across the Pulteney Bridge. What happened was by mutual consent. They were reassuring words, and of course he knew there was truth in them. But they were essentially meaningless words nonetheless. What else could she say? He sighed aloud.
"But it is not good enough," he said. "Dash it all, it just is not. Will you marry me, Susanna? Will you do me the great honour of marrying me?"
The words seemed to come out of their own volition, and yet he felt an enormous relief that he had spoken them. They should have been spoken up on that hill. They should have been spoken the next day. He should have hurried over to Berkeley Court before she left. He should have followed her to Bath instead of going first to London, and then home, and then to Owlsley. He should have spoken the words the day before yesterday in the upper assembly rooms. "Will you marry me?" He knew suddenly that he had done the right thing at last, that he had wanted to say those words for a long time. He knew that finally he had done the honourable thing, and the thing he wished to do. He wished to protect this woman,
who had somehow become his very dear friend, perhaps his dearest friend. The fact that she was not with child did not lessen his obligation to her. She continued walking at his side, their footsteps echoing along the deserted Great Pulteney Street. He began to think she would not answer at all. He even began to wonder if he had asked the question out loud or only in his thoughts. "No," she said at last. "No, of course I will not." "Why not?" he asked, after another short silence while they continued on past Lady Potford's house. "A better question might be why," she said. "You cannot marry someone simply because you feel guilty." Was that his reason? If he had not dishonoured her at Berkeley Court, would the idea of marrying her ever have crossed his mind? It was a foolish question, of course. The point was that he had dishonoured her, and it was surely more than guilt that had impelled him to ask the question. As they turned into Sutton Street, she laughed softly. "When you say your prayers tonight, Lord Whitleaf," she said, "you must give special thanks for the narrow escape you have just had." "You still believe, then," he said, curling his fingers around hers, "that I am incapable of any deep emotion?" "I know you are not," she said, "but I know that kindness is one of your most dominant attributes. That and gallantry to ladies. You cannot, or ought not to, contract a marriage on such things alone. You need to look deeper into your own heart. You need to learn to like yourself too." Her words smote him deeply. Despite her denials, she had looked at him and seen a man incapable of any deeper feeling than kindness. She did not believe that the offer of his heart was a significant enough gift. But did he believe it? He had not offered his heart, had he? He had lost all confidence in love several years ago. He had given all the love of his eager young heart to Bertha Grantham, and had made a prize idiot of himself as a result. Was the real problem that he had lost confidence in himself, in his ability to love or be loved? Had he stopped liking himself? He had felt like an idiot, a gullible, naive fool. But did that mean he had stopped liking himself? It was such a novel and disturbing thought that he said nothing as they approached the school and their footsteps slowed. "You must not think you owe me marriage," she said, her voice gentle now, as if he were the one who needed consolation. "Just because you believe I was hurt in the summer, and imagine that I am lonely and unhappy with my life as it is, even if all those things were true, which they are not, they are no reason for a marriage, not on either side. You owe me nothing." "I see," he said as they stopped walking. His mind was paralyzed. He could think of nothing else to say to her. It was actually a relief when the door opened even before he could knock upon it, and the ever-present porter peered out at them. But he could not let her go this way. He could not say goodbye like this. "Tomorrow is Saturday," he said. "There are no classes, are there?" "Except the usual games class in the morning," she said. "I always supervise it out in the meadows unless it is raining." "May I see you tomorrow afternoon, then?" he asked her. "We can go walking, perhaps in Sydney Gardens if the weather permits, and perhaps we can go somewhere for tea afterward. Somewhere public, of course, so that the proprieties may be observed." It would be altogether better, he thought, for both of them, if she said no. But he willed her not to refuse him. He did not want this to be goodbye. He wanted the chance to laugh with her once again before they went their separate ways forever. She had drawn her hand free of his arm. She took him completely by surprise now when she drew off one of her gloves and set her fingertips gently against his cheek. "Yes," she said, "I would like that." He swallowed and turned his head to brush his lips against her palm, but only for a moment. That porter had not moved back out of sight.
Peter half expected that he would growl at any moment, or open his mouth and spew out a stream of fire.
"I shall see you tomorrow, then," he said, stepping back. "Good night."
"Good night, and thank you for walking back with me," she said, before turning and hurrying inside. The door closed with a click behind her. "You must give special thanks for the narrow escape you have just had." He ought to agree with her. He tried to imagine his mother's reaction and his sister's if he had proceeded to present Susanna Osborne to them as his chosen bride. They would not be happy. But dash it all! He could not agree, and devil take it, if this was what being in love felt like, he had been wise to guard his heart for the past several years. With a deep sigh, he turned to begin the long walk back to his hotel. Chapter 17.
"I am glad you are not too late home,"
Mr. Keeble said, just as if he were her father.
"I worry when one of you ladies is out after dark. Miss Martin wants you to join her in her sitting room."
"Thank you," Susanna said, as he passed her in the hallway in order to lead the way upstairs. She would give anything in the world, she thought, as she followed him up, to be able to go straight to her room, to dive beneath the covers of her bed, to hide from the world and herself there for ever and ever. And yet, contrarily, she could not wait to reach the calming comfort of Claudia's presence. Oh, how she missed her mother. Ridiculous thought, but really, how she missed her.
"Miss Osborne, ma'am,"
Mr. Keeble said, after knocking at the door of Claudia's sitting room and then opening it, announcing Susanna formally as he always did when given the chance. It was an enormous relief as she entered the room to see that Lila was not there, fond as she was of her fellow teacher. Claudia was sitting beside a cosy fire, a book in her lap, looking rather weary. But she looked sharply enough at her friend and cast the book aside in order to get to her feet as Mr. Keeble shut the door. And then, quite inexplicably, Susanna was in her arms, her head on Claudia's shoulder. Nothing like it had ever happened before. She relaxed into the sheer comfort of the embrace for several silent moments before stepping back, biting her lip, embarrassed. "I am so sorry," she said. "Sit down," Claudia said, drawing the other armchair a little closer to the fire, "and I will pour you a cup of tea. It is fresh." It had always been Susanna's self-appointed job to pour the tea, but on this occasion she did not argue. She sank into the offered chair after setting aside her cloak and gloves with the shawl laid carefully on top of them. She welcomed the warmth of the fire against her chilled body. "Now," Claudia said, after Susanna had taken her first sip of the blessedly hot tea, "what do you wish to tell me, if anything?" They had never intruded into each other's lives. It was remarkable that they had been such good friends for years without knowing very much about each other's past, though of course Susanna had been only 12 when she came to the school. "I saw someone in the Abbey," she said. "Two people, actually, though I was not sure of the identity of the other person." "Two people you knew?" Claudia asked. "A long time ago." Susanna took a long drink from her cup, and then set it in the saucer and put both on the table beside her. "I grew up in their home until the age of 12, until my father died. He was secretary there." Claudia said nothing. "He took his own life," Susanna blurted. "He killed himself, Claudia. He shot himself in the head." "Oh, you poor dear," Claudia said softly. "I did not know that." "I suppose my existence was not enough to make him want to live," Susanna said. "He did not even make any provision for me." She was grateful that Claudia said nothing for a while. She had not even fully realized how much she had pitied herself all these years, how much she had resented the fact that her father had chosen death rather than her, even though she thought she understood
at least part of his reason for doing what he had done. He had always been an affectionate father, though he had been content to let her grow up in the nursery with Edith, and not see her for more than a few minutes in a day, and sometimes not at all. "And the person you saw this evening, the owner of the house, would make no provision for you either?" Claudia asked at last. "That is why you ran away, Susanna?"
"Lady Markham," Susanna said, spreading her hands in her lap and looking down at them. "And I believe it was Edith with her. I shared a childhood with her, though she was more than a year younger than I, and the daughter of the house. We were very close, even though I was really only a servant's daughter. But my father was a gentleman." She had become defensive on that issue lately. "Of course he was," Claudia said. "I knew from the moment of your arrival in Bath that you were a lady, Susanna. You needed no elocution or deportment lessons, and you could already read. I have always thought that was why Mr. Hatchard noticed you, and wrote to ask if I would take you here." "I was on my way from my bedchamber to the nursery," Susanna said, pressing her palms harder into her lap and stiffening her fingers as she recounted the memories that had rushed at her earlier in the Abbey. "I was desperately seeking for some comfort, I suppose, even though there is no real comfort to be found when one's papa has just blown his head off, and one has not been allowed to see him despite one's tears and screams. I wanted Edith, but I never got inside the nursery. I could hear Lady Markham speaking in there, though I have never known whom she was addressing. It could not have been Edith, who was barely 11. She paused and drew a deep breath, which she expelled on a sigh. "I believe I can still remember her exact words," she said. "They are burned into my memory. 'The Church has washed its hands of him, of course,' she said. 'He committed a mortal sin when he took his own life. He will have to be buried in unconsecrated ground. And whatever are we to do with Susanna? This is such a burden for us to bear. She can hardly remain here.' She had fled, from the nursery and from the house. "My father was not buried in the churchyard," she said, "and I did not even stay to see what they actually did with him. I left him as he had left me, and somehow found my way to London." "And now Lady Markham is in Bath," Claudia said. "Yes." Susanna curled her fingers into her palms and lifted her head to stare into the fire. "And I am almost sure the young lady beside her was Edith. It is foolish to have been so discomposed. I was just looking around between pieces close to the end of the programme, as I had been doing all evening. A large man a few rows behind me had moved out of my line of vision, and there they were. I suppose they had been there all the time. But I am fine now." She smiled. "How was your evening with the senior girls?" But Claudia ignored her question. She also was gazing into the fire. "There is nothing worse, is there," she said, "than a past that has never been fully dealt with. One can convince oneself that it is all safely in the past and forgotten about, but the very fact that we can tell ourselves that it is forgotten proves that it is not." Susanna swallowed. "But remembering is pointless," she said, "when nothing can be done to change the past. I am fine, Claudia. Tomorrow I shall be my usual cheerful self, I promise." But she did wonder about Claudia. Was there something unresolved in her past? Was there something unresolved in everyone's past? Was memory always as much of a burden as it could sometimes be a blessing? Claudia looked up and smiled. "When I saw your face as you stepped into the room," she said, "I was convinced that Viscount Whitleaf must have put that look there. I was quite prepared to march down to the kitchen, avail myself of cook's rolling-pin, and stride off in pursuit of him." "Oh, Claudia," Susanna said before she could stop herself, "he asked me to marry him."
Claudia went very still. "And?" she said.
"I said no, of course," Susanna said.
"Did you?" Claudia asked. "Why?"
"He is the sort of man— Oh, I do not know quite how to describe him," Susanna said. "He often takes gallantry to an extreme. He wants to shoulder the burdens of all women of his acquaintance. He wants to make them comfortable. He wants to make them feel good about themselves. He will go to great lengths not to hurt them or deprive them of what seems important to them. And even that description does not quite express what I'm trying to say. He is kind and open, and he is quite muddle-headed. He could see that I was upset when he walked home with me, and he wanted to comfort me. And he thought perhaps that he had raised expectations in me during the summer, and so felt that he owed me an offer of marriage. I suppose that he believes being a spinster schoolteacher is an undesirable fate for any woman."
"And did he?" Claudia asked, looking at her with disconcertingly keen eyes. "Raise expectations in you?"
"No," Susanna said. "No, he did not."
"Do you love him?" Claudia asked. Susanna opened her mouth to say no, but shut it again. She drew a deep breath and released it slowly.
"Love has nothing to do with anything," she said. "I said no, and I meant no. It would not have been a happy marriage, Claudia, for either of us. Love on one side would only have made it worse. For me, and perhaps for him too."
"I know you are feeling weak and vulnerable tonight," Claudia said after a few silent moments. "But in reality you are a very strong person, Susanna. And you were a strong girl. I always knew, of course, that your father had died and left you all alone in the world. You told me so when you came here. But I had no idea of the terrible truth until tonight. You were always the sunniest-natured of girls, nevertheless, even if you were rather wild and rebellious for the first few months. And you are the sunniest-natured of my teachers and very much loved by all the girls, almost without exception, I believe. I will not question your decision to reject Viscount Whitleaf's offer. Such a match would have offered you security and wealth and comfort for the rest of your life, of course, but you know that without my having to tell you so. I am very glad that you had the strength to put happiness and integrity before material security. And, of course, I am selfishly glad for myself." Susanna smiled rather wanly.
"He is coming here tomorrow afternoon," she said. "He wants me to go walking with him. Perhaps I ought to have said no to that invitation too, after being away from school this evening."
"Ah, Susanna," Claudia said, "we must live too when given the chance. Teaching is a job, my dear, not a life." Susanna looked at her in some surprise. She would have expected Claudia to be disapproving of the continued relationship.
"It will be the last time," she promised, getting to her feet. "He will be leaving Bath soon."
"Good night, Susanna," Claudia said. "But I have not even asked you about the concert."
"It was wonderful beyond words," Susanna told her.
A few moments later she was on her way up to her room, feeling considerably calmer than she had felt when she first arrived home. But there was still a heavy ache of grief somewhere low in her abdomen. He had asked her to marry him, and she had said no. Ah, she had said no. And then she had set about comforting him, because she knew she had made him unhappy. But still she had said no. She could not marry him just because he felt guilty about having lain with her. He did not love her. As if that were a good reason for rejecting a dazzlingly eligible marriage offer. But she did love him, and that made all the difference. As she let herself into her bedchamber and closed the door behind her, she wished she felt even half as strong as Claudia had assured her she was. Bath had long ceased to be a fashionable watering spot. It had become a retirement centre for the elderly and the infirm, and the shabby genteel and the upwardly mobile middle classes. But it still had its charm, and it had its rituals, one of the most enduring of which was the early morning promenade in the pump room to the accompaniment of the soft music provided by the chamber orchestra in the alcove at one end of the room. Some people went to drink the waters in the hope of improving their health. A few went for the exercise, or told themselves that they did. Most went in order to watch for new faces and listen to new gossip and pass on any news they thought someone else might not yet have heard. Peter put in an appearance there the morning after the concert, just as he had the day before. He had always enjoyed mingling with other people, even when, as now, there was almost no one of his own age group, and no one he knew apart from the acquaintances he had made the day before. That last fact was soon to change, though. He was conversing with a group of ladies that included Lady Holt Barron, who, upon hearing that he had attended the wedding breakfast at the upper rooms a few days earlier, informed him that she had an acquaintance with the Bedwins, that the Duke of Bewcastle had actually called at her house on the Circus one afternoon when the present Marchioness of Hallmere had been staying with her daughter. The Marchioness had still been Lady Freya Bedwin at the time, though she had become betrothed to the Marquess before leaving Bath. Peter was listening to the lady's convoluted story with smiling indulgence when he spotted two very familiar faces across the room. Lady Markham and Edith. He excused himself as soon as he could politely do so, and went to meet them, a delighted smile on his face. They watched him come with answering smiles. "This is a surprise," he said after greeting them and bowing to them both. "Though I suppose it ought not to be, since I discovered from Theo quite recently that Edith lives not far away and that you were spending some time with her, Lady Markham." "But it is not a surprise to us, Whitleaf, beyond the fact that you are here in Bath at all," Lady Markham said. "We saw you last evening in Bath Abbey and fully intended to speak with you after the concert. But you vanished and left us wondering whether you had been simply a mirage." "Ah, yes," he said. "One of the ladies in my party was unable to stay longer, and so I left as soon as the concert had finished to escort her home." He remembered even as he spoke that Susanna had spent her childhood at Fincham Manor. He would not mention her name to them, though. It was altogether possible that she would not wish it. Actually, he had been trying ever since he woke up from a broken, troubled sleep not to think too much of Susanna at all. Good Lord, he had offered her marriage last night, and she had refused him. You need to look deeper into your own heart. You need to learn to like yourself too. Ah, yes, and then there was that. Best not to think of it. "I understand that congratulations are in order," he said to Edith. "I trust you have recovered your health after your confinement, and that the child is well."
"Both," she said, smiling. "But Lawrence thought a change of air would do us good, and so he has taken lodgings on Laura Place for a month. It is good to see you again, Peter, and looking surely more handsome than ever. All the ladies here look as if they would gobble you up if given half a chance."
Her eyes twinkled into his, and they all laughed. "I came to attend a wedding breakfast a few days ago," he explained, "and stayed on for a few days before returning to London." They chattered amiably for a few minutes, before Edith set a hand on his sleeve.
"Peter," she said, "I must ask, though it does seem impertinent. The lady you were escorting last evening, she was not... Could she possibly have been Susanna Osborne by any chance?"
It was impossible to avoid answering such a direct question. "Yes," he said. "I ran into her this summer, and again at the wedding breakfast. The bride is a friend of hers, while the groom is my cousin's brother-in-law." Edith's hand tightened on his arm.
"Oh, she is alive, then," she said. "I have always wondered."
She disappeared, Lady Markham explained, after her father died. None of our efforts to find her were successful, though we were quite frantic. We never heard of or from her again. It was all very distressing on top of everything else, as perhaps you remember, Whitleaf. Or perhaps not. You were away at school at the time, I believe. Susanna was only 12 years old, far too young to be out in the world on her own. But what could we do? We had no idea where to start looking, though we did look for a long time. Well, Peter said, smiling, now, after all this time, you may take comfort from the knowledge that she did survive.
Where is she living or staying, Peter? Edith asked eagerly. I would love to call on her, to speak with her. We were the dearest of friends. We were almost like sisters. It broke my heart when she disappeared.
Perhaps, he said warily, looking apologetically from one to the other of them, she ran away and stayed away because she felt a need to break the connection with her father's employers. Perhaps the memory of anything or anyone to do with him is still just too painful. Perhaps she felt she had good...
And perhaps, Edith said, smiling ruefully, you are too much the gentleman to betray her trust, Peter. We understand, do we not, Mamma?
You see, he said, it took her a while during the summer to tell me who she was, even though she had recognized me, or at least my name, immediately. And even then she would tell me only that her father had died at Fincham. Of a heart attack, she led me to believe. It was Theo who told me the truth about his suicide after I went home. I suppose it is understandable that Miss Osborne may not want any reminders of that time. And a distinct possibility had struck him. Had she seen Lady Markham and Edith last evening and recognized them? Was that why she had been in such a hurry to leave the Abbey as soon as the concert ended, even though she had appeared to be enjoying the evening immensely until then? But we never understood her leaving, Lady Markham said with a sigh. She was only a child, and her father had just died. We had always treated her well, almost as if she were one of our own, and Edith positively adored her. One would have expected her to turn to us for comfort.
If you see her again, Peter, Edith said, will you ask her if I may call on her? Or if she will call on me if she wishes to remain secretive about her exact whereabouts?
I will ask, he promised. But he could not resist asking another question of his own. Why did Osborne kill himself? He addressed himself to Lady Markham. Did you ever find out? She hesitated noticeably. I am surprised, she said, that you did not even know of the suicide until Theo told you recently. You were fond of Mr. Osborne, as I recall, and he of you. However, I suppose it was to be expected that Lady Whitleaf would want to protect you from such a harsh truth, and she would have sworn your sisters to secrecy. As for William Osborne's reason for doing what he did, that died with him, the poor man. He did not leave a note for Lord Markham? Peter asked. She hesitated again. He did, she said, but she did not elaborate, and he disliked intruding any further into a subject on which she was clearly reluctant to talk. It must, of course, have been a remarkably distressing episode in her life. He did, however, ask one more question. Did he also leave a note for Miss Osborne? He asked. Yes, he did, she said. Did she read it? Both notes were folded neatly inside the final updated page of a ledger inside the drawer of his desk, she told him, and were understandably not discovered until after his burial. By then, Susanna was gone without a trace. It would be as well to leave it at that now, Whitleaf. It is an old, unhappy story, and best forgotten. But it does have a happy ending of sorts after all. Susanna is alive and apparently well. Is she? Well and happy? Both, I believe, he said. He knew that he had made her very unhappy during the summer. Even now he liked to believe that the prospect of saying goodbye to him again saddened her. But honesty forced him to admit that she lived a life that brought her security and friendship and satisfaction, and perhaps even happiness. He was not necessary to her life. She could live very well without him. He had not lied to Lady Markham. It was a humbling thought that Susanna did not need him, that last evening she had actually refused his marriage offer, which from any material point of view must be seen as extremely advantageous to her. She had told him he needed to learn to like himself. Before saying good-night to him, she had removed her glove and touched his cheek with gentle fingertips, as if he were the one who needed tenderness and comfort, as if she were the strong, secure one. He took his leave of Lady Markham and Edith after promising to call upon them in Laura Place before he left Bath. A few minutes later, he left the pump room and walked back to his hotel for breakfast. Chapter 18. Some days in November could still retain traces of the glory of autumn, and even a hint of a lost summer, though the trees were bare of leaves and the plants of flowers. But usually such days came at a time when duty forced one to remain busy indoors, enjoying the weather only in the occasional glance through a window. This particular Saturday was such a day, but this time Susanna was able to enjoy it to the full. It was games day, and the whole morning was spent outdoors in the meadows beyond the school with those girls who chose air and vigorous exercise over embroidery and tatting and crochet. As often happened, Susanna gave in to the urgings of the girls and her own inclination, and joined in the games herself, with the result that her cheeks were glowing with colour by the time she led the 2 orderly lines back to school for luncheon. And though she was breathless, her body hummed with energy. And the morning exercise was not all. The afternoon offered a rare treat, a walk, perhaps in Sydney Gardens, which were close by but rarely visited because of the admission fee, and with a gentleman no less. She would not be quite human, Susanna supposed, as she changed into her Sunday best wool dress after luncheon and brushed her hair, if she were not bubbling over with excitement and exhilaration at the prospect. The first blush of youth had passed her by, with very little in the way of entertainments, and nothing in the way of beaux. Her exuberance was not even much diminished by the memory of the night before. Viscount Whitleaf had offered her marriage last evening, and she had refused. In all probability, she would never see him again after today. But it was by her own choice, was it not? She had refused to go away with him during the summer. Last evening she had refused to marry him. And she would say no again to both offers if they were repeated. And so she had no cause to complain or mope or weep. She had done altogether too much of all three. In fact, she had every reason to be proud of herself. She loved him, but she had refused to allow that fact to tempt her to cling, to hold on to him at all costs. He did not love her, but that did not matter. He liked her. That was enough. He had not mentioned a specific time for coming this afternoon. Susanna went downstairs when she was ready and into the art room, where Mr. Upton was working with some of the girls to design sets for the Christmas play and concert. Miss Thompson was in there with them, her dress protected by a large white apron, as if she were about to paint the sets right there and then. "I have been informed," she told Susanna, detaching herself from the huddled group. "The teaching at Miss Martin's school involves more than just imparting knowledge to a quiet, receptive class of girls. And so here I am, discovering whether I have the talent and the stamina to offer more. And to think that I could be at Lindsay Hall now, peacefully reading a book." She looked as if she were enjoying herself enormously. Her eyes were twinkling, a characteristic expression with her. Susanna laughed. "But the preparations for the Christmas concert are always a great deal of fun," she said.
and hard work.
"How will this suit you, Miss Osborne?"
Mr. Upton called, beckoning her over to a table covered with sketches. He did not usually come into school on a Saturday, but he probably would do so every week between now and the end of term. But Susanna had time only to glance at the sketches for her play sets and comment upon what she liked and make a few suggestions for improvement before a chorus of girls' voices called her attention to Mr. Keble standing in the doorway, looking her way. Viscount Whitleaf must have come. Indeed, he had. He was awaiting her in the hallway when she arrived there, wearing her warm grey winter cloak and tying the ribbons of her green bonnet beneath her chin. He was wearing his caped greatcoat again and looking very solidly male.
"Miss Osborne."
He bowed to her, but though all his usual jaunty charm was in the gesture and in his smile, it seemed to Susanna that there was a certain wariness in his eyes too. "Lord Whitleaf?" She approached him along the hall with an answering wariness. Last evening stretched between them like a long shadow. The weather had not changed in the hour or so she had been indoors, Susanna discovered, when they stepped out onto the pavement, unless perhaps the air had grown a little warmer. The sun shone down on them from a cloudless sky. There was no discernible wind. She could not have asked more of their last afternoon together.
"Shall we go into Sydney Gardens?"
he asked her, offering his arm.
"I dare say the park is not at its best in November, but it will be quiet and rural."
And despite the loveliness of the day, they would probably have it almost to themselves, she thought. "That would be pleasant," she said, as they headed toward Sydney Place and across the road to the gardens. They talked about the summer and their mutual friends and acquaintances in Somerset. They talked about the school and the busy preparations for the Christmas concert, which was always well attended by the parents and other relatives and friends of the girls and teachers, and by various dignitaries of Bath. They talked about his sisters and their husbands and children. They talked about the park surrounding them, barren now in the late autumn, but still picturesque and peaceful. And they did indeed have it almost to themselves. They passed one rather noisy party of 8, but it was close to the gates, and those people were on their way out. This was the way a friendship should end, Susanna thought, if it must end at all. They were placid and cheerful, and in perfect accord with each other. Gone were the inappropriate and unexpected passion of their last afternoon at Berkeley Court, and the embarrassment of his attempt at atonement last evening. Today they talked and laughed, enjoying each other's company, and the rare gift of a perfect November day. And this was how she would remember their relationship, she resolved. There would be no more tears, only pleasant memories. For this was how they had been together during the summer, with the exception of the first and last days.
"Ah, the maze,"
he said, as they climbed a steep path toward a straight, high hedge to one side of it.
"I knew there was one in here somewhere. Shall we see if we can lose ourselves in it?"
"Perhaps forever," she said. "What if we can find our way neither to the centre nor back out, but are doomed to wander in aimless circles for the rest of our days?"
"It sounds rather like real life, does it not?"
he said. They both laughed.
"But at least," he added, "we will be lost together."
"A definite consolation," she agreed, and they laughed again. But it was, of course, impossible to remain determinedly cheerful for a whole afternoon. There was a pang of something in the thought that they would not in reality remain lost together within the maze forever. They would find their way in and their way out and complete their walk. And then the end would come. He took her hand in his when they entered the maze. Though they both wore gloves, she could feel the heat and the strength of his fingers, and remembered how he had laced them with hers while they walked along the village street during the assembly. They took numerous wrong turns and had to retrace their steps in order to try a different direction. But eventually, after a great deal of conflicting opinions and laughter, they found their way to the centre of the maze,
where a couple of wooden seats awaited them and offered repose. "I suppose," he said after she had seated herself and he took his place beside her, "we ought to have come armed with a mountain of handkerchiefs to drop at strategic intervals along the way. Do you know the way out?"
"No,"
she laughed. "We must be thankful, I suppose," he said, taking her hand in his again, "that there is no seven-headed monster or its like awaiting us here."
In the silence at the middle of the maze, with Sydney Gardens stretching beyond it, it was very easy to forget the world outside, the inevitable passing of time, the ephemeral nature of the friendship between a man and a woman. It was very easy to believe in the perfection of the moment. They must have sat for all of 5 minutes, perhaps 10, without speaking. But sometimes, as they had discovered during the summer, conversation was unnecessary. Communication was made at an altogether deeper level. Her shoulder, Susanna realized after a while, was leaning against his. Their outer thighs were lightly touching, and somehow she could not remember its happening. Her right glove lay in her lap, and his left glove in his, and their bare hands were clasped warmly together. She heard him draw a deep breath at last and release it slowly.
"I wish I had insisted upon being less protected when I was a boy," he said. "Could I have insisted, I wonder? Did I have that power? I wish I had at least tried to know you better. I knew your father, but not you. If I had insisted upon knowing what was going on in my home and neighbourhood, even while I was away at school, perhaps I could have been there for you when your father died. Though I do not suppose I could have offered much by way of comfort. No, especially not him."
"All people must suffer bereavements," she said. "Even children. I managed."
"Susanna."
He pulled off his other glove with his teeth, transferred her hand from his left hand to his right, and set his left arm about her shoulders.
"I spoke with Theo Markham while I was at home. I know about your father."
She almost broke free of him and jumped to her feet. She remained very still instead. What else had Theodore Markham told him? "I do not believe it was a mortal sin," she said quickly. "I do not care what the Church has to say on the question, or how much it forbids Christian burial to those who take their own life. It would be a very unfair and uncompassionate God who would condemn forever a man who was driven to ending his own life by people who can live on and repent and redeem themselves. If that were what God is like, I would be a determined atheist."
"You believe that someone else drove him into doing it, then?" he asked.
She waited for him to say more, but he did not. "Who knows?" she said. "He kept his secrets both before and after his death. It does not matter any longer, does it? He has found his peace. At least I hope he has." Though there were times, even now she was an adult, when she knew she had still not forgiven him for choosing peace over her.
"I am so terribly sorry,"
he said.
"I liked him. He used to do things with me and Theo. I cannot even imagine how you must have suffered at his loss."
He could not know, of course, the pang his words had caused her. She had always believed that her father would have preferred a son to a daughter. He had never been actively unkind to her. Indeed, he had always shown her unfailing affection whenever they were together, but he had very rarely offered to do things with her. The thought flashed suddenly through her mind that perhaps it was an unconscious memory of his neglect that had helped her to say no last evening. She knew very well what it was like not to have the fully committed love of a man she adored, and a man upon whom she was dependent, and to whom she owed allegiance and obedience. "You do not need to imagine it," she said, as he brought her hand up to his lips, and then held the back of it against his cheek. You do not need to bear other people's burdens. Only the person concerned can do that. I bore my own burden, and I am still here. I have survived, and rather well, I believe." He closed his eyes and bowed his head, their clasped hands back on her lap, his other arm still hugging her close to him. "Why did you run away?" he asked. "They would not let me see him," she said, "and they were going to bury him outside the churchyard. They did not know what to do with me. I was a burden to them. I did not belong to them after all, or to anyone else for that matter. They were going to send me away. I preferred to go without waiting. I preferred to have some control over my own fate." "What makes you believe," he asked her, "that they would have turned you away, that they saw you as a burden?" "I heard Lady Markham say so," she said. "I did not mishear, and I did not misunderstand. A burden is simply that, an unwanted load, and that is what she called me. She said I could not stay there." "And yet," he said, "they searched and searched for you long after you had vanished." "Is that what Theodore told you?" she asked him. "Theo was away at school," he said, "as I was. It was Lady Markham herself who told me, and Edith. This morning." She stiffened and then relaxed against him again, setting her head against his shoulder and closing her eyes. "Ah," she said, "you did see them, then? Or they saw you? Did you tell them where I live?" "No," he said. "It was not my secret to divulge, if it is a secret." "I do not wish to see them," she said. "Were they not kind to you at all, then?" he asked. "They were very kind," she said. "Perhaps too kind. I made the mistake of believing that I belonged to them. Sometimes when Edith would climb onto her mother's lap, I would climb up there too, and she would never turn me away, no matter how strange she must have thought it. Edith was as dear to me as any sister could have been. Sometimes children do not realize by how fragile a thread their security hangs. Perhaps it is as well they do not. Most of them grow up before the thread can be broken. But I don't want to talk about this any longer. I wanted simply to enjoy the afternoon." "I am sorry," he said with a sigh. "I really am sorry." They lapsed into silence for a while, and she thought how comforting a man's arm could be about her shoulders, and his broad shoulder beneath her cheek, and his hand clasping hers. She could get used to such comfort, such dependence. How lovely it would feel to be able to transfer all one's burdens onto a man's capable shoulders and curl into the safety of his protection. And how easy it was to allow one's mind to slip into fiction, and to imagine that there was something desirable about giving up one's autonomy, one's very self, as if there was such a thing as happily ever after, and no more effort to make in life. She turned her face against his shoulder and wished life were as simple as a young girl's dreams, a young girl before the age of 12 and the suicide of her father. His hand left hers and undid the ribbons beneath her chin. She did not lift her face as he drew her bonnet off and set it down on the seat beside her. And then his hand came beneath her chin, cupping it in the hollow between his thumb and forefinger, and lifting her face until their eyes met. "Susanna," he murmured. "Oh, my sweet, strong Susanna." She felt anything but strong. Her lips were trembling when his own covered them, warm, parted, wonderfully comforting, and strangely familiar, as if she was somehow coming home. She leaned into him, her one hand spreading over his chest, her other arm twining about his neck to draw him closer. She opened her mouth and felt all the heat and strength of him, all the essence of him,
as his tongue came inside. Passion flared between them, and she moaned at his touch as his hand came beneath her cloak to caress her breasts, to trace the hollow of her waist, the flare of a hip. She kissed him back with a sort of wild abandon, and heat seared them both. But it was not an entirely mindless embrace. They were at the centre of a maze in the middle of a probably deserted park, but it was, nevertheless, possible that they could be interrupted at any moment. And there was more than just that. They had behaved indiscreetly and unwisely at Berkeley Court, and they had both suffered as a result. When she drew back her head, touched her forehead to his, and closed her eyes, he withdrew his hand from inside her cloak and made no attempt to continue the embrace. "Susanna," he said after a few moments, "I wish you would reconsider." But she set 2 fingers against his lips and lifted her forehead away from his to look into his eyes. They gazed back into her own, darkly violet in the sunlight. He did not attempt to finish what he had begun to say. "Don't look at me like that," she whispered. "Like what?" He took her by the wrist and moved her hand away from his mouth. "With pity and compassion in your eyes." She was suddenly and inexplicably angry as she drew free of him and jumped to her feet. "You are forever wanting to give, to comfort, to protect. Do you never want to take, to demand, to assert your own wishes? I do not need your pity." And what on earth was she talking about? She turned her back on him, took a few steps away to the other side of the clearing at the centre of the maze. His silence was as accusing as words. She knew she had hurt him, but she was powerless now to unsay the words. "Should I take you again here, then, to slake my desire, but by force this time?" he asked her, his voice horribly quiet. Why did he not rage at her? "Should I demand that you marry me so that my honour can be restored? Should I assert myself as a man, and a wealthy, titled man at that, and take whatever my heart desires from all who stand in my way, especially women? Is that what you want of me, Susanna? I did not understand. I am sorry. I cannot be such a man." "Oh, Peter." She turned to look at him. He was still sitting on the seat, his shoulders slightly slumped, his forearms resting on his thighs, his hands dangling between his knees. "I did not mean it that way." "What did you mean, then?" he asked. She opened her mouth and drew breath, and then could not think of anything to say. She did not know quite what she had meant. She had told him last night that he needed to learn to like himself. That had not been quite it either. And she had once told him that he needed a dragon to slay. She was not even sure what she had meant by that. She wanted him to move heaven and earth. For her, for himself. She wanted him to love her. How foolish. As if that would make any difference to anything. "You cannot answer, can you?" he said. "Because you did mean what you said. I think perhaps I do like myself well enough. It is you who do not." But he held up a staying hand and smiled crookedly as she opened her mouth and drew breath to speak again. "Enough," he said. "I think you must be a very good teacher indeed, Susanna Osborne. I have never done as much soul-searching as I have since I met you. I used to think I was a pretty cheerful, uncomplicated fellow. Now I feel rather as if I had been taken apart at the seams and stitched together again with some of my stuffing left out." Despite herself, her mouth quirked at the corners and drew up into a smile. "Then I am definitely not a good teacher," she said. "But you are a good man, Peter. You are. It is just that..."
He raised his eyebrows. "I am not only a woman," she said. "I am a person. All women are persons. If we are weak and dependent upon men, it is because we have allowed men to mould us into those images. Perhaps it makes men feel good and strong to see us that way. And perhaps most women are happy to be seen thus. Perhaps society works reasonably well, because both men and women are happy with the roles our society has given them to play. But I was thrown out on my own early in life. I will never say it was a good thing that happened to me, but I am grateful that circumstances have forced me to live outside the mould. I would rather be a complete person than just a woman, even if I must be alone as a result."
"You do not need to be alone," he said.
"No," she smiled at him. "You would marry me and support and protect me for the rest of my life. And so we move full circle. I am sorry, Peter. I did not mean to deliver such a pompous speech. I did not even know I believed those things until I heard them come out of my mouth. But I do believe them."
"It is as I thought, then," he said, getting to his feet and handing her bonnet. "You are happier without me. It is a humbling reality."
And she could not now contradict him, could she? She took her bonnet and busied herself with putting it back on and tying the ribbons beneath her chin. "Will you do one thing for me?" she asked him.
"What?"
he asked her. She looked into his eyes. "When you go home to Sidley Park for Christmas," she said, "will you stay there? Make it your home and your life?" She was appalled suddenly by her presumption.
"And marry Miss Flynn Posey, too?"
His smile was crooked. "If you decide that you wish to marry her, yes," she said. "Will you talk to your mother, Peter? Really talk?"
"Throw my weight around? Lay down the law?" he said. "Leave misery in my wake?"
"Tell her who you are," she said. "Perhaps she has been so intent upon loving you all your life that really she does not know you at all. Perhaps, probably, she does not know your dreams." She felt horribly embarrassed when he did not immediately reply. How dared she interfere in his life this way? Even when guiding and advising the girls at school about their various problems and about their futures, she was careful never to be as dogmatic as she had just been. "I am sorry," she said. "I have no right—"
"And will you do one last thing for me?" he asked her.
Reality smote her like a fist to the stomach. One last thing. This time tomorrow he would be long gone. He would be only a memory, and not even the purely happy one she had persuaded herself earlier in the afternoon he would be. The last several minutes had destroyed that possibility. She looked at him in inquiry.
"Will you allow me to take you to meet Lady Markham and Edith?" he asked her.
"Now?" she said.
"Why not?" he asked her. "Lawrence Morley, Edith's husband, has taken lodgings on Laura Place, only a stone's throw away. I promised to call there before leaving Bath, and I promised Edith that I would ask you if she may call on you, or if you will call on her."
She shook her head.
"Do consider," he said. "I do not know if it is my place to tell you this, but there really were letters, you know, to Lord Markham and to you." There was a coldness about her head and in her nostrils.
"Letters?" Somehow no sound came out with the word.
"From your father."
He took one step closer and possessed himself of both her hands, which he held very tightly.
"I have no idea if they were kept, Susanna, or what their contents were. But ought you not at least to see Lady Markham?"
There had been letters, one of them for her. Her father had written her a letter. Disclosing what?
What had the letter to Lord Markham disclosed? But as quickly as shock had come, panic followed on its heels. "It would be as well if they have been destroyed," she said, pulling her hands free again and going back to the seat to rescue her gloves. "There is no point in trying to go back after all these years to rake up an old unhappiness that drove a man to his death." She fumbled to pull on the gloves. "It can only cause more unhappiness for the living." "Have you ever not been back there, Susanna?" he asked. He did not explain his meaning. He did not have to. Of course she had never let go of the past. How could she? Those things had happened and her suffering had been dreadful. The past was a part of her. But she had moved beyond it. She lived a life that was secure and meaningful and happy when compared to the lives of many thousands of other people. Nothing could be served by going back. It was too late. "William Osborne wanted to be heard," he said. "He had something to say." "Then he should have said it," she said, whirling about to face him. "To Lord Markham and to me. He said precious little to me in 12 years. He would not even talk about my mother, who was a yawning emptiness in my life. He might have spoken to me instead of killing himself. He might have loved me instead of seeking the comfort of death." "You loved him," he said softly. "Of course I loved him." "Then forgive him," he said. "Why?" She was swiping angrily at the tears that were spilling from her eyes, her back toward him. "It is what love does," he said. She laughed, a shaky, pathetic sound. "All the time," he said. "All the time. If he just knew. If he just knew." "Very well." She spun around to face him. "Let us go, then. Take me to them. Let us ask about the letters and their contents. But know in advance, Lord Whitleaf, that it may be a Pandora's box that will be opened, that once it is open it will be impossible to close it again." "But this does not concern me," he said. "I believe it is something you need to do for yourself. The letters may not even still exist, Susanna, and yours may never have been opened before it was destroyed. It is just that I think you ought to meet Lady Markham and Edith again. You need to give them a chance. The chance you believe your father denied you." She stared at him and then nodded curtly. "Let us go, then," she said. "If we can find our way out of this maze," he said, his eyes suddenly softening into a smile. "Now I really, really wish we could be lost here forever," she told him, smiling ruefully despite herself. "Me too," he agreed. "We should have gone and built a cabin on the top of Mount Snowdon when we had a chance, Susanna." He offered her his arm, and she took it. Chapter 19. It seemed to Peter, as they approached Laura Place, the diamond-shaped street at the bridge end of Great Pulteney Street, that this was the damnedest time to discover that he was not in love with Susanna Osborne after all. He loved her instead, and there was a world of difference between the two types of love. He loved her, yet much of the time she disliked him and even despised him. If there was a God, then that deity must be a joker indeed. At the risk of appearing vain in his own eyes, he would have to say that almost every other young lady he had ever met, and he had met a large number just in the 5 years since reaching his majority, both liked and admired him, and would even be prepared to love him if he set himself to wooing them. He was going to leave Bath early tomorrow morning, and nothing was going to stop him this time. He could hardly wait to be on his way, in fact. If he had not committed himself to this afternoon call, he would start his journey now, this afternoon. They had walked all the way from Sydney Gardens in silence. "This is the house," he said at last, after keeping his eyes on the numbers, and he stepped up to the door and rapped the knocker against it. He would have taken Susanna's arm again, knowing how nervous she must be feeling, how reluctant she was to make this call, but he did not do so. His mother and his sisters had overprotected him, and it seemed that without realizing it, he had learned to do the same with other people, especially the woman he loved. She did not want his support or protection. She did not need them either, dash it. The ladies had just returned from shopping. The manservant who opened the door informed them. He would see if they were receiving visitors. He glanced at the card Peter handed him and raised his eyebrows before turning away. 2 minutes later, they were being ushered into a small drawing room above stairs, and Edith was introducing a thin, fair-haired, bespectacled young man to Peter as Lawrence Smalley, her husband. Then she turned to Susanna, 2 spots of colour high in her cheeks.
"You are Susanna," she said. "Oh, of course you are. I could not mistake that hair or those eyes anywhere. You have grown up, but really you have not changed at all. I was convinced it was you in the Abbey with Peter last evening."
She stretched out both her hands.
"Oh, just look at you. Lawrence, dearest, this is the Susanna Osborne we were telling you about at breakfast."
Susanna hesitated before placing her hands in Edith's, but then Edith pulled her into a tight hug. Lady Markham, meanwhile, was standing quietly farther back in the room. She had nodded to Peter, but now her eyes were fixed upon Susanna. "All these years," she said when Edith stepped back, her eyes shining with unshed tears, "I have feared that you were dead, Susanna."
"No," Susanna said, "I did not die."
"Miss Osborne, Lord Whitleaf," Mr. Morley said, "do come and have a seat closer to the fire. You must have walked here. I have not heard a carriage in the street." "We have been strolling in Sydney Gardens," Peter explained as they all sat. "It is a beautiful day." "For November, yes," Morley agreed, "though it is a little nippy, even so, I dare say. You were dressed warmly, I trust, Miss Osborne? You left your outdoor garments downstairs?"
"I did, sir." She smiled. "My cloak and gloves are warm enough for even the coldest day."
"You were wise to wear them today, then," he said. "Edith sees sunshine and wants to step outside even before the servants have ascertained that it is warm enough and that no strong wind is blowing and no dark clouds are looming. I dare say the Abbey was draughty last evening, but she would insist upon going to the concert. I was relieved that my mamma-in-law went with her to insist that she keep her cloak about her shoulders. Edith is recovering from a recent confinement, as you may know."
"No, I did not," Susanna said, looking at Edith. "How lovely for you." "We have a son," Edith said with a smile. "He is quite adorable, is he not, dearest? He looks like his papa."
Polite chatter followed, while a tea-tray was carried in, and Lady Markham poured and handed around the cups and saucers, and offered them all a slice of fruit-cake.
"Susanna," Edith said at last, "do you live in Bath? Where is your house?"
"I teach and live at Miss Martin's School for Girls on Daniel Street," Susanna said. "I teach writing and penmanship and games, among other things."
"Games?" Morley said. "I hope nothing too strenuous, Miss Osborne. Vigorous exercise is unhealthy for young ladies, I have heard, and I readily believe it. I dare say they would be better employed with a needle or a paintbrush. Vigorous games are excluded from most academies for young ladies, and rightly so."
"You teach," Lady Markham said before Susanna could reply, and while Peter was still entertaining amused memories of her rowing and flushed and laughing in the boat races at Berkeley Court. "However did that come about, Susanna?"
"I went to London," she explained, "and registered at an employment agency. But I was fortunate enough to be singled out and sent as a charity pupil to Miss Martin's school here. I was a pupil until I was 18, and then I was offered a position as junior teacher."
"You went to London?" Lady Markham said. "But how did you get there, Susanna? You were a child, and we checked all the stagecoach stops for miles in every direction."
"I went into my father's room," Susanna said. There was some money there in a box on his dressing table, and I took it as I supposed it was mine. There was a valise, too, big enough to hold most of my things, but small enough for me to carry. I walked and begged rides for most of the way. There was not enough money to be squandered on transportation.
"It is to be hoped, Miss Osborne," Morley said, "that you did not sit on hay, as so many travellers do when they do not ride in carriages or on the stagecoach. Hay is often damp, even when it feels dry."
"I do not believe I ever did sit on hay, sir," she said.
"Oh, Susanna," Lady Markham said, setting her cup and saucer down on her empty plate. "Why did you leave as you did, without a word to anyone? Of course you were dreadfully upset, poor child, but I fully expected that you would turn to us for comfort. We were almost like a family to you, or so I thought."
Peter noticed that Susanna had taken only one bite out of her piece of cake. He noticed, too, that her cheeks were paler than usual, despite all the fresh air she had been out in for the last couple of hours.
"As you just observed, Mum," she said, "I was very upset, and I was just a child. Who knows why I fled as I did? No one would let me see my father, and so I could not quite believe that he really was dead. And then I heard that he was not going to be allowed burial inside the churchyard, and I knew that he was dead.
"The Church must be firm on such matters of principle," Morley said. "Regrettable as—"
"Dearest," Edith said, interrupting, "I am very much afraid that Jamie might have awoken and will be wanting one of us even though Nurse is with him."
He jumped to his feet. "I shall go to him immediately," he said. "If you will excuse me, Miss Osborne, Lord Whitleaf, Mamma-in-law. But I am sure you all will excuse the natural anxieties of a new father."
"Thank you, Lawrence," Edith said. "You are very good."
Had the circumstances been different, Peter would doubtless have been vastly diverted by the fussy but seemingly good-hearted Morley, and by the relationship between him and Edith, who looked as if she might be genuinely fond of him. But Peter was feeling Susanna's distress, and that of his lifelong neighbours too.
"Markham would not let you, or even me, see your papa," Lady Markham said, after Morley had closed the door behind him. "Because, well—"
"I understand," Susanna said. "He shot himself in the head, but he was all I had in the world, and I was not allowed to go near him. And then there was to be the indignity of his funeral. I suppose I wanted to put as much distance between all of it and myself as I possibly could." "You did not even say goodbye to me," Edith said. "First there was all the dreadful upset in the house, and I was not allowed to leave my room, even to go as far as the nursery. And then when I sent Nurse to fetch you, she could not find you. And then nobody could find you. Oh, I am sorry." She leaned back in her chair. "Your suffering was obviously many, many times worse than mine, and you were only 12. You appeared very grown up to my 11-year-old eyes, but you were incapable of making any mature decisions. I just wish— Oh, never mind. I am so happy to see you again and to know that life has worked out well for you. You are actually a teacher in a girls' school. I am quite sure you must be a good teacher."
Incredibly, the conversation turned to that subject as they debated the advantages and disadvantages of sending girls to school rather than having them educated at home. They were not going to probe any more deeply into Susanna's reasons for running away, Peter thought, and she was not going to elaborate. And they were not going to mention the letters William Osborne had left behind, and she was not going to ask. It seemed strange to him that she did not want to know more about them, that she was not frantic to discover what her father had had to say in the last hour or so of his life, when he had known he was about to end it. In Sydney Gardens, after the first moment when she had looked as if she were about to faint, she had spoken of Pandora's box and appeared quite reluctant to pursue the matter. In some ways, perhaps, it was understandable.
All these years, she had believed that her father died without leaving any clue to his motive or feelings, without saying goodbye to her or making provision for her. Now she knew that he had left something behind. But there was certainly something to be said for the old proverb about letting sleeping dogs lie, especially when 11 years had passed. The moment for any meaningful truth to be spoken seemed almost to have passed now, too. They had all settled, it seemed, into the polite and amiable conversation typical of any afternoon call. He supposed he ought not to interfere further. He had half bullied Susanna into coming here. He had kept his promise to Edith. All three ladies would perhaps now be satisfied. Lady Markham and Edith in knowing that she was alive and well and happily settled, Susanna in knowing that they had not hated her or abandoned her without an effort to find her. If her running away and Lady Markham's overheard words had not been quite satisfactorily explained, well, perhaps they were all content never to dig deeper. He ought not to interfere. None of this was any of his business. He interfered, nevertheless. "I was telling Miss Osborne a short while ago, ma'am," he said in a momentary lull in the conversation, "about the letters discovered inside a ledger in Mr. Osborne's desk after his death." 3 pairs of eyes turned upon him in something that looked like reproach. Then Susanna closed hers briefly. "Yes," Lady Markham said. "There were 2. One addressed to Markham and one to Susanna." "What did he say?" Susanna asked, her voice terribly strained. "Did he explain why he did it?" "I believe he did," Lady Markham said, while Edith set down her plate. "It was addressed to Lord Markham, you must understand, Susanna, not to me. We will always remember your father with respect and even affection. He was a good and efficient secretary." "But you did see the letter?" Susanna asked. "Yes," Lady Markham admitted. "I believe I did." "What did it say?" Susanna asked. "Please tell me." Something struck Peter suddenly, and he got to his feet. "Perhaps," he said, "you would all prefer it if I were not here, since this has nothing whatsoever to do with me, has it? Shall I leave the room? May I wait for Miss Osborne?" But Lady Markham had raised one staying hand, and he sat again. "No," she said, her voice sounding weary. "There is no need to go. There was something in your father's past, Susanna. Something that had remained hidden for years, but had finally come to light. Things were becoming ugly for him. He thought shame would be brought down upon you and himself, and upon Markham for having employed him and housed him. He thought, I suppose, that he would be dismissed in disgrace, and would have no further means of support for himself and a young daughter. He could see no other way out but to do what he did. That is all I remember. It was very tragic, but nothing can be done now to change the unfortunate outcome." It all seemed a little thin and evasive to Peter. "I believe I did. That is all I remember. Would not every word of a suicide note be seared on the brain of anyone who had read it, especially when the man had lived and worked and shot himself in one's own home?" "And my letter?" Susanna asked softly. "To my knowledge it was not opened," Lady Markham said. "Was it destroyed?" Susanna asked. "I do not know." Lady Markham blinked rapidly. "I cannot imagine Markham burning it, but I do not know."
"Perhaps Theo knows, Mamma," Edith suggested. "Oh, surely it is still in existence."
"It is probably as well if it is not," Susanna said. She got to her feet, and Peter rose too. "If my father did anything so very wrong before I was born, it seems to me that he atoned for it with a life of hard work and loyal service to Sir Charles. I do not want to know what it was he did. I do not want to know who.
Oh, it does not matter. I would rather leave him in peace. I do thank you both for receiving me and for the tea, but I must go now. I have been away from the school for a whole afternoon and must not neglect my duties any longer. Susanna, Edith said, jumping up too, do call on us again. Perhaps we can go walking together or shopping. Perhaps— No, Susanna said. My teaching duties occupy me almost all day every day, Edith, and there is the Christmas concert coming up to keep me even busier. I had last evening off and this afternoon. I have used up my quota of free time for quite a while. You have your husband and son now to occupy your life. We move in different worlds. It would be best to leave it that way. Edith folded her hands at her waist. She looked hurt. I shall write to you, she said. I dare say you will be able to find a few spare minutes in which to read a letter. Thank you. Susanna gave her a tight smile. This has been a pleasure, Lady Markham said. You will never know, Susanna, how many times over the years I have lain awake wondering what happened to you, wondering if you were alive or dead, and if we could have done anything more at the time to find you. I am delighted that you came. You will see her safely back to Miss Martin's school, Whitleaf. I will, ma'am, he said, bowing. But it seemed to him as they stepped out onto the street a few minutes later that the visit had not settled a great deal. Perhaps it did not have to, though. Susanna seemed not to want to find out exactly what had happened 11 years ago and why. Perhaps the comfort of knowing that her father had written to her was enough. It would not be enough for him, but that was not the point, was it? And at least the visit had given pleasure to Lady Markham and Edith, and had perhaps persuaded Susanna that she had not been the unwanted burden she had thought she was. "Are you glad you came?" he asked, drawing her arm through his. She turned her head to look at him briefly. "Yes," she said. "I would have been afraid to set foot beyond the school doors for fear of running into them. Now I have come face to face with them and discovered that they are just people and just as I remember them. Edith is pretty, is she not? I hope she will be happy with Mr. Morley."
"Even though you never could be."
He chuckled. "But I was not asked to be, was I?" She laughed too. It was good to hear her laugh again. And so the end had come. She might have been celebrating her betrothal now. Instead, she was about to say goodbye. By her own choice. Susanna knew as they walked along Great Pulteney Street in silence and turned onto Sydney Place that memories of her visit to Lady Markham and Edith would return to haunt her for some time to come, along with her decision not to press on with inquiries into the contents of her father's letter to Sir Charles Markham, or into the possible continued existence of the letter he had written her. But she could not think of any of that now. Her heart was heavy. She felt that with every step she took, she trod on it, increasing her pain. Yet, at the beginning of the afternoon, she had been so hopeful that it could all end cheerfully and amicably. The fact that she loved him was of little significance. Given the circumstances of her life, it would have been strange indeed if she had not fallen in love with him. She would recover. How could she not? A happy marriage between them would be impossible for all sorts of reasons, and she would rather lose him altogether and forever than have an unhappy marriage with him. But oh, at the moment it was very hard to think such sensible thoughts. In an hour's time she would think them, perhaps. Tonight she would think them, and next week, and next month. But now— "I shall be making an early start for London in the morning," he said as they turned onto Sutton Street and the school came into sight. "Yes," she said, "there cannot be much to keep a visitor in Bath, especially at this time of year." "I have spent a pleasant few days here, though," he said. "I am glad." They spoke to each other like cheerful, polite strangers. "It has been good to see you again,"
he said.
Yes.
Perhaps, he said, we will meet again sometime.
Yes, that would be pleasant.
Their footsteps slowed and then stopped altogether before they turned onto Daniel Street. Susanna, he said, his hand covering hers on his arm, though he did not turn his head to look down at her. I want you to know before I leave that I do care for you. I know you do not like me half the time, or approve of me the other half, but I do care. I think we were friends once. I think in many ways we still are. But when we became more than friends on that one afternoon, it really was more. I was not just a lustful man taking advantage of being alone with an innocent woman. I cared for you. I know you do not want me or need me. I know you are happy with the life you have, but I think perhaps in some way you have cared too. And I wanted you to know that... Well, was there ever a more muddled monologue, and just at the time when I most wanted to be eloquent and say something memorable?
Oh, Peter, she said, clinging to his arm, I do like you. Of course I do. And of course I approve of most of what I see in you. How could I not? You are always so very kind. And I care for you, too.
But not enough to marry me? He asked her, still not looking at her.
No.
It was easier just to say no than try to explain. It was impossible anyway to explain all her reasons.
I do thank you. But no, it would not suit.
No, he said softly. I suppose not. I will leave you here, then.
Yes.
Panic grabbed at her stomach, her knees, her throat. She slid her hand from his arm. He turned then and took both her hands in his, squeezing them so tightly for a moment that she almost winced. He lifted them one at a time and set her gloved palms to his lips. He raised his eyes to hers and smiled. An already glorious November day has seemed warmer and brighter because of your presence in it, he said, misquoting his very first words to her. Thank you, Susanna. And so he drew a smile from her, even though her heart was breaking. Foolish, she said. Oh, foolish. And somehow they both laughed. Goodbye, Peter, she said. And because she could not bear any more, she dashed with ungainly haste around the corner and up to the door of the school, and she lifted the knocker and let it fall with more force than was necessary. She glanced toward the corner as Mr. Keeble opened the door, but there was no one there. She stepped inside, and the door closed behind her. And now it seemed to her that there was nothing left to live for. Nothing at all. She was in too much distress to notice the melodrama of the thought. I want you to know before I leave that I do care for you. Mary Fisher, one of the middle school boarders, was on her way up the stairs. She turned back when she saw who had come through the door.
Oh, Miss Osborne, she cried, all excitement. We and Mr. Upton have made the changes you wanted to the sketches for the scenery and finished them. They are ever so gorgeous. Do come and see. Of course, I can hardly wait. Lead the way then, Mary, Susanna said, smiling brightly as she pulled loose the ribbons of her bonnet. Have you been working all afternoon? How splendid of you. I want you to know before I leave that I do care for you. Before I leave. And now he was gone. Chapter 20. Peter went straight from Bath to Sidley Park. To stay. Will you do one thing for me? And this was it. She might never know he had done as she asked, and how his coming here could benefit her anyway he did not know. But here he was. He loved her, and so he had honoured her final request. He hoped that love would go away again as suddenly as it had come.
He did not like the feeling at all. It was a dashed miserable thing, if the truth were known. His mother was ecstatic to see him. She scarcely stopped talking about Christmas, which would be absolutely perfect now that he was home to enjoy all that she had planned for him. 4 of his sisters, Barbara, Doris, Amy, and Belinda, were to come to Sidley Park for Christmas, all except Josephine, in fact, the middle one in age, who lived in Scotland with her husband and his family. And, of course, the presence of 4 sisters was going to mean, too, the presence of their spouses and children, 9 of the latter among the 4 of them. And, because it was Christmas, numbers of their in-laws of all ages had been invited too. None of his uncles. He had made himself clear to them 5 years ago, though in the intervening years since he had seen them occasionally in London and learned to be cordial with them. And, of course, the Flynn Posies were coming for Christmas. Well, he would endure it. He would even enjoy it. He would establish himself as host. His mother took him into the dining room the day after his arrival and explained to him all that she planned to have done in there for his comfort and delight. "I'll think about it, Mamma," he said. "I may have some ideas of my own."
"But of course, my love," she said, beaming happily at him. "Whatever you want, provided it will not ruin the overall effect of what I have planned. How lovely it is to have you home again."
He left it at that. It had never been easy to talk to his mother. It had always seemed something akin to dashing one's brains against a rock. "Will you talk to your mother, Peter? Really talk. Tell her who you are. Perhaps she has been so intent upon loving you all your life that really she does not know you at all. Perhaps, probably, she does not know your dreams." He had never really talked to his mother, or she to him. He had confronted her once, of course, ghastly memory, but they had both been horribly upset at the time, and they had not used the opportunity to open their hearts to each other, to establish a new and equal relationship of adult mother and adult son. That would change. He would talk to her. He would hold firm against her iron will. It just seemed somewhat absurd that the provocation was probably going to be a lavender dining room. He spent a good deal of the time before Christmas away from the house. He liked to go and sit in the dower house, sometimes for hours on end, lighting a fire in the sitting room and enjoying the peace he found there. He had always loved the house, and it had always been well kept, even though it had been inhabited during his lifetime only by the girls' governesses and the tutors he had had before going away to school, and sometimes during school holidays. It was a small manor in its own right, and was set in the middle of a pretty garden in a secluded corner of the park. It would, in fact, be the ideal home for his mother. He visited his neighbours again, and he called on Theo.
"I must thank you, by the way,"
Theo said as they sat in his library sipping brandy,
"for taking Susanna Osborne to call on my mother and Edith in Bath. They both wrote to tell me all about it the very next day. I suppose because I was away at school at the time of Osborne's death and Susanna's disappearance, I did not realize quite how upsetting it all was for them. My mother has been thinking all these years that she must be dead."
"Are the letters still in existence?" Peter asked.
"Yes, indeed,"
Theo said, stretching out his booted feet to the blaze in the hearth.
"They were at the back of the safe in Osborne's old office where I never look. It is stuffed with old papers that I must go through one of these days. I had never even read the letter Osborne wrote my father until I found both letters after my mother wrote. Susanna's is still sealed. I suppose I ought to send it on to her, even though my mother seems to think she's not interested in seeing it. Queer, that."
"I think it is more that she is afraid to read it," Peter said.
"Eh?"
Theo said, giving a log a shove farther onto the fire with the toe of one boot.
"What would she be afraid of? Ghosts? I suppose it might put the wind up someone, though, to see a letter written more than a decade ago in the hand of a dead man.
I think she is afraid of what she will find there, Peter said. Sometimes it seems better not to know what one thought forever lost in the past. But I do wonder if the not knowing will fester in her now that she knows about the letter. Does she know it still exists?
Not unless my mother has told her,
Theo said.
Sometimes I wish I had a secretary of my own. Writing letters is not my favourite occupation. I suppose I must write one, though. I can hardly just bundle up her father's and send it off to her without comment, can I?
Is there likely to be something in your father's letter that would not be in hers? Peter asked. Remember that hers was written to a 12-year-old. Theo raised his eyebrows and considered the question as he gazed into the fire and took 2 more sips from his glass. Then he looked at Peter.
I say, Whitleaf, he said, what the devil is your interest in all this?
Just that, Peter said. Interest.
You told me you had met Susanna during the summer, Theo said. And then you were with her in Bath, of all places, at a concert in Bath Abbey, and then in Sydney Gardens, and then at Edith's. She isn't your mistress by any chance, is she? Morley won't like it if you took your mistress to call on him and Edith.
But he chose to find the mental picture amusing, and first chuckled, and then threw back his head and laughed outright.
He would probably have a fit of the vapours, he said. Lord knows what Edith sees in him, but it was a love match.
Susanna is not my mistress, Peter said, without joining in the laughter. And I would thank you, Theo, for not making that suggestion ever again. I offered her marriage, and she refused me.
Eh?
Theo frowned.
Why the devil? She is a schoolteacher, isn't she? And last time I looked, you were a viscount. It would be a brilliant match for her, wouldn't it? And that's a colossal understatement.
Peter did not answer the question. I think she needs to know the full truth, he said. Everything you know and everything your mother knows and everything both letters can tell her. It may be upsetting for her, but I don't think she will be able to put the past fully behind her until she knows all there is to know. He was all she had, Theo, and he deliberately put a bullet through his brain.
Well, yes,
Theo said.
Poor devil. I say, I wonder if she would like to come here for Christmas. I'll wager Edith would be ecstatic, and I think my mother would be pleased too. She is coming home the day after tomorrow, by the way. I'll see what she says. Come to think of it, though, I have a hankering to see Susanna again myself. I used to be rather fond of her. I can remember teaching her to row a boat one summer. She was damned good at it, too, for all she was just a little bit of a thing with sticks for arms. And a shock of red hair. Does she still have the hair?
It is auburn, Peter said. He had not been trying to lead Theo in the direction of inviting her to Fincham. He had been thinking more of Theo's going down to Bath, taking Lady Markham with him, and both letters, so that the 2 of them could spend some time with her and help her deal with the past. "You will invite her?" he asked. Theo looked at him and chuckled before getting to his feet to fetch the brandy decanter.
"I will indeed," he said, "and you can decide whether to give Fincham a wide berth over Christmas or haunt it every day." How firmly did she mean no when she said it? And how disappointed were you? They are rhetorical questions, Whitleaf. Another fellow's love life is not my concern. But I'll fetch Susanna here if she will come. She may not, of course. It sounds to me as if she is a lady with a mind of her own. Something that showed up when she was 12 years old, I suppose. More brandy?" He held the decanter suspended over Peter's glass. "It's dashed good," Peter said, holding his glass up. "Smuggled, I suppose." "Is there any other kind?" Theo asked.
She would say no, Peter thought. Of course she would say no. There was not even any point in wondering how he would behave if she did come. Would he stay away from Fincham? Or would he haunt it every day? But he would never know, would he? She would not come. Eleanor Thompson did indeed join the staff of Miss Martin's school as geography and mathematics teacher. At first, Claudia expected that she would come after Christmas, but she was very eager to start immediately, and so moved into the school directly from her hotel and began her duties as soon as Claudia had adjusted the timetable and teaching loads. She proved an instant favourite with the girls and her fellow teachers alike. She was a strict enough disciplinarian, but she also conducted her classes with humour and good sense. She was too late to do anything spectacular, her own word, for the Christmas concert, like directing a play or a choir or organising maypole dancing. She would busy herself instead with the less glorious work behind the scenes, she announced the day after her arrival, and she worked during almost every spare moment after that, guiding a group of volunteer girls as they brought alive Mr. Upton's sketches for the various sets, and as often as not wielding a brush herself. "And to think," she said with a weary sigh late one evening in Claudia's sitting room as she rubbed at a stubborn spot of paint on her right forefinger, "that until Christine married Bewcastle and turned all our lives on their collective head, I considered that the perfect life was sitting quietly at home in our cottage with an open book in my hand." "And do you still think the same thing?" Susanna asked with a twinkle in her eye. Eleanor laughed. "Just occasionally," she admitted. "Like this morning, for example, when Agnes Ryde uttered a Cockney curse when she could not solve a problem in mathematics, and I had to resist the temptation to pretend I did not understand. It does help, I suppose, that Agnes is a favourite of mine, even though I am sure you would tell me, Claudia, that teachers ought not to have favourites. Agnes has character." "Altogether too much of it at times, I'm afraid," Claudia said ruefully. "But one cannot help liking the girl." "She actually told me yesterday," Leela said, "that learning to speak correctly by pretending to be a duchess, as I had suggested, is fun. She even smiled when she said it, and she cocked one haughty eyebrow and presented her hand to me as if she expected me to kiss it." They all laughed, and Susanna got to her feet to pour them each a second cup of tea. "Did your letter this morning upset you, Susanna?" Claudia asked after they had all settled again. At first Susanna had thought it must be from Francis or Anne, but then she had seen that it was addressed in an unfamiliar hand. "It came from Lady Markham at Fincham Manor," she said. "That is in Hertfordshire, where I grew up," she added for the benefit of Leela and Eleanor. "And?" Claudia said, her cup suspended halfway to her mouth. "I have been invited to spend Christmas there," Susanna said. "Edith and Mr. Morley and their son will be going too. My invitation comes directly from Sir Theodore Markham himself. It is exceedingly kind of him, and of Lady Markham, who told him, I suppose, of our meeting in Bath a few weeks ago. But I will say no, of course. I would have written back today if I had not been so busy with drama and a set of essays to mark after classes were over." "Susanna," Leela said, her voice incredulous, "you have a chance to spend the holiday with a baronet and his family at a country home, and you are going to say no?" "But of course," Susanna said, still smiling. "I had a 2-week holiday at the end of August. It would be too greedy to ask for another now." "And yet Leela and I will be here over the holiday, as well as Claudia, to look after the girls who will remain," Eleanor said. "But I have no wish to go," Susanna protested. "I would far rather stay here with all of you." They talked for a few minutes longer, until Eleanor got to her feet and declared cheerfully that she needed her sleep if she was to survive another day as a schoolteacher. Leela left with her. Susanna would have followed them after stacking the dishes neatly on the tray if Claudia had not spoken to her. Something in that letter upset you more than a simple invitation to spend Christmas would have done, she said. Do you wish to talk about it, Susanna? But only if you wish. Susanna stared at her for a moment before sighing and sinking back into her chair.
I cannot go back to Fincham Manor, Claudia, she said. There are too many unhappy memories associated with it.
And it is too close to Sidley Park, Claudia said. It was not a question.
Yes.
Susanna looked down at her hands. They sat in silence for a few moments. Viscount Whitleaf's name had not been spoken between them since the afternoon when Susanna had said goodbye to him. The pain had been too intense to share with even the dearest of friends, and Claudia, as usual, had sensed and respected that fact. Is it perhaps necessary that you go back? Claudia asked, breaking the silence. Now that the past has been raked up again, whether you wished it to be or not, ought you, perhaps, to put it properly to rest this time? Susanna lifted her eyes to gaze into the dying embers of the fire.
There were letters, she said. I did not tell you that after my visit to Laura Place, did I? My father wrote 2 before he died, one to Sir Charles Markham and one to me. They are both still in a safe at Fincham. Theodore asked Lady Markham to inform me that he will send me mine if I wish, but that he strongly recommends that I go to Fincham to see both letters and to speak with him.
Oh, Susanna, Claudia exclaimed. What a shock it must have been for you, but what a delightful one, to discover that your father wrote to you after all before taking his life. And how exciting to find out today that the letter still exists. Do you not ache to read it? I will send you there tomorrow if you wish, so that you will not have to wait 1 day longer than necessary.
I do not want to see it, Susanna said.
Claudia stared at her and raised her eyebrows.
I know why he killed himself, Susanna said, and I cannot bear to read what he thought suitable for a 12-year-old's eyes. He loved Viscountess Whitleaf, Claudia, but she was cruel to him and broke his heart. Lady Markham told me a few weeks ago that there was something shameful in his past that was about to expose him to disgrace and dismissal and poverty, but I do not believe it. I know the truth. Viscountess Whitleaf killed my father as surely as if she had pulled the trigger herself. Or it could be said that his own weakness in being unable to live on with a broken heart was what killed him. There, she had never said it aloud before. She had tried not even to think it, that one person could wield such emotional power over another, and that the other could not find the strength of character or will to fight back. She had seen them together. She had heard them. She knew. She had always known. Her father had left her, abandoned her forever, because he had not been able to live without the love of a cruel woman who did not care the snap of 2 fingers for him, and those had been the Viscountess's own words. It was no wonder Susanna had cringed from the name Whitleaf on that country lane near Berkeley Court during the summer. "Oh, Susanna," Claudia said, "Viscountess Whitleaf of all people? You poor dear." "You can see now why I want nothing to do with any of it," Susanna said, "or with him." Claudia sighed. Why do we persist in believing that we can control our lives, provided we work hard and live decently and mind our own business? She said. You really do not deserve any of this now. You did not deserve any of it when you were 12 either, but here you are stuck with it. No, I am not, Susanna said. It is all history. The present is what matters, and I have my life and my friends here in the present, and am quite happy, Claudia. I am. Except, Claudia said, that the sunshine has gone out of you, Susanna.
They stared at each other. "Perhaps no one else has even noticed," Claudia continued. "You are as energetic and as cheerful and as busy as ever. You smile and laugh as much as you ever did. But I have known you a long time, and I love you as if you were my younger sister, and I know that the sun has stopped shining in your life." Susanna closed her eyes briefly, and then opened them again. "All I need is time," she said. "I will prove that a broken heart can mend, Claudia, and that life is always worth living. I need a little more time, that is all." It was pointless, she supposed, to deny to Claudia or herself that her heart was broken. Sometimes she found herself wondering if she would find the strength to refuse that marriage offer if it were made now. It was a good thing there was no danger of any such thing happening. All other considerations aside, and there were many of them, she could never marry the son of Viscountess Whitleaf. "I am about to offer some unwanted advice," Claudia said. "Something schoolteachers excel at, alas. Accept your invitation. Go to Fincham Manor for Christmas. Hear what Sir Theodore Markham has to say. Read your letter, and the other one too, if he renews his offer to show it to you. Know the truth in your father's own words. Know it from Sir Theodore's point of view. You already believe you know the worst, and so nothing can come as a terrible shock to you. See the place you fled 11 years ago, and lay some ghosts to rest. As for Viscount Whitleaf and his mother, see them too if you will, and if the opportunity presents itself, or avoid seeing them if you so choose. But deal with it all, Susanna. Deal with it and move on so that the sun can shine in you again." "I feel," Susanna said, "as if a wound had been ripped open during the summer, and then other wounds inflicted on top of it. A few times since then, it has seemed that they have filmed over only to be torn open again. They have been healing now, Claudia. They really have. I do not want... I cannot bear..." "But your letter this morning exposed the wound again," Claudia pointed out. "For how long will it fester, Susanna? Now that you know your father spoke to you before he died, but you refuse to listen. And when will the hurt be renewed yet again if you ignore it now?" "I could have Theodore send the letter here," Susanna said. "You could, yes," Claudia agreed. It seemed that she would say more, but she closed her mouth. "It is late," Susanna said, glancing at the clock on the mantel, "and I am so weary. You must be too." "I am indeed," Claudia said, getting to her feet. "And now I suspect I have doomed you to a sleepless night, Susanna. But I believe you would have had one anyway after receiving that letter. It is strange, is it not, how one event can be the innocent cause of another quite unrelated to it. We were both elated when Anne arrived back from Wales in August, just in time for you to go to Berkeley Court with Francis and the Earl. If she had been even 1 day later, none of all this would have happened. But then perhaps it would have found a way to happen anyway. Perhaps it is impossible to avoid our own fate. I must be tired. I am talking nonsense." Susanna left the room after saying good night and climbed the stairs to her own room. She was in bed a few minutes later, huddled beneath the bed-covers against the chill of the night, but sleep did indeed evade her for a long time. If only Anne had not come home until a day later. If only the Duchess of Bewcastle and Viscountess Ravensburg had not planned a wedding breakfast for Anne and Mr. Butler here in Bath. If only she had not gone to Bath Abbey for that evening concert, and so seen Lady Markham and Edith again. If only she had never known that her father had written her a letter. And if only Claudia had agreed with her decision to write back to Theodore tomorrow,
refusing his invitation and even declining his offer to send her father's letter. Why did she not want to read that letter? The question woke her up fully again, just when she was starting to feel drowsy. Did she want to turn her back on her father, as he had turned his on her? Was it a type of revenge for the suffering he had caused her? Did she want to hurt him, even though he was not alive to feel the pain? "Papa," she thought, turning her face into her pillow. She had not even thought of him by that name for years and years. And finally, just before she fell asleep at last, she realized that in truth she had no choice. Having Theodore send the letter here might satisfy an empty craving within her, though she doubted even that. But there were other things to know, places to see, people to talk with. She had to go back. She had to hear it all, see it all, read it all. Perhaps it could all be done without her ever having to set eyes on Viscount Whitleaf. She had seen him only once during her childhood, after all. And if she did, by some chance, see him again, well then. But her mind could not cope with that possibility. One thing at a time. Tonight it was enough to know that she was going to go back. Enough to fill her with dread. And yet, the decision made, she slept. Chapter 21. Susanna arrived at Fincham Manor very late in the afternoon, 3 days before Christmas, having travelled post. She had left Bath early on the morning following the Christmas concert and all the other busy activities that came with the end of term. She was tired even before she started the journey. She was exhausted by the time it ended. The fact that she had dreaded coming did not help, of course. She had wondered how it would feel to step into the house again after all these years. When she had left it 11 years ago, her father had just killed himself, and she had just heard Lady Markham describe her as a burden. She had been running away. But though it all looked startlingly familiar, it also seemed like a place she must have visited during another lifetime. She felt no great emotional connection with it. This time, of course, she was staying in a guest chamber in the main part of the house, rather than in the pretty little attic room next to her father's. She was a guest of the family. Edith and Mr. Morley had already arrived for Christmas, and a few other guests were expected. The whole family gave Susanna a warm welcome. Theodore even shook her hand warmly after she had curtsied to him, and then held it in both his own, while he assured her that she had grown into a rare beauty. He had grown into a great bear of a man himself, with wild, unruly dark hair and a genial face. She had worshipped him as a child, and still instinctively liked him. "You will want to freshen up and change for dinner, Susanna," he said. "I may still call you Susanna."
"Only if I may still call you Theodore," she said.
He laughed heartily. By the time dinner was at an end, and she had drunk a cup of tea in the drawing-room with Lady Markham and Edith, while the two gentlemen drank their port in the dining-room, Susanna was finding it hard to keep her eyes open. "Susanna is very weary," Lady Markham said when the gentlemen arrived in the room. "I do think that any business you planned to discuss with her tonight, Theodore, must wait until the morning." Her letter. It was in this very house, the words her father had written to her just before he died. She had come specifically to read it, and now that she was here, she was almost sick with the longing to see it, to hold it, to read it. But not tonight. She needed to be wide awake and strong. "I was going to suggest the very same thing, Mamma," Theodore said. "Will that suit you, Susanna? Would you like to retire for the night now?"
"Yes, please," she said, getting to her feet. "Thank you, Theodore, and thank you for inviting me here."
"We will talk tomorrow, then," he said. "And later tomorrow our other guests should be arriving. Lady Markham walked with Susanna up to her room. "I am very happy you came," she said. "I have always felt that the story of 11 years ago was never properly ended. I have felt it even more since seeing you in Bath. Now perhaps we can all end the story, Susanna, and remain friends after you return to your school. Good night. Do have a good sleep." And Susanna did. Have a good sleep, that was. She remembered nothing between setting her head on her pillow and waking to the sounds of a maid lighting a fire in the small fireplace in her room. There was a cup of steaming chocolate on the table beside her bed. What luxury! But as she dressed a short while later, her teeth chattered, not so much from cold as from sick apprehension of what the morning held in store. First, though, she had to sit through breakfast and smile and make light conversation and assure Edith quite truthfully that she would indeed like to go up to the nursery with her to see Jamie. "But not yet, Ede," Theodore said, getting to his feet at the end of what had seemed an interminable meal. "Susanna and I have business first. I'll fetch your letter, Susanna, and you may read it wherever you wish, in your room or in the drawing-room, which is always empty at this time of day, or in the library if you prefer." But suddenly she could not wait even long enough for him to bring it to her. She got to her feet too. "I will come with you if I may," she said. "Certainly," he said, and she followed him from the room. But he hesitated outside a certain room, his hand on the knob, and Susanna instantly knew why. It was the study that had been her father's. It was where he had shot himself. "I'll go in and get it," he said, smiling kindly at her. "It will just take a minute." "Please," Susanna said, touching his arm. "May I come in too?" He heaved an audible sigh and opened the door to allow her to precede him inside. It was a disturbingly familiar room, even though she had not come in here many times as a girl. Her father had used to leave the door ajar most days, however, and she had often stood outside, smelling leather and ink, and listening to his deep, pleasant voice if there was someone in there with him. Often it had been Theodore, and she had listened to them talk about horses and racing, or about fishing, Theodore's voice eager, her father's indulgent. She had always longed to push the door open and go in to join them. Perhaps her father would not have turned her away. Perhaps he would even have welcomed her and let her climb onto his knee. Perhaps, and this was a novel thought, he had felt as neglected by her as she had by him. Perhaps he had thought that as a girl she preferred to spend all her days with Edith. She was standing at the desk, she realized, running her hand over the leather-edged blotter, while Theodore watched her silently. She looked up at him and half smiled. "It is strange revisiting a portion of one's life one had thought long gone," she said. "It is cold in here," Theodore said, after regarding her for a few moments. "I will find the letter and you can go somewhere warm to read it." "Thank you," she said. She supposed it was cold in here, since there was no fire in the hearth, and she could hear the wind rattling the windows, beyond which the sky was a leaden grey. But even if she had not been wearing a winter dress and the soft wool shawl Claudia had given her as an early Christmas gift, she did not believe she would really have felt it this morning. "But I want to read the letter here. May I, please, Theodore?" This was where the letter must have been written, she realized. On this very desk, just before. Theodore did not argue. He stooped down on his haunches to light the fire, and then he stepped up to the safe and opened it. He turned with a folded, sealed sheet of paper in his hand. Susanna could see that it was somewhat yellowed about the edges. "I will leave you for a while, then," he said, "and then come back to answer any questions you may have. If I can answer them, that is. I was away at school at the time,
and I was not told much. But I have read my father's letter, and I have spoken with my mother."
"Thank you," she said, but as he handed her the letter, she realized that in fact there were two. Her hand closed about them, and she shut her eyes until she heard the quiet click of the door as he left. She seated herself carefully behind the desk and looked down at the papers in her hand. Her own letter was on top. The words Miss Susanna Osborne were written in the firm, sloping, elegant hand that she recognized instantly as her father's. His hand had not even shaken at the end, she thought, as she set the other letter down on the desk, but her own was shaking as she held it. She slid her thumb beneath the seal and broke it before opening out the sheet. "My dearest Susanna," she read, "you will feel that I have abandoned you, that I did not love you enough to live for you. When you are older, perhaps you will understand that this is not true. My life, if I were to live on, would suddenly change quite drastically, and therefore so would yours. Perhaps I would face that change if I were alone, as I faced another when I was much younger. Who knows? But I cannot subject you to it. I have been accused of 2 dreadful crimes, one of which I committed, one of which I did not. But my innocence in the second case does not matter. It will not be believed in light of the first. I am ruined, as perhaps I deserve to be. Your mother has already paid the ultimate price. It is time I did too. And I do it, or so I tell myself, trying to give my life some touch of nobility at the end, so that you may live. You have family, Susanna, mine and your mother's, and either one will be happy enough to take you in once I am gone. They would have taken you at your birth, but I was too selfish to give you up. You were all I had left. I have given instructions to Sir Charles, and you will be united with your family. They will be good to you. They are good people. They will love you. You will have a secure, happy girlhood with them, and a bright future. I promise you this, though life will probably seem very bleak to you now as you read. I will take my leave of you then, my dearest child. Believe that I do love you, and always have. Papa." Susanna rubbed the side of her thumb over that final word. Papa. Had she really called him that? But of course she had. It was only afterward that she had changed his name to my father. I do it so that you may live. Must she bear that burden too? Perhaps I would face that change if I were alone. There was no mention of Viscountess Whitleaf, or of choosing death rather than life without the woman he loved. But would a father admit such a thing to his 12-year-old child anyway? He had loved the Viscountess. She had seen them together one afternoon just before his death. She had been hiding under a hedgerow close to the road that led from Fincham to the village, about to come out, because it had become obvious to her that Edith must have tired of the game when she could not find Susanna and had gone home to wait for her to put in an appearance. But then along had come Susanna's father, walking beside Lady Whitleaf's horse, until they both stopped a mere stone's throw away. Susanna had stayed where she was, too embarrassed to be seen crawling out of a hedgerow. She had even been able to see them, though she had hoped they would not see her. "Do you think I care?" Lady Whitleaf had said, her voice filled with scorn as she tossed her head so that the pink feathered plume in her riding hat nodded against her ear. "I do not care the snap of my fingers for you, and never have." It had struck Susanna that she was very beautiful. "I am sorry," her father had said, possessing himself of her hand and carrying it to his lips. "I truly am sorry."
You will be very sorry indeed for having set your sights so high, she had said, snatching back her hand, and for having molested me.
Molested?
He had taken a step back.
I am sorry if you see my actions that way.
I do.
She had looked down on him as if he were a worm beneath her feet.
That I should have deigned to take even a moment's notice of a mere government secretary. I hope your heart is broken. It deserves to be. I hope it drives you to your death.
And she had driven her spurs into the horse's side and gone cantering off down the lane. While Susanna had sat paralysed in her hiding-place, biting her knee through the cotton fabric of her dress, she had watched her father pass a hand wearily over his face before turning and trudging off back in the direction of the house. Her mind returned to the present and the letter in her hand. She could hear the fire crackling to life in the fireplace. She could even feel a thread of warmth from its direction. She had family, or had had 11 years ago, on both her mother's and father's side. They would have taken her in, but not her father. What had he done to offend them so? I have been accused of 2 dreadful crimes, one of which I committed. Her mother had paid the ultimate price, and now it was his turn. The ultimate price for what? What dreadful crime had called for the deaths of 2 people? Her father had killed himself for her sake. Without her, he might have struggled on. He had kept her after her birth, even though he might have sent her to live with his family or her mother's. He had been too selfish to give her up. Susanna lowered her forehead to the desk to rest on the open letter. So many thoughts and emotions to churn around in one body and mind. But only one thought came at her with any real clarity, or rather, the memory of 3 words written on the paper beneath her. My dearest child. Theodore was going to come back, she thought suddenly, and sat up again. Her father's letter had raised as many questions as it had answered. Perhaps there were some answers. She reached her hand toward the other letter, whose seal, she could see, was already broken. But did she want to know the secrets of the man who had been her father? How could she not want to know, though, after reading her own letter? Was it really not as she had thought all these years? Was one of the impediments to her marrying Peter, though there were 1,000 others, to be removed? She drew Sir Charles's letter toward her and opened it. Her eyes went straight to the body of the letter, closely written, and in just as steady a hand as her own letter. You listened kindly to me a few days ago, she read, when I told you my sordid, long-held secrets before the Viscountess Whitleaf could do it for me. I have never had a high opinion of blackmailers, or of those who allow themselves to become their victims. You were even gracious enough to refuse to accept my resignation, at least until we saw how much the lady talked, and what the gravity of the resulting scandal would be. The situation has become far graver, however. Now that her original threat to come to you with my story has been thwarted, she plans to go to the world with another story of how I have molested and even ravished her. It would be a silly lie, perhaps, if not for 2 facts that will surely make her story generally believed. One is the truth of the other story she will now undoubtedly share with the world. The other is the mild gossip that arose around the lady and myself in London last year, and the truth of the fact that, yes, for a while we were lovers. My mistake, one of too many to count in my life, was to try ending our liaison myself, instead of waiting until such time as she chose to end it herself. It distresses me to have brought so much potential scandal to you and your family, and this home. You will not be able to continue to champion me. I am ruined, and may even be facing criminal prosecution. I see no way out but to do what will already be done by the time you read this,
Perhaps my death will silence the lady, and so prevent all scandal except what will be the inevitable result of my suicide. But I cannot wait until after I have left Fincham. There is Susanna, you see. She has long been all that is truly precious in my life. Lady Markham and Miss Markham have always been remarkably kind to her, for which I cannot possibly express the full extent of my gratitude. Be kind to her in one more thing, I beg you. Send her to my father with the enclosed letter. He is an honourable and good man. He will give her a home and kindness and even love. I thank you, Sir Charles, for allowing me the privilege of serving you."
Susanna did not read the last few sentences. She set the letter down on top of the other one. She had been right, then, though not in the way she had thought. Lady Whitleaf had driven him to his death. That little snippet of conversation she had overheard between them had meant something a little different from what she had thought, but the outcome had been the same. Except that he had died not because he loved the Viscountess, but at least partly because he had loved her. She has long been all that is truly precious in my life. My dearest child. She must have been dilly-dallying a great deal over the letters, she realized, when after a brief knock the door opened and Theodore came back into the room. He had been gone for a whole hour, she saw when she glanced at the clock on the mantel.
"I have brought you a cup of tea,"
he said, coming to set it down on the desk before going to poke the fire into renewed life. "Theodore," she said, "what had my father done in his past that was so very bad?" He straightened up and turned to look at her.
"Are you sure?" he began.
"Yes." She grasped the edges of her shawl with both hands and drew it closer about her shoulders, even though the room was no longer as chilly as it had been. "I need to know."
"My father had told my mother," he said, "your mother was once married to your father's elder brother, Susanna, but she and your father loved each other. It seems that his brother confronted him about it, and there was a fight in which his brother died. The whole thing was explained away as a tragic accident, and I dare say there was truth in the claim, but your father was sent away. Your mother followed him, though, and they married. Marrying one's brother's widow is not expressly forbidden, but it is certainly frowned upon, and this was only a month or so after her bereavement. Both families renounced them."
He was talking of her parents, Susanna thought, her hands balling into fists on the desktop as she stared down at her whitened knuckles.
"And 1 year later she died," Theodore said. "My father knew her. He told my mother that they were devoted to each other, Susanna. He also said that you looked like her."
Her mother had died having her. Susanna bit down hard on her upper lip. She had risked all, even scandal and ostracism, only to die in childbed. And her father had died by his own hand 12 years later, when his past finally caught up to him, and a malicious woman was out to destroy him. Susanna could only imagine the enormity of the guilt with which he must have lived all the years she had known him. Yet he had always been quietly courteous, gentle, and affectionate. She looked like her mother.
"My father confronted Lady Whitleaf after the funeral," Theodore said. "She denied that she had ever intended to act with such malicious intent as described in that letter by your hand. He had been presumptuous and familiar with her, she claimed, and she had been about to make a private complaint about him to my father, that was all. The matter was dropped. There was a coolness between my parents and her ever after. My parents believed Osborne's version."
Susanna spread her hands palm up and examined them closely.
"The third letter was sent on to your grandfather," Theodore said, "even though you could not be sent with it. I believe he implemented his own search for you,
but you were lost beyond a trace until Whitleaf found you this past summer."
"I was not lost," she said quietly as she drank her tea, thankful for the hot liquid. "And he did not find me."
"In a manner of speaking," he said, smiling. "May I take you to my mother and Edith in the morning room?"
"Yes," she said with a sigh. "Theodore, perhaps I should leave tomorrow and return to Bath, so that you may have a quiet family Christmas without feeling obliged to entertain me."
"That would break Edith's heart," he said, "and hurt my mother. And I would not be happy about it either. We have other guests coming later today, remember?"
"All the more reason for me to leave," she said, frowning.
"Not so."
He stood in front of the fire, lifted onto the balls of his feet, and then rocked back on his heels again.
"I am expecting Colonel and Mrs. Osborne and the Reverend Clapton from Gloucestershire, your two grandfathers and your paternal grandmother."
Susanna stared mutely at him.
"My mother suggested it," he said, "as soon as you wrote back to say you would come. I wrote to them the same day, and they did not hesitate. They are coming to meet you."
She swallowed and heard a gurgle in her throat. She pushed her cup and saucer aside and curled her fingers into her palms to find them clammy. "My grandparents," she half whispered.
"Lord," he said, lifting onto the balls of his feet again, "I don't know if I have done the right thing, Susanna, but I know my father would have done all he could for you, and my mother always loved you almost as if you were her own. I thought it only right to do more or less what your father wanted mine to do, except that I am bringing your grandparents to you rather than sending you to them."
She was not all alone in the world. She had 3 grandparents, and perhaps other relatives. She had read it in both her father's letters, yet somehow the knowledge had not fully lodged itself in her brain until now. She had relatives, and they were coming here to Fincham Manor, today. Susanna lurched to her feet, pushing her chair away with the backs of her knees as she did so. "I have to get out," she said.
"Out?"
Theodore's rather bushy eyebrows drew together until they almost met over the bridge of his nose. "Out of doors," she said, feeling as if she were about to suffocate.
"You don't mean home to Bath," he said. "You are not going to leave, Susanna? Run away again?"
What did she mean? She scarcely knew. Her mind felt as if it were close to bursting with all it had been forced to take in during the past hour or so. She drew a deep breath and released it slowly. "I just need to walk outside for a while, Theodore," she said. "I need fresh air. Will you mind? Will it seem terribly rude? I do not mean to run away."
"I'll come with you," he said, still frowning. "Or perhaps Edith or my mother."
But she held up a hand. "No," she said. "I would rather be alone. I need to sort out my thoughts."
"Ah," he said. "Take all the time you need then, Susanna. And then come back and get warm and enjoy Christmas with us. We will do all in our power to see that you do."
"Thank you." She hurried upstairs to fetch her cloak and bonnet and gloves and don her warm half-boots, vastly relieved when she did not pass anyone on the way to her room. If only she could get back downstairs and outside. But she was not so fortunate this time. Theodore was standing in the hall as she came downstairs, probably waiting to see her on her way. A newly arrived visitor was talking with him there. For only a fraction of a second did Susanna think that perhaps this was one of the expected house guests. But then, almost simultaneously, she realized that the visitor, broad-shouldered in his many-caped greatcoat, was a young man, and that he was Viscount Whitleaf. He looked up at the same moment, and their eyes met. She was flooded with such a powerful and unexpected longing that she only just found the strength not to dash down the remaining stairs and hurl herself into his arms. "Miss Osborne," he said.
"Lord Whitleaf."
She came slowly downward. She wondered if he had known she was coming to Fincham Manor. "Susanna is going out for a walk," Theodore said. "I have offered to accompany her, but she needs to be alone. She has just been reading the letter her father wrote her on the last day of his life. Do go without further ado if you wish, Susanna. I'll take Whitleaf in to see my mother. He has an invitation to extend." "Later, Theo, if it is all the same to you," the Viscount said without taking his eyes off Susanna. "I will go back outside with Miss Osborne, if she will accept my company." The thought of his mother, of what his mother had done, flashed through her mind. But he was not his mother, and suddenly she could not bear the thought of going out alone, of leaving him behind. "Thank you," she said, and turned to leave the house without looking back. Chapter 22. "One could say without too much exaggeration," Peter had remarked just last evening to Bertie Lamb, his favourite brother-in-law, Amy's husband, "that the house is packed to the rafters and bulging at the seams." The crowd was made up mostly of relatives, and relatives of relatives, and of course the Flynn Posies, who were not related to anyone else there, but who obviously had hopes of rectifying that situation at some time in the foreseeable future. Arabella Flynn Posey was 17 years old, and dark-haired and dark-eyed, and remarkably pretty, despite a mouth that had a tendency to turn sulky at the slightest provocation. His mother adored her, and her mother adored him. An imbecile with a P for a brain would have understood their intentions. "But your mother is ecstatic," Bertie had said. "So are your sisters. And I am partial to a crowd myself, I must admit. Jolly good show about the ball, old chap. It will brighten things up around here." His mother was, of course, not ecstatic about that one thing, Peter knew, but he had impulsively decided that he wanted to invite all his neighbours to a grand Christmas celebration at Sidley Park, and he had gone ahead and invited them all to a ball on the evening of Christmas Day without consulting anyone except his cook and his butler and his housekeeper, who would be directly involved in the preparations, and who were now dashing about in transports of delight at the prospect of a Sidley ball. His mother had been the last to be told. Well, no, not quite the last. He still had not been to Fincham Manor when he told her. It really would be too bad if the Markhams were unable or unwilling to attend the ball, since he would quite readily admit in the privacy of his own mind that the whole thing had been arranged for them. Well, not them precisely. The ball was for Susanna. Love did not die very quickly, he had discovered during the intervening weeks. It did not even fade quickly, or at all. And it was a deuced depressing thing if the truth were known. His only hope, he had tried to tell himself since learning that she was indeed to come to Fincham, was to stay away from her and trust they did not inadvertently run into each other over the holiday. So what had he done to put that very sensible decision into effect? He had arranged his first ever ball at Sidley for her. That was what. And now he had driven himself over to Fincham to extend the invitation, in person, of course, because he knew she must have arrived by now. And now here he was, a mere few minutes later, hurrying out of the house faster than he had hurried in out of the cold, his invitation having been mentioned to Theo, but not, as was right and proper, delivered formally to Lady Markham and to Edith. But that could wait. So could warming his hands and his feet and the rest of his person. Susanna needed him, or so he told himself. She had changed in the course of a few weeks. Her face looked pinched and pale, her eyes dark-shadowed in contrast, and it seemed to him that the changes went beyond what the distress of the morning must have brought her. He caught up to her on the terrace outside and took her firmly by the arm. She was looking about as if she did not quite know in which direction she wanted to walk. "Come to the stables," he said. "With any luck, my curricle will still not be unhitched. Let me take you for a drive." "Yes," she said without looking at him. "Oh, yes, please." This was not quite how he had visualized the morning, he thought, as they walked in silence to the stable block and into the cobbled yard, where indeed his horses were still hitched to his curricle. But she had already read her letter. Had just read it, apparently. He helped her up to the high seat and took his place beside her. He took the ribbons from the groom's hands and gave the horses the signal to start. He could not help remembering the last time she had ridden beside him thus, when they had gone to Miss Honeydew's cottage together. He glanced down into her face, shaded by the brim of her bonnet. But she was staring ahead. As soon as they were on the driveway, he took his horses to a faster pace. He had the distinct feeling that she needed to leave Fincham behind, at least for a while. She looked up at him, her cheeks already slightly rosy from the cold, and laughed quite unexpectedly. He urged his horses to an even faster pace. "Anyone for a race to Brighton and back?" he asked. This time when she laughed, there was a somewhat reckless gleam in her eyes, and he kept up the pace for several minutes, concentrating upon what he was doing. He had not exactly sprung his horses, but he had also never travelled at this speed with a lady passenger beside him.
"Oh, Peter!" she cried. "This is wonderful!"
He knew that her exuberance was very close to hysteria, but there was nothing he could do for her except this: to be with her, to give her the illusion of escape, however brief. But eventually he slowed down. They had the wind behind them, but even so it was a cold winter's day, and speed did not do anything to keep one warm in an open conveyance. Besides which, these lanes had not exactly been designed for reckless driving. "Tell me about your Christmas concert," he said.
"Oh, it went very well," she told him. "It always does, of course, but every year we fear the worst. There were no disasters, and only a few very minor crises, none of which were obvious to the audience, I dare say. Not that the audiences at such events are ever very critical. They come fully intending to be pleased. It was a large audience. I was so pleased for the girls." She proceeded to tell him about the play she had directed, the choirs, the solos, the dancing, the nativity tableau Miss Thompson had organised at the last moment, and the end-of-term prizes presented by Miss Martin.
"Miss Thompson has joined the staff, then?" he asked.
"She never did leave Bath," she said. "I do believe she is enjoying herself, and we all enjoy having her, especially Claudia. They must be very near each other in age, and they have struck up a close friendship."
She turned her head toward him after another minute or two.
"You came home to Sidley, then?" she said.
"I did," he told her. "You asked me to, if you will remember, and I came directly from Bath. I have been here ever since." She gazed at him in silence while he looked ahead along the road. "I have even quarrelled with my steward," he told her.
"Oh, dear," she said.
He grinned. "It was not exactly a quarrel," he said. "I made a suggestion, and he rejected it without even hearing me out, very gently and tactfully, as if I was still a half-wit 9-year-old. I looked him in the eye and told him I did not enjoy being interrupted, and I thought his lower jaw was going to scrape on the floor. He listened after that with both ears and both eyes, made one small suggestion, which was very sensible, and we came to an agreement. It may be my imagination, but it has seemed to me in the week or so since it happened that he now looks upon me with something bordering on respect."
"Oh, Peter," she laughed, "how splendid of you. I wish I had been there to see you pokering up and telling him that you did not enjoy being interrupted."
"If he had been very observant, though," he said, "he might have noticed that my knees were knocking together." She laughed again.
"Where are we going?"
she asked. He had thought he was just driving aimlessly about the lanes in the vicinity of Fincham, but now that she had asked, he realised that he was headed in a very definite direction, towards Sidley Park, in fact, though he knew in the same moment that it was not the house that was his destination. "I don't think," he said, "you are quite ready to go back to Fincham yet, are you?"
"No,"
she said. "But you do need to get in out of the cold," he said. "I'll take you to the dower house at Sidley. It's empty but well kept. We will light a fire in the sitting room and warm up, and you can tell me about your letter. Or not, as you wish. You can sit there for as long as you need to, either alone or in my company."
"You are very kind," she said.
But there was no more light chatter or laughter. They had served their purpose. She was now calm, whereas it had been clear that she was in high distress when he first saw her. There was no more conversation at all, in fact, as he drove them the rest of the distance, turning onto the long driveway to Sidley, turning off it again almost immediately to take a narrower, wooded trail to the dower house. He helped her down, unhitched the horses before leading them into the stable stalls and laying out some feed for them, and then took Susanna into the house.
"It is very prettily situated," she said.
"Yes," he agreed, taking her by the elbow and leading her to the sitting room. "I have always loved it almost more than the main house. I have always felt at home here." The sitting room was also the library. There were several tall bookcases filled with books, many of them his boyhood favourites. The large sofa and chairs were of soft, ancient leather, probably in no way elegant in the eyes of the fashion sticklers, but marvellously comfortable. He went down on one knee by the fireplace without first removing his greatcoat and lit the fire that was already laid there. "Come and warm your hands," he said.
"I like this room,"
she said as they stood side by side, almost shoulder to shoulder, holding out their hands to the thin flames that would soon crackle into full life.
"It is cosy. I could be happy here."
"Could you?" He turned his head and found himself in the middle of one of those moments of heightened awareness. He was sure she was blushing, even though her cheeks were already rosy from the cold. She lowered her glance and removed her bonnet. She undid the fastenings of her cloak, too, though she left it around her shoulders as she sat in the chair to one side of the fire. He threw off his greatcoat and took the chair at the other side. This, he supposed suddenly, was not at all proper, but to the devil with propriety. "I am glad you chose to read the letter," he said, "and I am glad you chose to do it here." "Was it very hard to read?" She touched her middle fingers to her temples and made circles there for a while as she looked down at her lap.
"I had not realized," she said, "what a living thing handwriting is. It was his handwriting, and it was as familiar as his face. I felt as if I were looking at him a few minutes before his death."
He said nothing.
"He loved me,"
she said, looking up into his face and lowering her hands. "Of course he did." "He thought his death would be the best thing for me," she said. "He was facing disgrace, and perhaps worse, and he chose death for my sake. Can you imagine anything more foolish than that?" He watched tears well into her eyes. She blinked them away. "How could his death benefit me?" She drew a deep breath and released it slowly. "He made provision for me and told me I would be happy." "Provision?" he said. "Oh, Peter," she said, "they are coming to Fincham today. My two grandfathers and my grandmother, all the way from Gloucestershire. But they are strangers. Whatever am I to do?" He thought of her as a 12-year-old in London, trying to find employment, and of the same child being sent to school in Bath as a charity girl, all alone in the world. How very different her life would have been if she had waited. He would never have met her, except on that one barely remembered occasion when they were children. "I would not plan on doing anything if I were you," he said. "Meet them, and allow the relationship to develop from there. They are your blood kin."
"I am so frightened," she said. "And what a very foolish thing to say." She sat farther back in her chair.
"It might be worth remembering," he said, "that as they draw nearer to Fincham today, they are probably very frightened too."
"I had not thought of that," she said. "Do you suppose it is true?"
"If they are prepared to make such a long journey in the dead of winter just to meet you," he said, "I would say it is undoubtedly true."
"Oh," she said, and she closed her eyes. He let her rest while he poked the fire in order to disperse the flames more evenly. A shower of sparks crackled up the chimney. "They sent him away," she said without opening her eyes, "after he had fallen in love with his brother's wife and then killed his brother in a fight. But she followed him and they married."
"Your mother?" he asked, seating himself again.
"Yes," she said. "I think it must have been a great and very painful love, one filled with guilt. I wonder if they ever knew a moment of happiness."
Probably not. The William Osborne he remembered had certainly not been an unfeeling brute of a man.
"He wrote," she said, "that my mother paid the ultimate price when she died giving birth to me, and that now it was his turn."
"But why then?" he asked. "Why did he wait 12 years? He thought she would not answer him, and he certainly would not press. This was her story. He had no right to hear it unless she chose to tell him. But she did answer after a while.
"His secret was out," she said. "He had recently told Sir Charles himself, since someone was trying to blackmail him by threatening to expose him. But then that person decided to ruin him anyway by telling untrue stories that surely would have been believed when his past was disclosed too."
It sounded, Peter thought, like something a woman might do. A scorned woman. And Susanna had been about to say she before she used the more neutral person instead. Poor Osborne. Perhaps he had tried to find comfort in another woman's arms, and it had cost him his life. He was facing disgrace, and perhaps worse, she had said earlier. Worse than disgrace. Had rape been the threatened charge, then?
"It has just struck me," she said, "that my one grandfather and grandmother lost 2 sons within 12 years of each other, and that my other grandfather lost a daughter, and that the circumstances must have been particularly painful for all of them."
"And then," he said, "they lost you when you disappeared."
"Theodore told me," she said, "that they searched for me but could not find me."
She spread both hands over her face. He knew after a few moments that she was not weeping, but that it was costing her an enormous effort to control her tears. He got up out of his chair, crossed to her, and without really thinking of what he did, scooped her up into his arms, leaving her cloak behind, and sat on the sofa with her on his lap. He cradled her head against his shoulder and held it there when she buried her face against him, her hands still covering it, and wept. He knew that she was weeping out 11 years' worth of grief, for her mother and father, for her grandparents, perhaps for her dead uncle, and for herself. He held her and let her cry as long as she needed to. At last he offered her a handkerchief, and she took it and dried her eyes and blew her nose before putting it away in a pocket of her own.
"I am sorry,"
she said, resting the side of her head against his shoulder again. "Did you even know I was at Fincham?" "I did," he said. "Why do you think I went there this morning?" "Theodore said something about an invitation for his mother," she said. "An invitation for you all," he said, "but especially for you. There is to be a ball at Sidley on Christmas evening. We have a house full of guests, and I have invited everyone from the neighbourhood too. It will be the first grand event that I have hosted at Sidley. You must come." "Oh, no, Peter," she said, sitting up and looking down at him with troubled eyes. "I cannot possibly do that." "You can," he said. "It is for you. I thought you would be proud of me. It is a very little dragon I have slain, but I have done it anyway. It was my idea, and I have done all of the planning and all of the inviting. Don't refuse to come, please don't." He would not want to attend himself if she did not, and that would lead to a mildly absurd situation. "As host," he said, "I will have to dance all evening. I will have to waltz with someone else if you are not there." "Oh, Peter," she said, cupping one of her palms about his cheek. "Tell me you don't want me waltzing with anyone but you," he said. "Peter." "Please tell me." She bowed her head and closed her eyes. "I cannot bear the thought of you waltzing with anyone but me," she half whispered. "Susanna." She opened her eyes and looked into his, her own still somewhat reddened from the weeping. "I really cannot bear it," she said. But he was no longer sure she was talking just about the waltz. He spread his hand over the soft curls at the back of her head and drew it down toward his until her arms came about his neck, and he kissed her. And he knew at that moment that love would never die, that it would never fade away altogether. The time might come when he would meet and marry someone else. He might even be reasonably happy. But there would always be a deep, precious place in his heart that belonged to his first real love, to Susanna. But he was not going to think meekly about that someone else and that reasonably happy life he might live. He was not giving up what he really wanted without a fight. He might never have been much of a knight during his 26 years. He might never have been in the habit of searching out dragons to fight and quell. Indeed, he had run from them 5 years ago. But he would find one and fight it to the death if Susanna were the prize. Or perhaps even if she were not. Her face was a little above his, cupped in his hands, her auburn curls spilling over his fingers, her eyes very green. "Let me take you upstairs," he found himself saying. "There is no fire up there, but the bed covers are warm. Let me make love to you." He felt as though he had walked out to the end of a plank, a helpless prisoner on a pirate ship. He felt more vulnerable than he had ever felt in his life before. If she said no, every dream he had ever dreamed would be shattered. For he was not asking her just to bed with him. He was asking for her love. He was offering his own. He was offering everything he had, everything he was. Did she know that? Did she understand? He watched her swallow. "Yes," she said. Chapter 23. She should, of course, have said no. This time she knew exactly what she had agreed to. Future pain, the danger of consequences. And she knew, too, that afterward, some time before she returned to Bath, he would offer her marriage again, and that she would refuse again. She even knew that his feelings for her were deeper than just liking. She knew that her refusal would hurt him. She did not care about any of it. Sometimes love was to be grasped in any form and in any manner it was offered, and sometimes love must be given in the same way. After a morning of emotional turmoil, she wanted more than anything else in this world to give love, to pour it out recklessly and unstintingly. "Yes," she said again, and got to her feet. He set a guard in front of the fire and took her by the hand. They left the room and went up the wide staircase together, without speaking, and turned to their right, past several closed doors, until he opened one that led into a front-facing room, obviously the main bedchamber, which was fully furnished, just as the downstairs was. The bed was made up. "Susanna," he said, turning to her, taking both her hands in his and holding them against the lapels of his coat. "Are you sure?" She was. She had never been more sure of anything in her life. She wanted to give and she wanted to receive, and it struck her suddenly that both were equally important components of love. She loved him and would give him her body. She would allow him to give to her in exchange. "I am," she said. "Make love with me, Peter." "With you?" He smiled as he leaned his head closer and touched his lips lightly to hers. "Yes, I like it." She let him unclothe her, first her dress, then her stockings, then her undergarments. She thought at first that she would be embarrassed, but how could she be when his eyes worshipped her, and his hands too as he stripped the clothes away? And there was something undeniably erotic about the cold room and his warm hands. Her arms were covered with goosebumps, partly from the cold, partly from the anticipation of what was to come. He kissed her again, more deeply this time, his tongue coming into her mouth, his hands on either side of her waist, and then spreading over her buttocks to bring her fully against him, naked body to fully clothed body. Desire sizzled through her. "You are so beautiful, Susanna," he said against her lips. "So very beautiful." Her fingers fumbled at his neckcloth until she discovered the way to remove it. She pushed his coat off his shoulders and down his arms until it fell to the floor. She undid the buttons of his waistcoat and sent it to follow his coat. She pulled his shirt free of his breeches, and he raised his arms so that she could lift it off over his head. While he watched her through narrowed eyes, she set her palms flat against his chest and moved them up over the light dusting of hair to his shoulders, down his arms, back to his shoulders, and down to the waistband of his breeches. He was neither large nor brawny. He was slender and beautiful, but his chest and shoulders and upper arms were firmly muscled. She spread her hands over his chest again and set her face between them, kissing him. He was warmer than either her hands or her lips. He smelled wonderfully of his usual cologne. She felt the throbbing of sexual desire low in her womb and down between her thighs. She felt her breasts tauten, her nipples harden. She shivered. He chuckled softly as he kissed the top of her head. "I'll do the rest," he said. "Besides, you are freezing to death." He turned and drew back the bedcovers and watched as she lay down, his eyes moving over her. Oh, how could she possibly feel embarrassed beneath such a hot gaze? But she had been too embarrassed to remove his breeches. How silly. She smiled at him, and he covered her to the chin with the heavy covers before pulling off his boots and his stockings and then his other lower garments. He did not turn away as he did so. He watched her watching him, saw her realize that he was ready for her. "Is it warm under there?" he asked with a grin. "It will be," she said. "It certainly will," he agreed, as she slid over on the bed and he lay down beside her. And very soon, too. She wondered suddenly what it would be like to be married to him, to share a bed thus every night, to share bodies with frequent regularity, to... Oh, never mind. She had today. He lifted himself onto one elbow and looked down at her, his face inches from her own, his eyes smiling into hers. "I would like to be the Hercules of long endurance," he said, "and keep us both panting in anticipation for the next hour or so, but I doubt it is possible. Will you mind?" "No," she smiled back. "I want to feel you inside me." Her cheeks grew hot at the boldness of her words, and yet it was a shock, a wonderful shock, when he rolled on top of her, slipped his hands beneath her as his legs spread hers wide, and came deep inside her with one smooth, firm thrust. Smooth, she realized, because she had been very ready for him too, and painless this time. She drew a deep breath and released it slowly as she slid her feet up the bed so that she could tilt herself to allow him deeper access. Oh, yes, she was as ready for him as he was for her, but please, please let it not all be over too soon. She tightened inner muscles about him and found the resulting sensation wondrously pleasurable. He was long and hard. He drew his hands free and lifted some of his weight onto his forearms and looked down into her face. "There is nowhere in the world I would rather be," he said before kissing her. "Let's love each other." And that was what they did, after he had turned his head away to rest on the pillow beside her and lowered some of his weight back onto her. He withdrew and entered again, and withdrew and entered, and set up a slow, firm rhythm of love. And this time, because she knew what happened, and knew too that she could make love as well as submit to being made love to, she moved to the same rhythm, rotating her hips, pulsing with her inner muscles. It lasted a long, wonderful time, as their breath became laboured and their bodies slick with sweat, as her passage became wetter, and a rhythmic sucking sound accompanied their movements. It might just be possible to swoon with pleasure, Susanna thought, until pleasure began to be overlaid with something else. At first, it was a needling ache where he worked in her, and then something that bordered almost on pain as it spread downward to her legs, upward through her womb to her breasts, and into her throat and behind her eyes. And then it was pain, a strange, unbearable pain that did not quite hurt, but there were no words. She heard herself moan. The rhythm changed then. It became faster and deeper, and his hands were beneath her again, holding her steady so that there was no escape. Her own rhythm vanished as she strained toward him, every muscle taut. And then something blossomed deep within and opened almost like the multiple petals of a rose, pushing back the tension in rippling waves as they bloomed until she surrendered to relaxation with a soft exclamation of surprise. "Oh," she said. The aftermath of tension set her to trembling all over then as she sank into the blessed fulfillment of sexual desire. Not that she used quite those words in her mind. She had not known that there was such a thing. He had stopped moving too, she realized, but he was still hard and firm and deep inside her, and his body was still tense. He had stopped so that she could savour her own pleasure. She felt weak with a glorious exhaustion, but she wrapped her arms about him, twined her legs about his, and turned her head to kiss the side of his face. He took his pleasure swiftly and lustily, and it surprised a languorous Susanna to discover that even in satiety, more pleasure was possible. She felt the warm gush of his release, and lifted one hand to rest over the damp hair at the back of his head. "Susanna," he murmured against her ear. "Peter." They both slept without uncoupling. Somehow, while he had slept, Peter discovered he had moved to Susanna's side. She was cradled in his arms, her head in the hollow between his neck and his shoulder. She was still sleeping. It was a thought that had woken him, a memory, actually. A memory of being in William Osborne's office at Fincham with Theo when they were both boys learning script writing, and of his mother hurrying into the room without knocking, looking startled, and then scolding him for not being in Theo's room where she had supposed he would be. He had assumed at the time that she had been looking for him. Now, for some odd reason, when so many years had passed, he thought that if that had been the case, the look on her face would surely have been relief, or perhaps annoyance, not surprise. And why had she not knocked? It was true that the office belonged to a mere secretary, but even so, he was a gentleman, and his office was in a private home that was not his mother's. And why the devil was he wondering about such unimportant matters now? Why had such a trivial memory woken him up? Just because Osborne was fresh in his mind? He yawned, burrowed his nose in Susanna's hair, kissed her head lightly, and drew back his head rather sharply. The devil! It was surely not his mother. It could not have been. Good Lord! Osborne, though a gentleman, had been only Markham's secretary, and his mother was the highest of high sticklers. She would never have... Yes, she could have. Osborne had been a handsome devil. Not that Peter had ever noticed that when he was a boy, but looking back he could see that, yes, the man had enjoyed more than his fair share of good looks. His mother must have been lonely. He knew she had been lonely. She had told him so later. 6 years later. 5 years ago. So must Osborne have been lonely. Of course, anything that might have happened between them could have been initiated on Osborne's side. His mother might not have given him any encouragement at all. Perhaps the charges that had led him to kill himself had been true. But his mother had been hurrying into that study, and no one had been coercing her. It even seemed to Peter now that there had been a look of eagerness on her face before surprise had replaced it, though there was no way of verifying that impression. But dash it all, what a devil of a coil. He just hoped his imagination had become overactive and was playing wild and nasty tricks on him. But it was not with his imagination that he had seen his mother with Grantham, with Bertha's father 5 years ago. He had walked into her unlocked dressing-room at Sidley after the slightest of knocks, on some unremembered mission, and there they had been, the two of them. They had not even stopped first to lock the door. Blood hammered through his temples. What if that had not been an isolated incident in his mother's life, as she had sworn to him it was? What if his mother had driven Osborne to his death? And here he was holding Osborne's daughter in his arms. He had just made love to her. He was determined to marry her if she would have him. She was awake. She had opened her eyes and tipped back her head and was looking at him sleepily, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lord, but he loved her. The realization and the force of his feelings shook him. If she had known about this all along, even before reading her letter, if his thoughts had led him down the right path, that was it why? Lord bless him, of course it was why. And what was it he had said to her, his very first words to her? Miss Osborne, an already glorious summer day suddenly seems even warmer and brighter. He could almost hear himself say those exact words. What a consummate ass! At the same moment she had been recognizing his name and recoiling from him. She said now, and kissed his chin and then his mouth when he lowered his head. She was not recoiling from him now, though. Perhaps his guesses were way wide of the mark. To you too, he said, rubbing his nose across hers.
Ought we to go back yet? She asked him with a sigh. We must have been gone for an age.
He had been going to propose marriage to her again after they were finished with the sex. He had decided that downstairs as soon as she had said yes. He would love her silly, and then, before she could recover her wits and harden her heart, he would slip the question into their waking conversation. And then, during the Christmas ball, he would make the grand announcement. She would not marry him in a million years if his mother had been her father's lover, and had then tried blackmailing him and driven him to despair and death. Not to mention how his mother would react if he presented William Osborne's daughter to her as his prospective bride. Somehow, perhaps because he did not want to believe it, he knew that his guess was correct. "They know you are with me," he said. "They probably know, too, that we left in the curricle. They will assume that I have brought you over to Sidley and that you have stayed for luncheon and an afternoon visit."
"Why is it," she asked, snuggling closer, "that I so often imagine myself running away and running free? I ran away once, and it now seems that I must have done the wrong thing, except that running away took me to Bath, and I have been happy there. Why do I want to run from happiness?"
"Because it is not everything you want or need or dream of," he suggested. "I would run away with you to the end of the world now, if I thought that doing so would bring us to that mythical state of happily ever after. I think I was actually serious during the summer, Susanna, when I suggested we go off walking in Wales together. Indeed, I know I was. But I would not ask you to do anything like that again."
"Oh,"
she said softly. "Because there is no such state," he said. "There is no happily ever after to run to. We have to work for happiness. I am going to do things the right way from now on. I decided that as soon as I left Bath. Don't ask me what I am going to do or how I am going to do it. I don't know. But at the end of all this, I am going to have slain a dragon or two, and I am going to like myself. Then perhaps I'll have more to offer the world, and you, than simple gallantry." She gazed at him, and her eyes filled with tears, though she smiled too.
"I am not sorry I ran away that first time," she said. "I like what happened to my life. And if I had not run, I would not have met you again, would I? But I won't run again. I'll go back to Fincham and meet my grandparents, though for some reason it will be one of the hardest things I have ever done. And then after Christmas I will go home to Bath and continue striving to be the best teacher I can possibly be."
"You are not sorry we met again during the summer, then?" he asked her.
"No."
"Neither am I," he said.
"But I must get back to Fincham," she said.
She raised herself on one elbow and leaned over him to kiss the side of his face and trail kisses along his jawline. Then she kissed his mouth. Her free hand pressed against his shoulder until he turned to lie on his back. By Jove, he thought, his interest piqued. She was going to make love to him. By the time they had reached the bedchamber earlier, he had been so bursting with desire for her, and she for him, he had judged, that he had proceeded without delay to the main feast. She, it seemed, was more disciplined. She was also as skilled as any courtesan, though, no, perhaps that was not quite so. Perhaps it was just that he was very ready to be aroused by her. But however it was, she had overcome the modesty that had caused her to hesitate to remove his breeches earlier. Her hands roamed all over him, stroking, caressing, pausing, rubbing, teasing in all the right places, and her mouth and her tongue and her teeth followed suit. He lay still for a while, his hands flat on the mattress on either side of him, enjoying the sheer perfection of her touch, marvelling at her boldness, at her instinctive knowledge of how best to arouse him without driving him too early to madness. But when she suckled one of his nipples, biting it lightly with her teeth, laving it with her tongue, his hands came up to sink into her soft auburn curls, and he groaned and then laughed softly. "Mercy, woman," he said. She lifted her head and smiled down into his face, her cheeks flushed, her eyes heavy with desire. "But I have no wish to show mercy," she said, her voice low and throaty, as she brought her lips to his and teased them with the tip of her tongue. This was beginning to be agonizing. And then she brought herself right over him, straddling him with her legs, her knees on either side of his hips, her hands supporting herself on either side of his head. He skimmed his hands down the lovely curve of her back to spread over her firmly rounded buttocks. She had lovely breasts, not over large, but firm and nicely shaped. He felt the hardened nipples brush against his chest as she lowered her mouth to his again. With the lower part of her body, she rubbed lightly over his erection. Agony had passed its beginning, but this was her love-making. He would proceed at her pace. "Which?" he murmured. She raised herself then onto her knees, holding herself above him and biting on her lower lip as she took him in one hand, set him against her opening, and brought herself down on him. Ah! She was hot and wet, and her inner muscles clenched about him as she drew him deep. He set his hands lightly on her hips and drew a slow breath. There was a certain type of agony that was also exquisite, and this was it. He would not spoil it with urgency. He smiled slowly up at her. "To repeat myself," he said, "there is nowhere I would rather be." She set her hands on either side of his waist, hugged his hips more tightly with her knees, lifted herself almost away from him, brought herself down again, and repeated the motion over and over again. She closed her eyes and lowered her chin to her chest. Good Lord, he thought, before sensation engulfed him. She was riding him. He let her ride for a while, awash in pleasure and desire, and then his hands pressed more firmly on her hips, and he rode with her for a few minutes until they both broke rhythm, she to press downward, he to thrust upward, both to shatter into fulfillment at the same moment. It was beyond extraordinary. It was beyond bliss. And it was not sex, he thought, as she came downward to lie on top of him, and he covered them both with the bed-covers. Not just sex. It was love. He had never before seen much connection between the two. He held her for several minutes, not sleeping, knowing that she did not sleep either, knowing that she was telling herself that this was the end. It was not the end. If someone cared to bring on a whole regiment of dragons, all of them armed to the fangs with fire and brimstone and other assorted deadly weapons, he would take on the lot of them bare-handed. This was not the end. This was the end, Susanna thought, her shoulder pressed to Peter's, drawing some warmth from him as the curricle turned onto the driveway leading to Fincham Manor. Oh, she would quite possibly see him again after today. It was even probable that she would have to go to the ball at Sidley that he had mentioned earlier, though she would not even think about that yet. But really, today was the end of an affair of the heart that could have no future. Now was the end. It was also the beginning of something else. She wondered if her grandparents had arrived yet. Her grandparents. She still felt partly numbed at the unfamiliar thought. Today she was going to meet 3 people who were closely connected to her by blood, after believing for 11 years that she was all alone in the world. But they were strangers. Would they even like her? Would they hold it against her that she was the product of a marriage that ought never to have been? But they were coming here, were they not? Would she like them? How would she even greet them? "It looks," Peter said, "as if the visitors have arrived." And sure enough, there was a large old carriage standing outside the stable block. Her heart sank. "Afraid?" he asked, turning his head to look down at her. "Very." She drew her cloak more tightly about her. "Is it not strange," he said, "how life can plod along placidly for years, and then for no clear reason can be suddenly filled with one turmoil after another? And it has happened for us both in differing ways, and began for both of us at the same moment, when we arrived together at the fork in a narrow lane in the quiet Somerset countryside one summer afternoon. Such a seemingly innocent encounter, and here we are as a result of it all, and you are facing an ordeal that has nothing really to do with me. May I come in with you?" "Please do," she said, as he drew the curricle to a halt before the doors into the house and jumped down to assist her. She thought as she entered the house a few moments later that perhaps she ought to have said no. Perhaps her grandparents would recognize the name Whitleaf as she had during the summer. But it was too late now. Besides, she could not bear to say goodbye to him and then have to go upstairs to the drawing-room alone. The newly arrived visitors were there and expecting her, the butler informed her, as he took her cloak and bonnet from her, and she fluffed up her curls and brushed her hands over her dress. He turned to lead the way. She did not take Peter's arm. If she did, she might cling. This was something she must do herself, even if she had chosen to have him accompany her for moral support. Lady Markham, Edith, Mr. Morley, Theodore, they were all in the drawing-room, Susanna saw as soon as she had crossed the threshold. So were 3 strangers, all of whom got to their feet at the sight of her. Theodore came striding toward her. "Susanna," he said, taking her hand in both of his and squeezing it before letting it go, "you must come and meet Colonel and Mrs. Osborne and the Reverend Clapton, your grandparents." The lady was slender, almost to the point of thinness, with white, carefully coiffed hair, a lined face, and a sweet mouth. The colonel was broad-chested and tall, and very upright in bearing. He was bald, and had a thick white moustache, which drooped past the corners of his mouth almost to his chin. He looked very distinguished. He looked like an older version of Susanna's father. The clergyman was shorter and thinner. He had fine grey hair and eyeglasses and supported himself with a cane. Her grandparents, Susanna thought, gazing one at a time at the 3 strangers. She dipped into a curtsy. And then the lady came hurrying toward her, both hands outstretched, and Susanna set her own in them. "Susanna," the lady said, "oh, my dear, I believe I would have known you anywhere. You look just like your mother, though surely you have something of the look of my son, too. Oh, my dearest, dearest girl, I knew you were not dead. All these years I have said it, and now I know that I was right." Her chin wobbled, and her eyes filled with tears. "Please do not cry, Mum," Susanna said, hearing a gurgle in her own throat. "Please do not." "Grandmamma," the lady said. "Call me Grandmamma. Please do." "Grandmamma," Susanna said. And then, of course, there was no way of stopping the tears of either of them from flowing, and somehow they had their arms about each other, Susanna and this stranger, who was not a stranger at all, but Papa's mother. Peter was clearing his throat, though not in an attention-seeking way. So was the Reverend Clapton, who was leaning on his cane with both hands. Lady Markham and Edith were smiling with happiness. Mr. Morley looked as if he were in raptures. Theodore was beaming genially. The Colonel withdrew a large white handkerchief from a pocket of his coat, blessing his soul rather fiercely as he did so, held the handkerchief to his nose, and blew into it loudly enough to wake the dead. Chapter 24.
"This is very pleasant, Peter," his mother said, sinking into the best chair which she had drawn near the fire in the library. "Just the two of us together for a cosy chat. It does not happen often enough." He seated himself across from her. He had asked her to join him in the library after almost everyone else had retired for the night, and only a few of the younger people were still amusing themselves in the music room.
"You are warm enough, Mamma?" he asked her.
"I am," she said. "My love, it was very naughty of you to leave the house this morning to deliver one of your invitations and not return until late in the afternoon. However, you were very attentive to Miss Flynn Posey this evening. She is a sweet girl, is she not?"
"Very," he agreed. "And doubtless she will make some man a wonderful wife some day soon. But she will not be mine."
She looked a little surprised at such a categorical statement, but she smiled as she relaxed back against the cushions. "You may well change your mind during the coming days," she said.
"I will not change my mind," he told her. "I have already chosen the woman I wish to marry."
He watched her eyes light up with interest. "Peter!" She clasped her hands to her bosom and sat up straighter.
"I am just not sure she will have me," he said.
"Oh, but of course she will have you, whoever she is," she cried. "You know you are one of the greatest matrimonial prizes." He held up a hand.
"Mamma," he said, "she is Susanna Osborne."
"Who?"
She sat back again, all the animation draining from her face. "William Osborne's daughter," he said. "I love her, and I mean to have her if she will have me. I met her during the summer. She was staying with the Countess of Edgecombe not far from Hereford House. I saw her again in Bath when I went there with Lauren and Kit to attend Sydenham Butler's wedding breakfast, and I have been with her today. She is at Fincham Manor for Christmas. Her grandparents have come there to meet her. I have invited them all to the ball here on Christmas night."
She licked her lips. Her hands, he noticed, were gripping the arms of the chair. "I suppose she set her cap at you," she said. "If she has you believing she will not have you, Peter, that is just her cunning, believe me. You cannot seriously—"
"She wanted to have nothing to do with me during the summer," he said, "after she had heard my name."
Her lips moved, but she did not speak.
"Mamma," he asked, and it was an enormously difficult question to ask, "what was your relationship with Mr. Osborne?"
"My?" She bristled suddenly. "You are surely being impertinent, Peter. I am your mother, I would have you remember, even if you are now grown up."
"You were lovers," he said.
"How dare you?" Her eyes widened.
"Just as you and Grantham were," he said. "Except that then you told me it was the only time it had happened since my father died, and that it had happened because you were lonely and could not help yourself. And yet it had been going on for a long time, and on the occasion when I saw the two of you together, you were here, in my home, with both Bertha and her mother as my guests under the same roof."
"Peter!" She looked ashen. She had admitted only that one lapse to him at the time. He had learned differently from other people, but he had never confronted her with his knowledge.
She had been quite broken up, and he had been distraught. Good God, she was his mother. Lady Grantham doubtless knew about the affair, he said, but all her lady's education had taught her to turn a blind eye. Heaven knows what suffering and what humiliation she bore in silence. Bertha certainly knew even before I was fool enough to blurt out to her what I had just discovered. But she had been trained by her mother, and had accepted her father's infidelity long before I told her about it. Worse, Bertha had gazed at him uncomprehendingly as he spoke, and had then asked him if all men were not like her father. When he had assured her that he was not, that he would be faithful to her until death, she had actually recoiled from him and told him what a child he was, though he was 2 years her senior. She had no intention, she had told him, of tying herself to him for life once she had performed the duty of presenting him with a son, perhaps 2. He surely could not be so naive as to ask it of her. "And my uncles knew," he said, "and were only chagrined that you had neglected to lock your door." They had told him in no uncertain terms that it was time he accepted some of the realities of life, and yet they were the ones who had sheltered and educated him all through his boyhood. He was a naive child, they had told him, the same words Bertha had used, and had better keep his mouth shut about what he had seen and get ready to announce his engagement the following day as planned. It was time he grew up. Instead, he had summoned every member of the house party to the drawing-room within the hour and announced that there was to be no engagement and that they would all kindly leave Sidley before noon the next day. He had told his uncles that they were absolved of all future obligations toward him, since he was now an adult and was no longer in need of either their guardianship or their advice. His mother he had left to her tears and to Sidley. He had bolted only 1 day after his guests. He had not excused her. He had not even believed her lie. He had accepted that her affair with Grantham was of long standing. But he had believed that she had loved Grantham. Now he wondered if that had been so, or if it had mattered anyway. Grantham had been a married man, and the 2 of them had been prepared to arrange a marriage between their offspring. She was clinging tightly to the arms of her chair now, gazing at him with wide-eyed indignation. "But it is not about Grantham that I wish to speak," he said. "It is about Mr. Osborne. You did have an affair with him, did you not? But something happened to end the liaison. My guess is that he ended it. Had he told you about his past before then, or did you find it out some other way? However it was, you threatened to go to Sir Charles with your knowledge." He had no proof of any of this, it struck him suddenly. It would be terrible indeed if he were wrong and had made such accusations against his own mother. And yet he longed to be proved wrong.
"Peter," she said, "if this is what that woman has been telling you, I will do all in my power to free you from her evil clutches. You have always been—"
"Susanna did not tell me," he said. "She told me about the contents of the letter her father had written her, and the one he had written Sir Charles, but she did not name his blackmailer."
"William wrote a letter to her?"
his mother asked. He stared bleakly at her. "Just before he shot himself," he said. "He felt that suicide was the only protection he could offer her. If he had lived, she would have been exposed to all the ugly consequences he would have faced from the charge of rape." She recoiled.
"How can you use that word in your own mother's hearing?" she asked him.
But then she sank back in her chair again, looking suddenly smaller and older.
"I said only that he had harassed and molested me, not that— And it was true. I told Sir Charles so after William's death. I would never have— Peter, you must believe me."
He felt his shoulders slump. He had been hoping, despite everything, that perhaps he had been wrong, that perhaps it had been someone else. But he had remembered during the ride back to Sidley from Fincham that it was about the time of Osborne's death that the coolness had developed in the relations between his mother and the Markhams. "I did not know he would kill himself," she said. "How could I have known that? How could he punish me so?" "But you would have taken away his reputation, his character, his freedom, Mamma," he said. "Whatever he had done in the past, he had surely lived down. He had a child to support." "I condescended," she said, her voice jerky and rather breathless. "I condescended to his level. And then, when I went to London on one occasion because he was there, he let me know that he was not pleased. And then he started avoiding me even at Fincham, and finally told me it was all over between us. The presumption, Peter! The humiliation! You must understand. I loved your papa, but my life was very empty without him. I was willing to allow that man—" Ah, just the explanation she had given 5 years ago when he had confronted her. "You drove him to his death," he said quietly. He felt physically sick. "He was foolish," she cried. "He must have known that I was just upset with him, that I would not really have ruined him." "And yet," he said, "after he had been to Sir Charles and confessed about his past, you were very ready with new threats." "I would not have—" she began. "Wouldn't you?" he asked her. "He obviously thought you would. He staked his life on it." She spread her hands over her face, and he sat staring at her, appalled at what he had learned today, at what he had guessed, at what she had now confirmed, and at the knowledge that she had twice been prepared to wreak havoc with other people's lives because of her sexual needs and her loneliness. He hated to think of his own mother in such a way. Was this one of the dragons he must fight? If so, the price was high indeed. Nothing would ever be the same. But the same as what? He had brushed much beneath the metaphoric carpet 5 years ago. He would do so no longer. "You do not know how I have suffered, Peter," she said, tearful now as she had been the last time. "If he did it for revenge, he certainly had the final word. Do you think I have not felt like a murderer all these years? But it is unfair. I did not mean him any harm. I was fond of him. I have always been your mother, and I know it is hard to see your own mother as a woman. But I am a woman, and I was lonely. We were both widowed. He had loved his wife as I loved your father. He even told me at the end that he could not continue with me because his heart had broken at her death and he could not forget her. But for a time we were almost happy. We were not hurting anyone." He almost felt sorry for her. She had done something monstrous, but she was surely not a monster. And the worst thing about her monstrosity must always have been that she could not atone. Osborne was dead. Would she have brought false accusations against him if he had lived? There was no way of knowing, and he did not want to know. But she had done irreparable harm anyway. He was very tempted to get up, to take her hands in his, and draw her to her feet and into his arms, to comfort and reassure her, to send her off to bed. But he had done that the last time, after Grantham. If she needed forgiveness, it was her own she must seek, not his. Besides, there was one more thing he needed to say, and it was best to say everything now tonight, and hope that tomorrow they could both start piecing their lives back together. She spoke before he could, though. "Peter," she said, "you cannot marry his daughter. You must see that. It would be an
impossible, horrible situation."
He drew a slow breath. "And yet it would have been perfectly fine for me to marry Bertha?" he asked her. She did not reply. With the common-sense part of his mind, he agreed with her, though. The past would always be there between him and Susanna, the knowledge that his mother and her father had been lovers, that she had caused his death. It would be far better to allow Susanna to return to Bath, to go to London himself after Christmas, and set his mind to choosing a suitable bride during the season. Eventually they would forget each other, and when they did remember, they would both be glad they had not taken a chance on happiness. But he had renounced simple common sense since leaving Bath behind him a few weeks ago. He was reaching for happiness, or if happiness proved impossible, then at least for self-respect. He would no longer avoid the darker corners of his life. It was altogether possible, even probable, that Susanna would not have him after all, but he would not lose her just because he had chosen to tiptoe his way past his dragons. Even after she was gone, he would have to live with himself. And finally, he was determined to like the person who lived inside his body. Not that he particularly liked himself at the moment. "The only question to be settled on the issue of Miss Osborne, Mamma," he said, "is whether she will marry me under the circumstances. She has already refused me once."
She looked sharply at him, with a curious mixture of indignation and hope on her face.
"Mamma," he said after drawing a deep breath, "I want Sidley to become my home."
She stared at him.
"It is yours, Peter," she said. "If you do not spend more time here, it is your own fault. You know how often I have urged you to come."
"Because it has always been more yours than mine," he said.
"Sidley has been yours since you were an infant," she said. "I have always kept the household running smoothly for you. I have always kept it beautiful for you. Lately I have begun some refurbishings, all for your sake."
"But I have never been consulted about anything," he said.
"Because you are never here," she cried.
It was true enough. She did have a point there.
"I ought to have taken over both the house and the estate when I reached my majority," he said, "but I did not, for reasons we need not rehash yet again. I have my own ideas on how both should be run, and now I am ready to implement them. I want to make friends of my neighbours. I want them here for frequent entertainments. I want them to feel welcome, to feel at home here. I want to live here most of the time."
"Peter," she said, looking more herself again, "this is wonderful.
I want it for myself, Mamma," he said, "and for my wife and children if I marry."
She smiled uncertainly at him.
"Perhaps," he said, "you would like to redecorate and refurnish the Dower House, and move there when it is ready."
"The Dower House?"
Her eyes widened in indignation.
"I have always loved it," he said. "You could surely be contented there."
"It is where the governesses and tutors always lived," she cried.
"Then we will look around for a suitable house for you in London," he suggested. "There will be company there for you most of the year, and plenty of entertainments and all the shops, and you will always be welcome here as a visitor."
She leaned back in her chair and stared at him, and there was a moment at which he was aware that her chin tilted slightly upward.
"I have always lived here in order to keep it for you," she said. "You are my only son. I took on the responsibility when your father died, and I have not relinquished it since. I have given my life for you."
It was, he realized, a moment when some rebuilding was possible.
"And I will be eternally grateful," he said. "I had a marvellously secure childhood. I was never in any doubt that I was loved, and I am glad I did not marry too young. I have had the chance to live out my early manhood and find out who I am and what I want of my life, secure in the knowledge that you and my home were always here for me. But now I have arrived at that point of self-discovery, Mamma, and I can set you free to enjoy your life in any way you choose. I know you have been lonely here." It was not entirely the truth that he spoke, of course, but there was truth in it nevertheless. And despite everything, he would always love her, and always be grateful that she had loved him during his childhood. "I think," she said, "I would like to live in London." Perhaps she did not speak the entire truth either, and yet it struck him that she probably would be happier there, and there was a certain relief in finding that she had rejected the idea of moving to the dower house. "We will see to it after Christmas," he said. "But I have kept you up very late, Mamma. You must go to bed now. Tomorrow will be busy, I dare say." "Yes." But she did not immediately get to her feet. "Peter," she said, "I could never love another man as I loved your father. William Osborne, George Grantham, they meant nothing to me, though I was fond of them both. I certainly did not mean to do anyone any harm." "I know you did not." He knew no such thing, alas, but it was not his place to pour recriminations on her head. He got to his feet and offered her his hand. When she was standing before him, small, fragile, still lovely, he kissed her forehead and then her cheek. "Good night, Mamma," he said. "Good night, Peter." She left the room without another word, her back straight, her step light and firm. He looked toward the brandy decanter, but rejected the idea of pouring himself a glass. If he started drinking tonight, he knew he would not stop until he was thoroughly foxed. Several times during the course of Christmas Eve, Susanna thought about Claudia and Eleanor and Leila and the girls who would be at the school for Christmas. They were there right now, she thought. She tried to ground herself in the reality of that thought, but it was hard to believe in it. It was hard to believe anything that was happening around her either. It was as if she had stepped into some strange dream. Life had been so routine, so predictable, so dull, until the end of the summer. And yet there had been a certain contentment, even happiness about the dullness. Yesterday seemed unreal. Could she really have gone willingly to the dower house at Sidley Park with Viscount Whitleaf? Had she really gone to bed and made love with him there? Twice, the second time entirely initiated by her. And today, were these strangers with whom she was spending almost all her time really turning so quickly into familiar, even dear relatives? Was it possible to feel a close familial connection to people of whose very existence she had been hardly aware until yesterday morning? But her grandfather Osborne looked so very much as her father would have looked if he had lived so long, that she would hardly have been able to drag her eyes away from him had her grandmother not had Papa's eyes, and if she had not insisted upon holding Susanna's hand much of the time, and patting it and gazing at her in fascinated wonder. And her grandfather Clapton really did have her own eyes, though their colour had faded closer to grey than green, and she could imagine, looking at his thin grey hair, that it really had been auburn at one time. He had a way of nodding and smiling quietly, leaving most of the talking to the other two, that drew her eyes and tugged at her heart. Grandmother and Grandfather Osborne had no surviving children, and she was their only grandchild. Their lives must have been filled with the most terrible sadness. They had had 2 sons. By running away, she thought, she had robbed them of knowing her from the age of 12 until now. But then, they were the ones who had banished her father. Not that she would judge them for that. He had interfered with their elder son's marriage, and then caused his death in a fight. She longed to know details of that fight. Had the death been entirely accidental? Had her father's brother fallen and hit his head on a stone, for example? But she would not ask. Her grandfather Clapton had 3 surviving daughters and 8 grandchildren apart from Susanna. Her aunts and cousins, he told her, smiling his quiet smile. The eldest was married to his successor in the village church, and their son was a curate in a church not far away. She had aunts and uncles and cousins. How different my life would have been if I had not left Fincham in such a hurry all those years ago, she said.
And ours too, dearest, her grandmother said, patting her hand.
But would you go back now and change your life if you could? Grandfather Clapton asked gently. I believe our lives unfold in perfect but mysterious ways, understood clearly only by our Lord. That is something you would say, Ambrose, Grandfather Osborne said irritably. I have not seen much perfection in the lives of my own family, only endless mystery. And if the Almighty is responsible, I will have a quarrel to pick with him on Judgment Day.
I cannot know if I would change the course of my life or not, Susanna said, smiling at all of them, and understanding already that her grandfathers did not always see eye to eye upon every issue. I wish I had known you all sooner, and I do look back upon the couple of weeks I spent in London with some horror. But I spent 6 happy years at Miss Martin's school, and I have loved my teaching job there during the past 5 years. I am proud of what I have made of my life. Her grandmother patted her hand.
Teaching is all very well, Grandfather Osborne said, for a lady with no family, or for a lady whose family has only slender means. I am not an enormously wealthy man, Susanna, but I am certainly not poor either, and you are all we have. It is time you came home with us. It is time we found you a good husband to look after you when we are gone.
Her grandmother smoothed a hand over hers, and Susanna could feel her bent, arthritic fingers against the back of her hand.
I think, Clarence, she said, Susanna may have already found him for herself. Viscount Whitleaf is a very handsome and charming young man, and it seemed to me yesterday that he thinks the world of our granddaughter. He has invited us all to attend the ball at Sidley Park tomorrow evening, but I had the feeling that it is Susanna with whom he wants to dance more than anyone else.
I dare say it would not be me, Sadie,
Grandfather Osborne said with a bark of laughter.
But a viscount? That is aiming high, though not impossibly high. We have a perfectly respectable lineage, and so does Ambrose.
And you were a colonel, Grandmother Osborne reminded him.
Her grandfather said. I shall have to find out what that young man's intentions are.
Susanna pulled her hand away from her grandmother's in order to clap both hands to her cheeks. "Oh, grandfather," she said, "please do not say anything to him." She was blushing, she realized. She was also laughing. Her grandfather had known her for less than 24 hours, and already he was trying to take charge of her life. Could it possibly be less than 24 hours? She already loved them, all 3 of them. How absurd! How indescribably wonderful! She had just realized something, though. They must not know about Viscountess Whitleaf's part in the death of her father. They had not reacted in any way to his name. They were not alone together all day, the 4 of them. Lady Markham, Theodore, Edith, and Mr. Morley were all tactful enough to remain in the background most of the time, but they all came together at mealtimes, and after luncheon, Susanna and her grandmother went up to the nursery at Edith's invitation to see Jamie, since this was apparently the most wakeful, alert, and cheerful part of his day.
"And of course," Edith said, "I want you to see him at his very best."
They stayed up there talking for longer than an hour, after admiring the baby and handing him from one to the other and coaxing smiles from him. Susanna's grandmother held him in the crook of one arm while they sat and talked, and cooed down at him when he demanded attention. It was during that hour and a bit, Susanna discovered later, that Viscount Whitleaf had called with 2 of his brothers-in-law and young Mr. Flynn Posey. She also discovered that during the visit her 2 grandfathers had gone off to the library with Viscount Whitleaf while the others had visited in the drawing-room. Neither of them volunteered any further information about who had initiated the private meeting or what the topic of conversation had been, and Susanna did not ask, lest her grandparents think that she really was interested in him. He was gone by the time she came downstairs, but she would see him at the ball, she thought, with a heart that tried to sink and soar at the same time, leaving her feeling horribly confused and not a little upset. She must not begin thinking that an impossibility might, after all, be possible. It was Peter who had asked to speak privately with the 2 elderly gentlemen who were staying at Fincham. While he was disappointed to learn on his arrival that Susanna was up in the nursery with Edith, he was also glad to find his plan easier to implement than he had expected it to be. He had merely asked Theo if he might use the library for a few minutes in order to have a word or 2 with Colonel Osborne and the Reverend Clapton, and Theo had agreed, with a smirk. Peter had come to the point after a few preliminary conversational niceties. Or, to be more accurate, it was the Colonel, frowning ferociously and harumphing through his large moustache, who brought him to the point.
"I understand, Whitleaf," he said, "that you had my granddaughter out in a curricle yesterday afternoon, without even so much as a groom-up behind."
Peter felt very much as if a shotgun had been pressed to his spine. The other old gentleman gazed genially at him, with perhaps a thread of steel behind the mild eyes. "I did," he confessed. No point in lying and pretending to have had 6 eagle-eyed grooms all clinging to the back of his curricle to play chaperone. "I hope, sirs, to ask your granddaughter during tomorrow night's ball to honour me with her hand in marriage. I would like the blessing of both of you before I do so." It had occurred to him last night that this was perhaps something he ought to do. Less laudably, it had also occurred to him that she might look more kindly upon his suit if he had their blessing. A third thing that had occurred to him, of course, was that they might be very familiar indeed with the name of Whitleaf, and that he might be dooming his hopes to a horrible dashing if he approached them thus. The Reverend Clapton beamed at him from his chair by the fire. The Colonel frowned fiercely at him from his stance by the desk.
"Why?" he barked. "Why do you wish to marry our granddaughter?"
"I have conceived a deep affection for her, sir," Peter said.
"Even though she was a dowelless nobody when you did it?"
the Colonel asked him, and Peter felt sorry for all the soldiers who had served under this man. Theirs must not have been a comfortable life. "Yes, sir," he said.
"Then you are a fool, Whitleaf,"
the old man said. Peter raised his eyebrows.
"If loving Miss Osborne for herself makes me a fool, sir," he said, "then I can only plead guilty."
"Which you must confess, Clarence," the clergyman said in a mild voice, "is an excellent answer.
I would be inclined to give my blessing without further ado."
The Colonel said, and it suddenly occurred to Peter that the man was enjoying himself.
"Well, she isn't a dowelless nobody, Whitleaf. She is a not inconsiderable heiress. What do you have to say to that?"
"That it is very pleasant for Miss Osborne, sir," Peter said, "but that it has no effect whatsoever on my feelings for her."
"And what do you have to offer her, young man, apart from your affections, which may come cheap for all I know?"
the Colonel asked. And Peter understood that they had entered the marriage negotiation phase of the conversation. His suit, he guessed, had been granted. So he had won the approval of 2 elderly gentlemen. That, he supposed, though, was going to be the easy part. Chapter 25. No one could remember the time when the last grand entertainment had been held at Sidley. For days the neighbourhood had been buzzing with the news that there was finally to be a ball there, and on Christmas Day of all days. It seemed like a special gift from the young Viscount. He had always been liked and admired from afar. It had always been said that he was warmer, more human than the Viscountess, his mother, and now they were convinced of it. He had delivered the invitations personally, and had begged everyone to come, to join his family and friends in a great celebration of the season, as if they were the ones doing him a favour. No one would have missed the ball for any consideration whatsoever. Anticipation of the moment when they might decently leave for Sidley overshadowed all other observances of Christmas, even the morning church service and the dinner-time goose. It was much the same at Sidley itself, though there was an afternoon party for the children in the drawing-room, hosted by the Viscount and attended by many of their parents, while most other adults rested in their rooms in preparation for the evening's revels. The house was lavishly decorated, with holly and pine boughs and ribbons and bells, and a Yule log in the drawing-room. There was also a large and intricately woven kissing bough there, the creation of 3 of the Viscount's sisters, suspended from the centre of the ceiling and the focus of much interested attention and stifled giggles after its appearance there late on Christmas Eve. The house was filled, too, with enticing Christmas smells, even late in the day, long after the goose and the plum pudding had been cleared away from the dining-room table. The smell of mince pies was the most dominant, but there was, too, the spicy aroma of the wassail, which was to fill the huge bowl in the refreshment room as soon as the ball began. Peter enjoyed the day, even though he had rarely spent a busier one. He was genuinely fond of all his sisters and brothers-in-law, and nieces and nephews, and he found all the other guests congenial company. He was particularly delighted by the romance that appeared to be developing between one of Barbara's young brothers-in-law and Miss Flynn Posey. Whether the lady's mother was equally delighted was unclear, but that was not his concern. His own mother proved remarkably resilient. She showed no traces of the upset she had suffered 2 evenings ago. She spoke of the ball to everyone with an enthusiasm that suggested it had always had her full approval. She had even begun to speak out during the past 2 days about setting up a home for herself in London before the spring season began, so that she might enjoy more social life. "It is high time," she told Lady Flynn Posey and Barbara and Belinda. "Peter is quite old enough now to fend for himself." Peter enjoyed the day, but it was the evening for which he waited with mingled eagerness and anxiety. The eagerness was for the fact that this felt like his coming-of-age party. Tonight he would finally be the master of Sidley Park, entertaining his guests and neighbours as he planned to do for the rest of his life, regardless of the outcome of his other plan for the evening. It was the uncertainty of that outcome that caused his anxiety, of course. He was not at all certain that Susanna would have him, even if he and her 3 grandparents all went down on their knees before her and begged. Susanna Osborne had a sometimes annoying tendency to think for herself and decide for herself. Not that he would have her any other way, of course, but his newfound confidence in himself and determination to live his own life and take on the duties and responsibilities of his position would not be dependent upon Susanna's answer. They would not be worth a great deal if they were. He did have her to thank. He would possibly have drifted on in much the same way as ever if he had not met her, but he was not dependent upon her, just as she was not on him. It was an exhilarating thought, but it did nothing to soothe his growing anxiety as he dressed for the ball. The fact that he was titled and wealthy meant nothing to her, a humbling thought. If he was to win her, he must do it as himself, and for the first time in 5 years he felt that there was some self worth offering. But his name went along with that self. He was Whitleaf, and there, he knew, was the stumbling block. "That will do," he told his valet, who had already discarded 3 perfectly decently tied neckcloths as unworthy of his artistry before tying this 4th. His valet, another individual who had a mind of his own, dash it all, tipped his head to one side and considered his handiwork with frowning concentration. "It will, my lord," he agreed. "It only needs the diamond pin. Just so. Just there. Perfection, my lord."
It was still a little early, but Peter went downstairs anyway and wandered into the ballroom, which looked festive with all the decorations and smelled of greenery. Candles burned in the chandeliers overhead and in wall sconces. 2 great fires burned in the fireplaces at either end of the room. They failed to warm the large, high-ceilinged room quite adequately, but they did take the chill off the air. And once the ballroom was filled with people, and once those people began to engage in the exertions of a few country dances, there would be more than enough warmth in the room. The orchestra had arrived. Their instruments were laid out on the small dais in one corner of the ballroom. They were probably below stairs, feasting on goose and stuffing. A few servants were busy in the refreshment room beyond the ballroom. Peter wandered through there to chat with them. His only real concern about the ball had been his realization that the extra work would be a burden on the resident servants and would necessitate the hiring of more. But he had discovered when he asked that the prospect of serving at a grand ball at Sidley excited them all, even before they knew that he was doubling all their wages for both today and tomorrow. And tomorrow he would also present them all with a Christmas bonus that was more generous than usual. And then he could hear that some other people, relatives and guests from the house, had arrived in the ballroom, and he went back in there to speak with them. Soon now the first of the outside guests would arrive. He would greet them all at the ballroom door with his mother and Barbara and Clarence. It was, he realized 15 minutes later, as he shook hands with Mr. Mummet and bowed to Mrs. and Miss Mummet, complimenting them both on their appearance and thanking them all for coming. The first time he had stood in a receiving line. It was the first time he had been the host of such an event. It would not be the last, by Jove. The party from Fincham was almost the last to arrive. Lady Markham came along the line with Theo, and Peter greeted them heartily. His mother and Lady Markham, he noticed, nodded civilly to each other. Edith and Morley followed, and then Colonel and Mrs. Osborne. Susanna came last with her maternal grandfather. Peter discovered that his heart was thudding so hard in his chest that he could actually hear it. She was wearing the same green gown she had worn to the assembly in Somerset and to the concert in Bath Abbey. Her hair was brushed into soft curls, some of which were held in place by a little pearl tiara, which matched her pearl necklace. The pearls looked glossy and new, and were, he would be willing to wager, a Christmas gift from one or more of her grandparents. Perhaps the delicate ivory fan she carried in one gloved hand was from the other. Her cheeks were flushed, but her eyes were downcast. She was not smiling. She would rather be anywhere else on earth than where she actually was, Peter guessed. Perhaps she would never forgive him for this. Perhaps she would always remember it as one of the worst evenings she had ever spent.
"It is good to see you again, sir," he said, bowing to the Reverend Clapton, who beamed genially back at him. "And you too, Miss Osborne." She raised her eyes briefly to his.
"Thank you, my lord," she said. There was no one coming along directly after them. He spoke up before he should, perhaps, miss the opportunity.
"Will you honour me by dancing the second set with me?" he asked. "And the first waltz." He would dance the last one with her too, he hoped. Her grandfather beamed even more jovially. She hesitated for only a fraction of a moment.
"Thank you," she said. "That will be pleasant."
He would have asked for the opening set, but he would not embarrass her by singling her out so notably before all his family and neighbours. He would open the ball with Barbara. The Reverend Clapton was bowing to his mother and smiling as he exchanged civilities with her. Peter was more than ever convinced that the name Witchleaf meant nothing to the gentleman or to the Osbornes. But Susanna's eyes were downcast again as she curtsied, and he could feel his mother stiffen. "Miss Osborne," she said, "how delightful that you are staying at Fincham at just this time. Do enjoy the ball."
"Thank you, Mum," Susanna said without looking up at her. It must have been an excruciating moment for each of them, Peter thought. Was he quite mad to believe that he could ever marry Susanna and live happily ever after with her? But no, he had already decided that he did not believe in happily ever after, and he had already decided, too, that he would fight for happiness. The moment was past, and both ladies were still in the ballroom, and both were smiling.
"Peter," Barbara linked an arm through his, "it is surely time to start the dancing. I am quite unwilling to delay any longer, since I am to dance the opening set with my handsome brother. I will be the envy of every other lady in the room."
He laughed as he led her onto the floor, to the head of the set that soon formed for the first country dance. Suddenly, he felt light-hearted and filled with hope. It was Christmas, after all, the time of year most devoted to hope and new dreams and love.
"I am amazed to see Susanna Osborne here," Barbara said. "Do you remember her? Her father was that unfortunate secretary of Sir Charles's who took his own life. We were always discouraged from having anything to do with her because her father was basically a servant, though Edith played with her all the time. And yet I always believed there was something of a friendship between Mamma and Mr. Osborne."
"I met her only once as a child," Peter said, "but I met her again this past summer at John Raycroft's, and again during the autumn at the wedding breakfast in Bath I attended with Lauren and Kit."
"Did you?"
she said with interest. And then she glanced at Susanna, who was being led onto the floor by Theo, and looked back at him more sharply.
"Oh, did you?" she said.
Susanna reflected in some wonder on the fact that until the end of August she had never attended a single ball or assembly, whereas now she had been to 2, and she had waltzed in the upper assembly rooms in Bath. And tonight she even had her grandmother as her chaperone, and one grandfather to smile kindly at each of her prospective partners, and another to frown suspiciously at them. Although half the guests were clearly members of the ton, and might have intimidated her a few months ago, all of them were just as clearly prepared to enjoy themselves, and the other half of the guests were what she thought of as ordinary people. They reminded her of Frances's neighbours whom she liked so well. The ballroom, heavily laden with Christmas greenery and decorations, was breathtaking. Even without the decorations, it would be a lovely room, she guessed. It was amazing that she had lived so close to Sidley for 12 years without once even so much as seeing the house. She would have been enjoying herself enormously, she thought, at the end of the 4th set, as the very young and eager Mr. Flynn Posey led her back to her grandmother's side. If only... her life had been blighted with if-onlys since the summer. She would forget them for tonight. She would simply enjoy herself. She had already danced 4 sets in a row, one of them a set of vigorous country dances with Peter. The next set was to be a waltz. She would not even think of it as the last waltz. "You dance so prettily, Susanna," her grandmother said, taking her by the hand and drawing her down to sit beside her. "And you are so pretty. How proud I am of you, and how happy to have lived to see this day." And then Peter was there again, bowing and smiling and charming her grandmother, and finally turning to her and holding out one hand. "This is my waltz, I believe, Miss Osborne," he said. And then once more they were waltzing, except that this time, though she smiled into his eyes and smelled his cologne and felt the exhilaration of every step they took, she did not lose herself in the dance. This time she was aware of his home about them, and his family and neighbours. She was aware of her own family, and almost wept at the novelty of the thought. She was aware of her friends, and the Markhams and Morleys were her friends, and always had been. She did not know what Lady Markham had meant in that long-ago snippet of conversation she had overheard outside the nursery, and she had not asked.
But she knew now that Lady Markham had always cared for her, and would have somehow continued to do so. It really must have been a burden to be left so suddenly with an orphan child, and not to know what to do with her. And she was aware of Christmas, that season of love and family and peace and generosity. It was all, she thought, simply magical. "A penny for them," Peter said, as they twirled about a corner, and she remembered that he had said that to her once before, after their walk to the waterfall. She had been feeling melancholy then. "You do belong here," she said. "I am so glad I have seen you here in your own proper milieu. I think your dream is within your grasp." He smiled as he twirled her again, and somehow they ended up outside the ballroom doors, and he was taking her by the hand and striding purposefully off with her in the direction of the hallway, except that they did not go all the way there, but stopped outside a closed door, which he opened, and then proceeded inside before he closed the door firmly behind them. It was a library, she could see, a beautiful, cosy room dimly lit by a fire burning in the hearth, and a single branch of candles on the mantel. "Peter," she said, "the waltz, my grandparents—" "Know that I am bringing you here," he said. "At least your grandfathers do, and I suppose your grandmother does too." She smiled very sweetly at me in the receiving line. He released her hand and strode over to the fire and busied himself with poking it into fresh life. Susanna went a little closer herself and sat on the edge of a chair. Her grandparents knew, but they did not know. He straightened up and stood gazing into the fire, his back to her. She waited for him to speak, and she ached with love for him, and with the knowledge of his kindness, his tenderness, his passion, his very essence. "My mother drove your father to his death," he said. Ah, so he knew. But surely he had not known 2 days ago. "He killed himself," she said. "He might have made a different choice." "She has lived with remorse ever since," he said, "a fact that does not, of course, excuse what she did. I love her, Susanna. I always have, and I always will. Love, I have discovered, does not judge. It just is." "My mother and my father did dreadful things," she said. "Among other things, they broke the hearts of my grandparents. They caused the death of my uncle. But I have always loved them both, though I never knew my mother." "What I mean," he said, resting one hand on the high mantel and dipping his head forward, "is that I will never renounce her, Susanna. I will always visit her, and she will always be welcome here, though it will not be her home for much longer. We will be finding somewhere for her to live in London. If I were ever asked to choose between her and you, I would not do it. I would refuse. One cannot choose between love and love. One can choose only by judging one choice better, more worthy than the other." She swallowed. "Peter," she said, "you do not have to make a choice. I am going back to school in a few days' time. My grandparents want me to go and live with them, but I have said no. I will gladly spend holidays with them. I will write to them constantly, but I will not live with them, or with you." His head dipped even farther forward, and there was a lengthy silence between them while she listened to the waltz music coming from the ballroom. Then he straightened up and turned to look at her. "Tell me you do not love me," he said. She shook her head slowly. "Tell me." "Love does not have anything to do with anything," she said. "I beg to disagree," he said. "Love has everything to do with everything. Tell me you do not love me, and I will take you back to the ballroom and we will not see each other again after this evening. Tell me, Susanna, but tell me the truth."
She had never seen him so serious. His face looked drawn and pale in the candlelight. His eyes were intense on hers. "Peter," she said, looking sharply down at her hands, "it would be distasteful, even sordid, when your mother and my father—"
"Were lovers," he said. "Did it seem sordid at Berkeley Court? Did it seem sordid at the Dower House 2 days ago? It is an ugly fact, and it should make any connection between you and me somewhat distasteful. But we cannot do anything to change the past. It is as it is. Are we willing to give up the present and the future because of it? Life is not perfect, Susanna. We can only live the reality of what is. It would not be possible without love. I know it is something of a cliché to say that love makes all things possible, but I believe it does. It is not a magic wand that can be waved over life to make it all sweet and lovely and trouble-free, but it can give the energy to fight the odds and win." She raised her eyes to his. "And love is something we have in abundance," he said. "Tell me if I am wrong." She said nothing. "Not just a sweet, sentimental, romantic kind of love," he said, "though there is that too. You have the gritty kind of love, Susanna, which would sacrifice your own happiness if necessary and carry on with life without bitterness, and I have learned a great deal about it in the last little while. I love my family and my home, and I love you." "Peter," she said, but she shook her head and could say no more. She bit her lower lip. "Are you going to destroy our love," he said, "just because I am wealthy and titled and you are a schoolteacher, though you are something of an heiress too, I was informed yesterday, and just because I am a Whitleaf? Just because I will always honour my mother? Just because she and your father once sought comfort for their loneliness with each other?" She closed her eyes. "Or are you going to marry me?" he asked her. "Are you going to make 3 elderly people in the ballroom very happy by allowing me to make an announcement tonight?"
"Oh, Peter," she looked up sharply, "that is grossly unfair." He stared grimly back at her, and then he smiled, and then grinned. "It is rather, is it not?" he said. "But will you? Make them happy, that is." She had simply despised all those girls in Somerset who had melted beneath his every smile, until that was, she had realized that it was his sheer likability they had responded to. But even so, was she to become one of them? "What does your mother have to say about this?" she asked him. "Have you told her?" "I have," he said. "My mother has been possessive, a little domineering, even selfish in her dealings with me during my lifetime, Susanna, but there is no doubt in my mind that she loves both my sisters and me totally. She will love my wife rather than lose me. I cannot promise you an easy relationship with her, but I believe I can assure you that it will not be impossible, unless it is to you." She gazed at him. Was this really possible after all, then? Or was she listening with her heart rather than with her common sense? Was it with one's heart that one ought to listen? And then he took away all her power to listen with anything but her heart. He closed the distance between them, possessed himself of her gloved hand in both his own, and went down on one knee before her. "Another horrible cliché," he said with a grin. But the grin faded almost immediately. "Susanna, will you please, please marry me? If you cannot truthfully tell me that you do not love me, will you tell me instead that you will marry me?"
and the only protest she could think of making was an utter absurdity. "Peter," she said, leaning a little closer to him, "I am a teacher. I have obligations to my girls and to Claudia Martin. I cannot simply walk out in the middle of a school year."
"When does it finish?" he asked her.
"July," she said.
"Then we will marry in August," he said. "The month we met. That particular dragon, you see, was not even worthy of the name. A mere worm. Any others?"
"Oh," she said helplessly, "there must be dozens."
"Then you had better name them quickly," he said, "or it will be too late. I am going to kiss you very thoroughly, and then bear you off in triumph to the ballroom. Supper follows the waltz, the perfect time for announcements. I arranged it that way."
"You are very confident, then, Lord Whitleaf," she said.
"I am not," he said. "Heaven help me, I am not, Susanna. Put me out of my misery. Tell me that you love me. Or do not. Tell me you will marry me, or will not. Please, my love. I am not confident."
She supposed the dozen reasons for saying no would rush at her long before the night was out. She supposed equally well that she would vanquish them one at a time by the simple expedient of remembering how he looked at this precise moment, anxious, his eyes full of uncertainty and love, down on one knee, and by remembering how she felt at this moment, overwhelmed by love. She drew her hand free of his, cupped his face with both hands, and leaned forward to kiss him softly on the lips. "I do," she said softly, "and I will."
"I knew," he said, "that I should have done this in the drawing-room rather than in here. There is a kissing bough there. I suppose, though, I will manage well enough without one."
And suddenly he was on his feet, bringing her to hers at the same time and drawing her into an embrace that proved his supposition quite correct. And the strange thing was, Susanna thought, when she could think at all, that it was not in any way a lascivious kiss that they shared, lengthy as it was. It was one of joy, of hope, of commitment, of love. Ah, yes, those dozen reasons were not going to stand even a moment's chance of being allowed a hearing. "My love," he said against her lips. "My love." "Peter," she said, and they kissed again before he placed her hand very formally on his arm and led her back in the direction of the ballroom. The music had stopped. Everyone was already at supper. Her betrothal was about to be announced. Her betrothal. Chapter 26. The wedding of Susanna Osborne to Viscount Whitleaf was solemnised at the church near Alvesley Park in Wiltshire on a perfect day in August. Alvesley had been chosen from among a number of contending places for a number of reasons. Although Susanna's grandparents had been eager to host the event in Gloucestershire, even they admitted that their homes and the village inn could not possibly accommodate all the distinguished guests who would be invited, and that the assembly rooms above the inn would be a shabby location for the wedding breakfast, even if they had been large enough. Sidley was a serious contender, but how could Susanna's fellow teachers travel so far when there were charity girls to look after? And the Viscount would not hear of marrying his lady without her friends in attendance. For a while only Bath seemed a viable option, and one that was perfectly acceptable to both the bride and the groom, until Lauren, Viscountess Ravensburg, and the Duchess of Bewcastle again took it upon themselves to organise wedding celebrations. Though actually it was Eleanor Thompson who set the plans in motion when she informed her sister in her weekly letter of the predicament concerning the charity girls and commented upon the vast size of Lindsay Hall. No one ever knew or asked How the Duchess persuaded the very top-lofty Duke of Bewcastle to take in 12 schoolgirls for a whole week surrounding the wedding of one of their teachers, but she did, and His Grace was even seen to smile upon her during the wedding itself, a rare enough public display of affection. Elvesly it was then, and guests came from every corner of England, it seemed, and even from Scotland and Wales. The Viscount's sister and her husband from the former, Mr. and Mrs. Sydenham Butler with David, and their 4-month-old daughter from the latter. The Viscountess came from London, where she had enjoyed a gratifyingly successful season, having drawn the admiring attentions of 2 distinguished widowers. She came despite the fact that she had not seen Lauren, her niece, since the latter was a baby. The Viscount's sisters and their families came, as did some of his friends, most notably Theo Markham and John Raycroft with his new bride. Susanna's grandparents came with 2 of her aunts and their husbands, whom she had met during a visit at Easter. And all her closest friends were there: Claudia Martin, Anne Butler with Mr. Butler, and the Countess of Edgecombe with her husband, newly returned from a singing engagement in Paris. Eleanor Thompson was there, and Leila Walton, and Cécile Pierre, the French and music teacher, and even Mr. Huckabee had made the journey from Bath. And, of course, the 12 charity pupils attended the wedding too, supervised by Miss Thompson and Miss Walton, though they were so thoroughly awed by the occasion and the company that no supervision was really necessary. Even Agnes Ryde was mute and wide-eyed. It was a wedding worth waiting for, as the bride and groom agreed after the event. But the wait had been tedious in the extreme. On 3 separate occasions between Christmas and August, the Viscount had travelled to Bath. On 2 of those occasions he had stayed for a week, on the 3rd for 10 days. And yet he had found his sojourns there almost more frustrating than the long spells when he was not there, since Susanna flatly refused to neglect any of her duties, or would certainly have done so if he had ever asked. During those weeks he had come to understand that a teacher's work was more a way of life than a job. There was almost literally no spare time, even for a languishing fiancé. Apart from the dreariness and frustrations of the wait, though, they had been happy months for Peter, who felt that all his dreams had suddenly come true, and would come to full fruition once he had a wife by his side at Sidley. Not that a wife had been part of the original dream. Once she was there, he doubted that he would ever want to step beyond the bounds of Sidley and its neighbourhood, his home, his circle of contentment and happiness. Susanna did have regrets about the life she would leave behind on her marriage. The school had been home and haven to her as a girl. It was where her bewildered, badly bruised heart had healed. It had been home and workplace during her young adulthood. She loved teaching. She loved the girls. She loved her fellow teachers, especially Claudia, who had been both sister and mother as well as friend to her for many years. But all women must leave behind their homes and their families when they married, and in her case it was, she believed with growing conviction as the months passed, a worthy exchange. She could never have been truly happy as an unmarried woman, with no man, no children, no home of her very own. Not truly happy. And she loved Peter far more deeply than she could have imagined loving any man. Perhaps it was because she liked him and admired him as much as she loved him. And there was no school near Sidley, she had discovered. It was a lack she meant to rectify, and though Peter had merely laughed when she had mentioned it during one of his visits to Bath, it had been an affectionate, indulgent laugh, and there had been love and admiration in his eyes. She had dreaded the end of school in July, telling herself with each passing event that it was the last in which she would be involved. At the same time, she had thought the end of term would never come. She was to have a wedding in August. She was to marry Peter. She was to spend the rest of her life with him for as long as they both lived. But August came, as it inevitably does each year, and with it came the wedding day, a perfect, blue-skied, sunshiny day. Peter was sitting at the front of the church, John Raycroft beside him, aware that the pews behind them were filling with guests, though he did not turn his head to look. He felt, in fact, as though it would be impossible to turn his head if he tried. Surely, for once, in an otherwise exemplary career, his valet had knotted his neckcloth very much too tightly, though the man had almost wept over its perfection after standing back to examine his handiwork an hour or so ago. He ought not to have come so early, he thought, as his stomach started to feel like a churning cauldron. What if she simply did not come? What if someone spoke up during that dreaded silence after the vicar had asked if anyone knew of any impediment to the marriage? What if his tongue tied itself in knots? What if he dropped the ring? What if Raycroft had forgotten to bring it? "Do you have the ring?" he whispered out of the side of his mouth. "I do," Raycroft whispered back with smirking complacency, though he had been just as much of a wreck 2 months ago when Peter had been his best man. "Just as I did when you asked 5 minutes ago." What if she said, "I don't," instead of "I do"? Or was that, "I won't and I will"? He could not for the life of him remember what the correct wording was. He must listen very carefully to the vicar when the time came. What if... Oh, Lord! And then there was a distinct swell in the hushed murmurings from the pews behind, and he guessed that Susanna must have arrived with Colonel Osborne. And then he was sure of it, as he looked up at the vicar and the Reverend Clapton, who was celebrating the nuptial service with him, and saw that the latter was beaming with grandfatherly pride as his eyes focused on someone at the back of the church. Peter stood and turned as the organ began to play. And there she was. Finally, the phrase made perfect sense to him. She was dressed from head to toe in delicate ivory, her gown fine lace over satin, her bonnet covered with lace, one layer of which covered her face. She looked small, almost fragile, beside her large grandfather with his erect military bearing. She also looked incredibly lovely, and no bonnet or layer of lace could obscure those bright golden red curls. As she came closer, he could see her face and her eyes. They were looking back into his own, huge with anxiety, and perhaps wonder, and, oh yes, and definitely with love. Oh, Susanna! Even now he could not quite believe that they had overcome the odds to reach this moment. He realized that he had been gazing back, an identical look on his own face. But no one was going to speak during that moment of silence, and no one was going to drop the ring, and Raycroft did have it with him. His tongue would remain unknotted, and she would say, "I do," or "I will," whichever it was. All was well. He smiled slowly at her, and felt such a welling of happiness that it almost threatened to overwhelm him. He smiled, and suddenly the sunshine shone as brightly inside the church as it did outside. But he looked so much like the man who had dazzled and terrified her on the lane from Berkeley Court almost exactly a year ago that she marvelled how a stranger could become the very beat of her heart in so short a time. And this time it did not matter that he was Viscount Whitleaf. It was a name, a title, that she would share in a few minutes' time. He was dressed elegantly in black and cream and white. There surely could be no more handsome man in the world. Her inexplicable terror vanished. She had wept in her grandmother's arms early in the morning, but had been unable to explain even to herself why she did so. Grandmamma had said it was because she was in love, that if she were marrying for any other reason, she would do so with steely calm. She had blown her nose and laughed. But the terror had remained, and it had been very difficult to stay dry-eyed when Anne and Francis came to her dressing-room to hug her, and very nearly impossible when Claudia had arrived and held her close for surely a whole minute before releasing her. "Susanna," she had said, "I found it difficult to let Francis and Anne go. They were and are dear friends. But you are more than a friend. You came to me as a bewildered, sullen, unhappy girl, and I loved you from the first moment, well before your true nature shone through. I would not let you go to any man who was unworthy of you, or to anyone you did not love with all your heart. Though what I would do to stop you I do not know." She had laughed and stepped back and dried her eyes. "Oh," she had said, "why did I neglect to notice that all three of you were young, lovely women? If I had noticed, I would not have befriended any of you in a million years. I would have remained aloof." She had laughed again and looked fondly at each of them in turn. And now, Susanna discovered as soon as Peter smiled, she was not terrified at all. Why should she be? This was her wedding day, and here they were at church together. And there was something more than the smile itself to dazzle her. There was the look in his eyes. It warmed her from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes. "Dearly beloved," the vicar began. And indeed, it was a brief moment of time after the long wait. But a glorious moment nonetheless. Peter spoke his responses. She spoke hers. The shiny gold ring slid onto her finger. Oh, but she could not list all the moments. It was all one jumble of happiness. And then the vicar, no, Grandpapa Clapton, was pronouncing them man and wife, and leading them off to the vestry to sign the register. And Peter was lifting her veil up over the brim of her bonnet and, quite scandalously, kissing her briefly right on the lips, with the vicar and Mr. Raycroft and both her grandfathers looking on. The organ was beginning a loud, joyful anthem as they came out of the vestry and proceeded along the nave, past the pews occupied by their relatives and friends. It seemed to Susanna that she had never smiled so much in her life, and yet she bestowed a special smile on her girls, seated side by side in two pews, all neatly clothed in their Sunday best, all on their very best behaviour. She had once been one of them. A gaily decorated open barouche awaited them outside the church gates. A crowd of villagers had gathered to enjoy the show, but they did not hurry toward the gates. The congregation spilled out behind them, and they were caught up in hugs and handshakes and smiling greetings. They were also showered with rose petals, mostly by the girls. They were flushed and laughing by the time they had climbed into the barouche, and someone had closed the door and given the coachman the signal to drive off toward Alvesley for the wedding breakfast. Susanna sat across one corner of the seat, Peter across the other corner, their hands clasped on the seat between them, their fingers laced as they waved to the crowd in the churchyard and out on the road. And then, apart from the stiff-backed coachman, they were alone together. Susanna looked at Peter. He was smiling back at her. "Come here," he said softly. "Why?" She smiled too. "Because I say so," he said, "and you are my wife." His eyes danced with merriment. "Indeed," she said, and stayed where she was. He sighed out loud and moved across the seat toward her. "There goes my dream of a docile wife and a happily ever after," he said, setting his arms about her and drawing her very firmly against him so that her hands were splayed against his chest. "I suppose you are going to make me fight dragons for the rest of my life." "Every day," she assured him. His eyes laughed into hers, and hers laughed back. "May I kiss you, then, Lady Whitleaf?" he asked.